because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players. We're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my gosh.
And it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
Yes.
We cooking. This is literally
We cook.
patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time.
This is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear Lord.
High kick.
Up, down, up, down. I put my head on the side of where I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah, yes, yes.
I think we got
Wow.
this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah?
I know, right?
Careful, not you.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
no, that's-
If I go all out, I'd go actually past
Yeah.
my head, like way back there.
This is a proper way to finish a can-can.
Oh my.
You ready to try?
You first? You first?
What about together?
Let's just see how far I can get on a split
yeah,
right
you
now.
can just try. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my.
Use your hands.
I
Or
think you can go
like
farther than me.
this.
I can't, my foot isn't even
Guys,
moving forward.
Guys,
Believe.
I'm out of breath.
Oh
I'm out of breath.
gosh.
Maybe I'm better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a
right.
good try. It was a good try, I believe.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Yeah, good. Hey, yes, bonage. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes! Oh my God! Yeah! You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for
Get
the
low, get low.
tire-bouchon.
Okay.
And tire-bouchon.
Oh,
Well, it's okay.
that was my mic. We don't need that. We don't need
We don't need it
that.
anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And then a bit of stuff. High kicks, high kicks.
Okay.
All right.
Kick.
We gotta sync up, I believe.
Okay. Kick.
One, two, one, two.
Kick.
And now, it's the end. Get ready for
All right.
the
Okay,
spin.
grab your
All right.
leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing my. I'm grabbing the wrong leg. Okay.
All right.
And.
Be careful.
Ah.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Tribone!
No!
Tyler, Mr. One, good to see you,
Nice
man.
to see you, Amelie.
Do you like my office?
This looks like an office for you.
It's funny you say that because we actually widened the doors and shortened the lift a little bit just for you.
Okay, that was a short joke. Already, don't.
No, actually, you look really good, man. You do, seriously. You look fantastic. I mean, it must be a lot of work to keep those arms so big, but wouldn't it be easier to develop a good personality?
You're trolling. Amelie, I'm funny, I'm charismatic. I have no ego. Why do you keep looking at me like that? It's true.
Well, listen, we all know that your fan base is truly massive. When did you realize that you had a knack for entertaining teenage boys?
My audience, we've done the math, is 25 to 30 nowadays. Majority, like 70%. I do not, why?
All right, well, I mean, clearly I could see that I'm rallying you up a little bit.
Actually, you're trolling. There's rage bait, yes.
I know that you like to let off a little bit of steam by, you know, throwing things, breaking things. So we actually brought a book for you if you want to try to tear that in half.
Am I trying to tear this book in half?
Yeah, you can try to tear that book
Do I
in half.
win something if I do? Do I got a prize?
I mean, pride, accomplishment.
Okay, obviously, I'm not gonna tear this in half.
Well, you have to tear it in front of the
Yeah,
camera.
I
You're doing
can't
it
because I need to get my knee up.
Get torque. Why are you tearing it that way? You're tearing it.
Why
like
are you
hamburger.
backseating me? Stop. Let me do it how I want to do it. I know what I'm doing.
Go ahead.
You've taped it for sure.
It's not taped.
I'm gonna start right here for a second.
That's okay. That's okay. Interesting technique.
The covers are too hard to tear.
But again, why not link?
Why are you?
You're the one who's
What?
struggling a little bit.
Okay, what's your advice? I'm open to criticism.
So right now you're doing it like hamburger style. What if you did it hot dog style?
Yeah, but then you're not. Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
I think everyone does that.
That's the easiest thing. It's only tearing like just the brim.
Well,
You could tear this.
I know, but
And you have frail toothpick arms, so they wouldn't even be.
they're called spaghetti noodle arms. Thank you very much. Or I guess in my
gym.
case, yakisoba arms,
Yeah, and you hit the gym. It is what it is.
because I'm Japanese.
You can't do it your way. Yeah, but there's no sense of joy in that.
I'm so proud of you. Can I be honest though?
What?
I just wanted to be the first one to see you hold a book.
You said that all. I read more than anybody in this building.
League of Legends all chat doesn't count. I also hear that you're actually a big Bob Ross fan. Is that because you're also a happy little accident? Tyler, I mean, listen, you're an inspiration to so many of us. You've proved that it's not about luck or skill or talent. Sometimes it's just about being really loud.
I'm not loud is not funny. I am talented and skilled. That is, again, just incorrect. You're just trolling.
In the loud department.
I am not loud. I haven't been loud once in this.
Been a little loud.
Why are you backseating me? I have not been loud. You said some dumb shit. I got a little bit loud, but that's it.
Well, Tyler, those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you so much for joining me in our little office here. Do you like the decorations?
No, and it's cramped and it's hot as hell. We can't open the curtains to make us sweat in here like a sauna. Could put like an AC little fan.
This is France. They don't believe in AC.
True. So you're out of questions?
Yeah, I'm completely adequate. What's that? Wait.
My, how the tables do turn.
No. What are those? Where'd you get those?
How does it feel to be the only one I see pop up on live stream fails who is an actual failure?
Okay, but is that a bad thing or is that maybe a nice thing?
If you start things and never finish them or never do well in them, what is that?
Trying my best.
Yeah, well, sometimes your best just isn't enough. Everyone on this production should probably start looking for new jobs, guys. I'll be honest, this is probably gonna do equally as poorly. Just saying. Now, you've been playing for over 15 years, and you've still never achieved Diamond.
Okay, I got really close to
Let me finish. I don't know if this joke should be about League or your love life.
Okay, listen, by playing League of Legends, you've truly done the impossible and found love. I've found body pillows, and I've gotten close to Diamond a couple times.
All I'm gonna say is, for the moment I have been with you, I've seen you ever, it's been 10, 11 years ago, I've never seen you with a companion.
I have my online friends, they're definitely real.
A lot of people argue, well, you're doing it for your career, but your career is just doing so poorly, isn't it?
But I'm speaking with you, brother. Doesn't that mean that I'm
True,
talking about
and I saved the day.
Tyler, here's the one thing. Do you know what I have that you don't?
To go on, enlighten me.
Control over the editors. Cut! The chair is dented.
会いたかったぜ。強くならなきゃ、もっと強く。そういうことかよ。おっと悪い。この器は我のものじゃ。わしのじゃ。強い。楽しいのう、呪いの家。爽快じゃの。見つけた。わしのじゃ。楽しいのう。強い。呪いの家。早く戦うぞ。待ちくたびれたわ。無駄じゃ。これから人間にとっての地獄を見せてやるからの。早くしろ。我は待たされるのが嫌いじゃ。なんじゃ貴様、ぶち殺されたいのか。
てめえはうちを怒らせたぜ。どうなっても知らねえぞ。
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1. That you counting down. I won't let this crown be taken. Can you hear me go? Valor crowning on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold. Never letting it go. Got your back and it coming strong in the storm. Do you wanna go on? In fortune, valor crowning on now. Crowning on now. With fortune, valor crowning on now.
Day 1 showed us who arrived ready, and day 2 is gonna show us who's built for survivability. As we move forward right over here, one victory today might mean a ticket to the group stage, and one defeat is a certain ticket back home. Forced in Valor and crowned by honor. We're live from Paris, France. This is the Esports World Cup 2026. I am going to be your host for today. Welcome to Honor of Kings, the KWC 2026. I am Isaac Peña. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Ken, Sagi. Day 2 of our tournament. I see that the lads are dripped out. They got the KWC, EWC drip. I love that. Guys, how are you feeling today?
Hey man, Isaac, you know, we had an amazing day 1 yesterday, and coming in towards today itself, stakes are much more higher now because teams will be actually exiting the tournament as they cannot actually make it for the group stage here. So I gotta say, it's getting more and more risky for some of these teams.
The game is getting very real, isn't it, Ken?
Yes, it is. That's why we call it Forge in Valor, right? You really have to give your best, and only when you give your best, you have to be better, and then you are crowned by honor.
The pressure is rising for sure as the paths start narrowing, and today every single game is going to have a real life consequence. If the teams want to continue today, they must win. A defeat is gonna send them back home, so everyone needs to come in with their A game.
Yeah, I mean, after day number 1, we've seen some of these drafts and picks that have been pretty interesting thus far. I believe one of the highest priority picks that has been shown on stage is definitely going to be Lorian. Coming in from the AOV counterpart, that hero has been amazing. And it has a lot of key factors, right? Long range, good pokes, and then the crowd control on the ultimate. Woo, that's been great.
That has been just amazing. What about if we just look a little bit of what happened yesterday? Let's put our eyes into the brackets, because Group A and Group B yesterday, they started with 4 teams each group, and one team in Group A made their way straight to the group stages.
All right, so we'll recap for a little bit in the opening match. Buriram United Esports, they took a 2-0 against Flash, meaning Influence Rage in the winners match, because Influence Rage also beat S8UL Esports. Now this means today we're going to be taking a look at Team Flash against S8UL Esports, since Influence Rage has won 2-1 and advances to the playoffs.
And one of these teams have to leave the stage, right? Like, not just one. The first one is going to be between Team Flash versus S8UL Esports, and then the decider match, another team has to leave. Is it going to be an AOV showdown rematch between RPL and AOG, or is it going to be India's rise of success into the potential the group stage, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be a battle. That's going to be our match number 1 of today. But let's move our eyes directly into Group B. Non-Team Red Force started very strong against OG Esports, but they were unable to beat Deep Cross Gaming, that sending Deep Cross Gaming DCG straight into the group stage.
Like, my question here is, right, okay, we do numbers, right? Okay, Deep Cross Gaming 2-1 Blacklist International, Deep Cross Gaming 2-0 Non-Team Red Force. And the only team that got a single point from DCG is Blacklist International here. So, do they win the lower bracket and advance to the group stage, Kin?
I mean, one would argue that would be the case. stats do matter, but we have to take it step by step, right? So OG against Blacklist Esports, winner of that series, has to go up against Nongshim once again.
Well, I'm really sorry to say it like this, but based on yesterday's performances, I am putting my money right now a little bit more on OG than on Blacklist.
Ooh.
Blacklist yesterday had a subpar performance. I'm really rooting for the Filipinos just to really just come up and really just get their A game, because today is just do or die, man. Like, you cannot come up with the same mistakes as yesterday. Let's look at the highlights from yesterday. Some of the top plays from yesterday's 8 matches.
And I was pretty interested, right? Like, we talk about top plays, we talk about execution here, and we were looking at Butterfly. When was the last time we seen Butterfly here?
That
like,
has
we
been
saw
a
it coming in
while,
from
man.
Julius, and it has been okay, not the best, but coming in from yesterday's game, Buriram, yes, they have not made it to the group stage, but their performance has been quite alarming for some of these teams.
I mean, end of the day, if you take a look at the way that the game is played by whoever and whichever team we have, you have to remember, these are champions of their own region. They qualified, invited, regardless, they have the strength. So today they have to find the composure, the calmness to be able to execute the ideas that they have. Because we saw some brilliant ideas, but the execution did not match that kind of level of thinking.
And I feel like, talking about brilliance, right? Guan Yu seems to be having a rather more success in this specific game itself in most of these series. I know Zhangfei is one of the most picked, good setup, good shielding, good defense, and peeling, but Guan Yu comes in as the clutch factor for some of these teams, like especially when you look over to Sam Nongshim Red Force, you look over to the side of DCG, or Black International, who has yet to pick it up. I think that pick is going to be a highly contested one coming in towards this patch.
I think you could say, you know, it's one of the heroes that you can put people on your back and carry them around. And with a horse or a motorcycle, it's going to be much easier in that case. So, with that being said, we want to explore what kind of picks they have, but most important of all, I want to see what's the mental stability. Because right now, like you said, this is do or die. Something needs to happen and something good needs to happen here.
The stakes are just too high right now. Just be extra relaxed about your own performances. So I know that the players had a tough night yesterday, just kind of going to sleep, just rethinking that matches, the match that they lost, because they cannot commit the same mistakes today.
I think that's a very good point, right? Where you think of it from the Buriram United Esports perspective, where they lost the game to potentially a 2-0 from a minion backdoor.
Yes.
And then you take a look at Blacklist International. They won game 1 cleanly, but then they faltered back-to-back games. 2 reverse sweep that happened yesterday that was directly influencing the direct qualification to the group stage.
Yeah, it definitely was something that was due to 1 or 2 very minute choices.
The KWC 2026 is going to be full of surprises, because this is a very big tournament that is building into something bigger. The EWC 2026 as well. The club championship rankings, as you can see, all of the different clubs from all over the world are trying to fight to be crowned the top dog in the esports industry.
And currently, Navi just sitting comfortably in that top spot here. But if you take a look at the remaining spots here, we have some of the teams, the partner clubs here, that is like Virtus Pro, Vitality, AGAL, or even the likes of Aurora Gaming. So the honor of Games KWC will shape how it goes for the club championship rankings as well at the end of the tournament.
It is. And you know what? Nongshim Red Force is here as well. So this is a very important time for them, because regardless of what the result is in the first part of the games, whoever meets Nongshim is coming back with a vengeance for sure.
The Nongshim Red Force, they have the skills, they have the players. So today they are going to show us that, right? They're going to be waiting for the winner over there of the first match of Group B so they can actually move forward. It is not only fighting for honor, man, they're fighting for a prize as well. There's going to be, as you can see right over there on your screens, a gigantic prize pool, a total of $3 million with $600,000 going to the first place.
Oh, that's just a lot of money, right? Like, I mean, yesterday we were talking about like a down payment for a car. You probably can buy a house, a currency conversion rate, you know, like first place. That's still really good, but you take a look at the bottom as well. Even if you can actually make it to the KWC, you're still rewarded for your efforts in actually being to make it here.
Come on, like we might just see right now like what is in front of our eyes, but this has been a long road for them to even make it directly to Paris, right? Like there were hundreds of other teams that they wanted to have a spot to be able to sit right over there behind us on the stage and be able to perform, and they were denied. This is the top of the top.
Yes, and for good quality gameplay, you need good quality skins.
Aye.
So we are talking about the new skin that is going to be released. I think it's released already for
Yes.
Princess Frost. This is the EWC special. Do not miss it. I mean, if you are a Princess Frost player like myself, this is the skin to get. Of course, our tagline for this year, Fortune Valor, crowned by honor. You can only get it during this time.
Yeah,
So
it's a
don't
part
miss
of our KWC series skin, right? Last year it was like Alessio and also the Elaine, yes. And coming towards this year, finally, a mid lane hero. We have Princess Frost on the Heaven Beacon skin. You can bargain it in the events tab, and then you can get it about for like 400-ish tokens as a discounted price.
Beauty guaranteed, results might differ. That's the disclaimer.
Exactly. Come on, like at the end of the day, the most important thing is like regardless of your performances, right? Like we are hoping that everyone is like grinding over there to be really good at Princess Frost. But if your skills are still not there yet, it doesn't mean that you cannot just have the skin and just really look really well.
Hot take. I think Princess Frost is not an easy mid lane. You have 3 skill shots.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. If you know about the potential patterns of your opponents, it's gonna be a breeze, right? And that breeze could be really cold for your opponents.
Ah, wordplay there, I see. Cold Princess Frost. Ice. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So yeah, like what Kim mentioned here, if you can study the pattern of your opponents, that definitely will make it work here. But let's drop back into the series itself.
Of course, we gotta start just moving forward. Just let the ball roll in because you can see the players already at my back, getting ready. What about if we look at what the action is going to be for today? We're going to have 4 different matches in today's schedule. We will start with Team Flash against S8UL Esports, OG Esports against Blacklist International following that. Whoever that loses in here goes home. The winner moves forward to play either against Buriram United Esports or Nongshim Red Force in our last decider today after.
Now, gentlemen, I know we don't have the final deciding matchup for the 3rd and 4th series here, but I want your predictions coming in for Team Flash versus SAUL and OG Esports against Blacklist International.
Okay, I'm
you
going
go first,
to
please.
Pick the bait and bite on first. I feel like it's going to be Team Flash meeting Buriram United Esports. They have some beef to pick here.
Okay.
They need to prove to Buriram that it was a fluke in yesterday's games. And of course, on the B side, Group B, I feel like I agree with you. I think OG might have something coming in because during dinner yesterday, we met the old manager of OG, and she told us Dao is angry. And with anger, you can channel it into focus. Perhaps that focus will be the difference maker for OG Esports.
Well, if he's mad, I really hope that he's going to channel that in the right way and really just be able to perform the way that we've already seen him, right? Like 12 months ago when we had him right over here at KWC 2025, his performance was really strong.
Yes.
Something very different to what we got to see yesterday out there, to say.
Now, you're on the OG side. You know what?
Balance.
Filipino boys, I got you, man. Blacklist International, sign me up. I'm on your boat here to actually win out in Group B to probably qualify if you can beat Nongshim later on.
Wow. I don't know. I'm going to go from the first game. We have Team Flash against S8UL Esports. Yesterday, I'm going to tell you, I am more on the human side, man. Like, I was sitting right over there watching some matches. I saw the boys from S8UL Esports sit there, watch the games, enjoy the environment, the same as they might be professional players, but they are fans of our game. And then just seeing them there and then enjoying their time, it got me in the S8UL ride, man. So right now, I'm going to ride with them all the way until the end.
I just want to point something. For S8UL Esports, the way I see it is when you first join a title, right?
Yes.
You don't win it on the first time. That is normally how life works. So if S8UL Esports does this, they beat Team Flash, it is the miracle of the day. And I hope to see a miracle today as well.
Anything can happen in esports and anything can happen in competitive sports like HOK. So coming up for this specific matchup, you have Team Flash coming in from AOG Vietnam, taking on SAUL Esports coming in from Kings Arise India here. So my key matchups for this specific series here, I have Doofy and Tofu, both the roamers coming online.
Yes, okay, so let's expand a little bit more about this. One of the main things we were looking at when we were watching the games yesterday was about the positioning and what kind of value they brought to the team fights. And I think we can all agree that they did find the positions, but they did not find the value by getting their skills into the maximum effect. They did not get the knockbacks.
All right, so Team Flash yesterday, their performance was 0-2 against Buriram United Esports. What happened in that game that just kind of just stopped their chances to actually move forward?
I think it's adaptation here. So we did talk about the difference between AOV and also HOK, how objective timers are different, how the map play is entirely different here. So I like the interview coming in from DCG Sin yesterday, where he was from the AOV region before, where he mentioned that AOV is about individuality, individual carry skills, and in HOK it's vastly different. It's about teamwork and team play. So I think for AOG's Team Flash, it's not about them playing bad against Buriram. It's more of how they haven't adapted yet to the HOK patch.
And I feel like maybe in this particular stage of the game, Buriram learned faster. That was the main difference, right? 4-minute mark, we were kind of questioning, okay, do our AOV teams hit that marker? Can they find the 4-minute mark? Buriram was there at 4 minutes. Even before 4 minutes, they were already at the pit waiting for it to start. Flash, still trying to catch up. So they have had 1 day to prepare, do some reviews, do some homework. It could be the day they show up.
Team Flash tried to contest neutral objectives, right? Like in both games, they tried to contest those objectives, but they've lost the fights, and losing that fight was what pushed them all the way to the abyss. Like they were not able just to turn things around after that loss. Should they still be taking those fights in there?
I think fights are inevitable in HOK itself, where you are trying all those objective plays, objective takes. So yes, fights are inevitable, but how they pick those are very important here, because if you go back to the matchup of Doofy coming in from the side of SAUL and also Tofu, it's two different perspectives here. Yes. Tofu was very limiting himself in terms of like actually opening for team fights with only 3 unbridled outbursts on Zhang Fei, where Doofy, his unbridled outburst is like, oh, I see someone, I go. So it's like, is more good or is less good? Or can they find equilibrium in the balance to find proper engagements for their team? Any of them, if they can find the first mover in actually being able to be the perfect roamer for their team, I think that will be a big advantage for either of these ones.
So Team Flash can already just be thinking about how to change those little details. In front of them, SAUL Esports. Seoul Esports coming in here as the second place of the Kings Arise India Championship. Yesterday, they were facing Influence Rage that got the ticket to go into the group stages. That match left me a very nice feeling about these 5 guys.
And this is not the first time that India actually has faced Vietnam in the HOK setting here. If we were to trace back into the Asian Games qualifiers here, yes, it's not the SAUL lineup that has faced the Team Flash roster. Okay. It's more on the RNTX side, but RNTX is still with the same region as the side of SAUL, so the information shares between these two teams.
Yeah, I think they definitely would have helped them in their homework, right? And I think SAUL, here's one tip I will give to them for today's game, right? This is your first international event. There's no need to pressure yourself about, hey, I want to win big, but you have to play big, because at this stage of the game, it really is go big or go home.
We gotta spotlight someone, right? Like we gotta spotlight Kong. Kong, the jungler from SAUL yesterday, when the coordination was on point and they allowed Kong to really do his job, they looked pretty strong. There were some moments where they actually cornered INF that made me feel like they actually could have a chance to take that victory.
I think Kong, like you mentioned, is the star boy or the main guy coming in for side SAUL. The main idea, if you were to give SAUL a winning chance against Team Flash Vietnam from AOG, is the funnel strategy, right? We've seen the funnel strategy in 2 different ways, where the mid lane completely ignores the mid wave, gives it over to Kong as a jungle carry pick, and then he goes on the side lane to cause pressure, giving more room for the farm lane to actually progress for onside KLTZ. And then you look over to another strat, the roamer item with the smite support. So these are available options that potentially SAUL could take if they want to go for the jungle carry route.
Yes, and that's one formula, right? The second formula is also about enabling your jungler. Like you said, Kong, I think if you give him the space, he does really well. The same could be said for Julius as well. We're talking about the butterfly he had in the Flash game. And butterfly is a super snowball carry. If you give the butterfly a lead, she suddenly becomes a huge problem in a span of 4 to 5 minutes.
But it's a very difficult hero to play right now. I think it's very detail-oriented, don't you think, Sagi?
I think as long as you make the butterfly and you revolve around it to take down the first target, give Butterfly the reset and then you consistently jump on the following target here, then maybe it works. But there's also a different perspective that you look into. It's a very high risk, high reward, very weak early game. You need that level 4. Now, I have a question here. Yes, we saw the Butterfly available in AOV and also HOK, but we haven't seen the other AOV picks that are available in what's that, Team Flash.
All right.
You get to see Lorian, Annette, or Florentino here. So maybe those are their trump cards coming in for this lower bracket.
Now that you mentioned Florentino right over here, Florentino yesterday with Pei were the most banned heroes in the whole game, right? Like out of 14 games that we had yesterday, 11 times Pei and Florentino were banned. And Florentino appeared only once, and the one time that it showed up, it was a loss. So is this really a hero that we need to be banning that much?
I would say yes.
Yes.
It has to
think
be.
so? Go ahead.
Florentino
Explain
is
why.
one of those heroes that has anti-CC properties, right? Especially when he lands that first strike where the flowers and petals start falling on the floor. 3 of them, you have 3 chances. And, you know, third time's the charm. Once you get all 3 petals down for Florentino, I think you will end up in a very lousy state. So I think, yes, why Florentino was allowed to be played yesterday, because they had all the answers for him. Everyone was going against the Florentino.
Well, Nanshin Redford was the one that allowed that Florentino coming out. And seems like as they had that first game already in the bag, they said to themselves, let's give ourselves a little bit of a chance to experimenting here. Let's see if the answers that we have against Florentino can work. And seems like they got a completely 100%.
I think they definitely play well with the specific matchup, right? They used the Vara to try to equalize out the lane, make sure that there were no room for Florentino to go for that 1v1, right? Because when we talk about Pei and Florentino, they are very similar in playstyle, where Florentino wants to dominate the 1v1, convert that minion with advantage into the push, and then allowing the jungle or the mid to find those rotations even faster here. And then for Pei, similar as well, insane early game power with the double form spells, which allows the Pei to actually get a lot of control. So that's why yesterday we see more bans on these hyper-aggressive early game picks.
Yes, and if you're new to the MOBA genre, let me just give you one line where I think it will help you understand. Just don't bite off more than you can chew, right? Nongshim, they made sure that, look, if Florentino is going to be a problem, Florentino is going to be the only problem.
That's correct. So we are going to head to the draft in a bit here. So if we were to look into the specific tier list that we have built for ourselves here.
Oh, the tier list. Let's go.
I mean, hero
like
tier
that.
list, right? Hero tier list.
I'm a data person, man. Go show me.
For me specifically, right, I think this current patch of BWC for Honor of Kings, Long, Chano, Chicha, Flowborn, these are definitely first base farm lanes that you have to pick in the first 3 phase. In the first 3 picks, right? If you don't pick these 4 heroes and it goes to the second phase, you start having to use subpar picks that might not be the best of the best in this specific patch.
Okay, so you do believe that in this patch, just coming in and then just prioritizing your farm laner in the BP set is actually the way to go.
I feel so, right? Considering the fact that you have things like the Channel, Long, Flowborn, and also Chicha, these are amazing blind picks in towards this specific patch. And you can see a lot of these teams, their first pick is definitely the Aoyin coming in on the blue side. And then you start to look into potential roamers like the Zhangfei, Lapu Lapu as your 1-2, or you start building compositions that we've seen yesterday. Didn't really work that well, but the Queen Angela that we saw from Nongshim.
Oh, that Quay was a little bit too abstract for my taste.
Yeah.
I do believe that it's a good hero. We want to see it again. But if it's going to be played the same as yesterday, what about we just leave it over there on bench?
I think this is where the second half of the BP is very important, right? I like the fact that Nongshim showed us how it's supposed to be used, because let's be honest, the Kui play yesterday from Namu, actually that was great, but it was not good enough because there was no follow-up. Nobody else on Nongshim could finish the job. They had to use a Yao, which was not the ideal hero. You wanted more damage, you wanted more CC coming in. And, you know, the Angela wasn't allowed to play the game, essentially.
You are the initiator, man. Like, if you're going to choose the Quay and you're going to initiate, you need to have that communication. The communication needs to be on top, or else you better just don't choose that hero.
It's like a mid-roam synergy has to be so on point, like you're a couple living together,
Of course.
where the Quay has to land
For the first
hook.
years.
I mean, you tell me, man. The Queen has to land the hook, and then the Angela has to immediately be side by side, connecting the Chaos Cinders for the full-blown combo, right? So it's a good pick-off combo nonetheless. Like, if you can play it to a perfection, which I think some of the stronger teams in the group stage that can actually pull it off, then we will see a very large effect. You instantly isolate out that 4v5, and then you start winning by numbers advantage. But if you miss the hook, like what Nongshim did yesterday, then the Guan Yu comes charging in. You don't have crowd control to actually stop the horse.
Exactly. So I want to just put it into an overview. Now, we are in a best of 3, meaning 2 strikes and you're out.
Yeah.
So your BPs are especially important in this game. It's no longer about burning heroes from the draft. It's about, can we find the best formula in the shortest amount of time? Because you only get 2 chances to move forward.
They need to just put everything right over there. Just whatever that they have. Their best of the best, because lose and then just go home, man. Like, that's it. There's no tomorrow. This needs to be the most important game that they have played in this whole year. Starting right now, every single game for these 2 teams is going to be a grand final.
Now, Isaac, I know that you have like experience in coaching and also teaching.
There you
If
go.
you are the coach for either of these 2 teams, what would you tell them?
Breathe, man. Like, oxygen right now is going to be the most important thing. In the moment that you start having pressure, in the moment that you are right over there with high stakes, you start forgetting about the most important things in life, which is just air in and then air out. Slowly, think about that. Communicate with your teammates. You cannot just micromanage these players, man. They're professionals. You cannot just tell them exactly what they need to do, but you can just guide them in the right direction for them to be able to perform at the level that you want.
I love it, because it's also important that we follow up with trust, right? Number 1, trust your teammates, trust the process, and most importantly, in an international stage where the stakes are extremely high, you need to have fun.
Having fun is always
Enjoy.
very important, right? If you're enjoying in the moment and then you start to feel the adrenaline rushing towards you, you start to lose the worry or the tension that you have on your hands, and then you start to not have cool hands. Like even in, let's say, like your rank games where you are like trying to go from Master 1 to Grandmaster from 1007, 1008, you have that momentum here. But talking momentum here, let's kick off the pick and bans with Team SAUL Esports on towards the blue side here, and also Team Flash Vietnam coming in from the red side. And all of a sudden here, Florentino locked away again.
Exactly what we talked about. So the pay as well as the Florentino, ideal and prio bans on both sides here, leaving the higher ban as well as the mic going to be completely taken out, which means
Lorion.
Yep, there we go. Lorion might be coming into the gorge. Now, who is going to have that? It looks like it's going into the hands of Team Flash. Now, on the side of SAUL, did you make a mistake? Because this is the home ground of Lorion play.
I don't think you can actually blame SAUL Esports, right? Because considering the fact that they don't really have much time in HOK itself, the game only released in India back in March 11, if I'm not mistaken here. So dating today, there's probably like 4 to 5 months of practice that they actually have in the game itself. And then Lorion is also a really, really new pick. This is entirely experience difference that may be in the advantage of Team Flash. And yesterday, we did talk about the Kong pick on towards the Chicha here. Maybe it's coming back again in this specific Game 1.
I want to just add on to that because we had a conversation today about the Lorion pick, and I was asking, right? So what do we do against a Lorion? And remember, you said just hard engage.
Yes.
These two are one of the hardest engagers in the game. So the Lapu Lapu with the Raging Sea to set up and allowing the Chicha to go with the ultimate to just be in your face all the time. Sure, you can run, you can flash, you can use the ultimate to try and juke and move. But as a Lorion, if you can't kill Kong in one strike, you're probably, 6 feet under.
But that's still a lot of crowd control as well, right? Like, that point is amazing where you want hard engage, like we talk about, on towards the side of Hilda potentially, who will be piloting this Lorion. But yet again, there's a Zhangfei here, there's a double carry that's backed off by a channel here. So far after observing the draft, it's not looking too good for the side of SAUL Esports, where you have very early to mid-game centric heroes here. And if you allow this channel to scale, that might not be the best case scenario.
I mean, right off the bat, the laning phase is not going to be fun, right?
Yeah.
For the side of Kilteezy, because in a 1v1 matchup, the channel actually does have a slight advantage over the Lung due to the Soul of the Wolves, right?
Yes.
We know both heroes to be a single target burst kind of synergy. But when you have too many targets, you activate too many traps from the side of channel, life gets a little bit tough for this Aoyan.
Like, you just go into lane, don't take skill 1, as channel takes skill 2, and when he walks up for the minions, just drop your skill 2 on him, drop your skill 2 on him, and when the 3 wolf bombs just start mauling him, ooh, that's gonna be difficult here. And then we yet again see the Ogren being picked up by Julius in towards the jungle here. Yesterday, we saw him go for the full damage route. Didn't work the best. You reckon today he's gonna go the same?
I think he would, right? Because you want to make the fights really quick, but at the same time, it's like a double-edged sword because you have to deal with the potential that the Lung is maybe out-farming you, has the potential for the one-shot, and you might have to go tank. So right now, I think for Team Flash is, do we think we're going to win the laning phase? If we're going to win, confident of winning the laning phase, full damage, Ogren, no doubt.
Full damage Ogren here. Maybe it really works out because I do feel that if he does go for the full damage Ogren build into Kong's Chicha, that's actually a very strong snowball option here because Chicha, yes, strong in the mid game after level 4 and some of your Sparks for Doomsday on-hit items. But if you get invaded by the Ogren in the early game, that's really difficult here because Ogren has the built-in execution on his spells in the Seer state. So
yes,
that's going to be a bit of an issue here coming in for that SAUL. And I like the Fatih last pick here. Yes, you lose lane against Miriam potentially on that Byron here, but how you scale towards that mid game is exactly what we will be looking on from Ye on this Fatih.
Yes, Fanny is a great pick here. Now, for a couple of reasons. Number one, he also has decent mobility. And with his activation of his ultimate, he's able to cleanse himself from any CC, which means there's only one thing and one thing on his mind. I want to get to your backline.
If you were to look at a draft here, Akin, who would you give the edge to after looking at both SAULs and also Team Flash?
I like Flash a little bit better. Now, SAUL is not that their draft is bad. I just think that they need to win this laning phase with quick succession. And 4 minutes is a very short amount of time. So, if SAUL cannot find that advantage in the first 4 minutes, this game is practically over.
Press right coming in from the side of SAUL Esports here. If they can actually manage to find that laning phase that Ken talked about, maybe they can find more of a hope in actually making it to meet up Buriram in that semifinals of our lower brackets here. But you know what? The viewers also want an AOV rematch between Buriram and also Team Flash. So that's going to be stakes at hand coming in for both of these teams. With the rosters locked up here, they will be soon going to the Gorge in just a bit of time.
Yeah, look, life rarely gives you what you want, it gives you what you need. So right now, does the game need a rematch between Flash and Buriram? Or do we need SAUL coming in against Buriram in the decider match?
And SAUL definitely needs your cheer right now to actually push them for that vote event, because in that pit itself, I see Team Flash votes. They are overpowering SAUL in this specific voting here. But this is game 1 between SAUL taking on Team Flash for that potential slot into that group stage here. We see a bit of a mid 2v2 with Julius going in for that initial invade against Kong.
I love this. This is exactly what you should do, right? As an Ogren, the first ball camp is actually one of the important markers you need to achieve. If you can get the steal there, that already gives you a slight advantage. But Julius...
Oh, he's going a bit too low here. Going in for an aggressive invade here. He does get the smite off on that initial wild boar camp here. They are not done yet. They want to go on in, but Kong has the smite. This is a bit of an over-aggression here coming in from the side of Team Flash. They do find a knock-up here. Buff going in from the hands of Kong. They are looking to chase. Spell 1, tag on towards Tofu here. Miriam already here. Flash Storm Strike, catching on towards Julius here. That's first blood. Going in for the side of SAUL Esports here. Miriam finding it. Doofy falls towards the soaring signal coming in from Rin. Tofu almost going down, but that's a hot start coming in for both of these squads.
Yes, it definitely is. This is a big moment for them, right? More importantly, I think for the side of Flash, Rin actually gets that kill for himself. So in the laning phase, he already has an advantage. Right now, it's getting even bigger. Now we switch sides over to the side of the Clash lane. Miriam actually got a return kill. He gets that 1v1, which is also beneficial for him. So in the side lanes, it's the complete opposite.
And most importantly, right, Julius is a jungle at top side. Yeah. That rotation towards mid, burn the flash, and Doofy with a very smart catch on towards the top side, punishing a flashless Fatih here.
So is the Clash lane laning phase over? I mean, he has one kill, and you know, Ye died once, so there is a lot of EXP and gold differential in the Clash lane.
It's definitely not looking too good, right? We talk about how the Fatih needs to scale into that mid to late game, but suffering from the early game right now with Julius on that Ogren and also Fatih with Ye, it's not going to look too good, but at the very least, yes, safe insurance on that channel is still up and going in that bottom lane here.
Well, at this point, it's not a Fatih, it's a Fa. So we'll see how that is going to change for the side of Team Flash. They have to build upon the advantage on the farm lane side instead, right? Rin now has that one kill advantage.
Well, we do see Miriam finding the Storm Strike on towards Julius here, forced to use the ultimate to find back some of the HP here. Knockup found on towards the backline SAUL Esports, but the damage coming in from Kong's Chicha is just too much. Yil has to limp away towards safety here. SAUL once again finding the win over the over-aggression of Team Flash.
We were talking about Doofy just now, right? Doofy was a little bit over-aggressive. Hang on,
1v1, Rin going solo, kill Tease. He still has the ultimate, finds the solo kill on towards the enemy marksman.
One kill means recovery.
Wait, he died to minions!
He died to the Lupine Trap. So the Lupine Trap, the soul of the wolves takes a life. So it's dead even once again. Maybe slightly an advantage to Rin since he got that kill. Recovers the gold.
I didn't know. I know Rin was a HOK player, but I didn't know he was a chess master.
Yeah.
Planning few steps ahead for that specific play here.
But this is exactly what they need. While they have a kill advantage on the side of SAUL, it's just a slight goal difference. Less than 1,000 at this point.
It's not looking too good, right? Yeah, yes, less than 1,000, but Julia's on an all when we talk about this pick with Holler back in the green room, where this pick, you need to win the early to mid game, and if you don't, it's just gonna be a punching bag, and he's going full damage here. It's not looking too good for Team Flash jungle.
I mean, yes, at this point, they have already committed, right? So I'm very sure they were confident we are going to win the laning phase, and you can't blame them. At the start, Rin actually had a pretty decent catch there, and with this, it allowed Julius to have the confidence to go for the Rapacious Bite build. But right now, look, the timing is too tight for the side of SAUL. Flash will get this.
And that was just an ultimate coming in from HOK to find the backline, immediately just chunking out both Kong and also Extreme, making sure that this is a free Tyrant going in from Team Flash, although they are on the losing side here. But for me personally, I like Team Flash composition, where I think that Team Flash has the mid to late game for them.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful one. So let's take a look at the replay here. This 1v1. Now, why would you go for it on the side of KWC or KLTZ? It looks a bit shaky, right? And Rin was like, okay, I will take out that one-on-one because I've already planned steps ahead, and here you go.
That was a funny one. But I agree, right? I think it's the damage calculation coming in from KLTZ that actually made it make sense, right? He calculated to the very brink of that specific damage, and then he found a solo kill here. But unfortunately, Rin was counting even further with that counter kill.
Yeah, and you are talking about that mid game, right? We're not really there yet, but Hilda is already doing well. Like, many pokes coming in from this Lorion pick, and so far he's been causing a bit of trouble.
Umbrella Alvarez catches on towards multiple members here. Tofu being singled out, but in the backline, Kong finds the Grandmaster Force and isolates Rin for that solo kill here. That's the latest encounter on towards Julius here. Julius forced to back off, and Miriam holding two members by himself. Overall, a good win coming from SAUL, isolating the farm laner.
It's a brand new team. Doofy, I think he might have to give his life here, but it doesn't really matter. Small sacrifice, right? Look at the benefits of what they've done. 5 to 3 kills, while the goal lead hasn't exactly been the biggest of differences. The result is a 3 T1 at the bottom. And who does it get taken by? KLTZ. He is recovered in gold.
And it was a 4v5 as well. And to further go into your question, we got a kill on towards Rin, the channel that we promised off the late game here. And if you make sure that channel doesn't get those 3 item power spikes by 10 to 11 minutes, he starts to be not so strong in actually taking down tanks like Doofy, like Miriam. Those are going to be big issues for Team Flash later on.
Okay, we were reading the comments yesterday about SAUL, and the support has been immense. Right now, they are proving to the fans that they are worth supporting. They should get more support as well. Because if you take a look at Kong, he has been playing fantastic this game. Now, Tofu, very scary position to be in. They're trying to gain ground across the gorge, but it looks like SAUL already knows what's going on.
Kong going in for the isolation on towards Yo here, does chunk him down. The fatal arrows finding the solo kill on towards the Team Flash Clash laner here once again. It's almost looking like the Kong show on the Chicha.
Exactly, and this is retail therapy because killing spree for the side of Kong. This is exactly what we talked about. If you give him the space, he will shine. And right now, T2 is on the menu on the right-hand side of the map. Now, it's looking like a potential trade for Rin, but Miriam, he does not want to allow that.
He's a tanky boy here, has the Pure Sky, has everything here. Hilda finds the knock-up here, but it's a Byron. You have to shield, you have to shielding. It's just a easy work for him to actually escape towards safety here. Kong tags on towards Julius here. Unbridled Outburst beautifully disengaging the 4 members coming in from SAUL Esports here. HOK finding Doofy, Tofu stampeding upwards here, but they back off. They will go towards safety here. There won't be any much of it aggression coming in for either of these teams.
What did he eat for breakfast today? I mean, SAUL completely different today. They have taken a T2. They were pulling Team Flash into unnecessary engagement. It's not even a fight. They did not look for the kills. It's really just a distraction play.
It is. Hey, oh, that's an Azenka skin coming in from the side of Extreme.
And that's one of my favorite skins, by the way. And one of my favorite heroes from AOV. Now, it was a library build. That's why I got the library build. But right now, Team Flash, they're going to get the second objective. No objectives, hang on.
Tofu has no flash. Kong once again goes towards the back line here. Uses Grandmaster's Force attack on towards Red. Red almost gets taken down. 1-for-1, but that flash was a bit sus coming in from the side of Rin in towards the back line here. Julius forcing out the flash coming in from Miriam here. At the very least, I take it, sacrificing a mid for a jungle with 4 kills. That's a big win coming in from Flash.
Oh, it definitely is. And you know what? Taking the life with a comeback, a rampage on the side of Kong as well. This is exactly what Team Flash needs to do. Now, cut your losses, gain back your advantage, stealing away all of the different camps on the blue side, from the side of SAUL. It's a small prize, right? But you take whatever you can get at this point because we're nearing the crux of the match, the 10-minute mark.
The 10-minute mark is always a special place where it's either you make it or you break it. That full blown out team fight between two teams on the Shadow Tyrant that gives you more damage, more wave clear, more movement speed. That is exactly how things will shape around this because yes, 7-4, but goalie is still dead even for those teams.
Yep, exactly. I think there's nothing really separating the two teams at this point financially. And in terms of team fight, I'm feeling like SAUL.
Julius 1v1 against Kong here. We do see Grandmaster's Force doing a lot of damage here, but that true damage just takes him down before the Shadow Tyrant spawn.
Yeah, Kong is just, once again, different today. Julius is still making the same mistakes he did yesterday. And SAUL, they're capitalizing on this. They are inviting Julius to fight.
The lucky part, at the very least, the death timer coming in for Julius, he can still make it back for the 10-minute Shadow objectives here. So that's not the worst, but 0-3 on an Ogren full damage, you're not feeling too good about that.
Well, not just the KDA difference, there is a 1,000 goalie going in the side of Kong.
Rin using the soaring signals here, finding Kong in towards the top side here. Does find a bit of a damage here before the objective here. We do see both teams hovering towards the Shadow Overlord.
Okay, I'm just curious. Does Team Flash want to fight here, or do they want to try and sneak?
Hey, Miriam find a bit of a poke, but still very safe here in towards the mid lane here. KLTZ forced to use infinite vastness here, so this control entirely goes over to the side of Team Flash for the first objective. Kong has no ultimate.
Oh, no.
KLTZ has no health and no ultimate as well. I think this is a good rotation here, but yo, towards the back line, getting isolated once again by Kong. Fatal Arrow finds its mark in towards the back line here. Killed so critically low, gets taken down by the flowing sight in towards the back line here. You get the Shadow Overlord. I'll take your teammates here with a 2-0 trade plus the Shadow Tyrant.
And we don't even know the repercussions of that decision just yet, right? Yes, they lost a couple of members, Huduk as well as Ye, in that skirmish right in the mid lane. But right now, SAUL has also secured the Shadow Tyrant. So they have extra damage, they are able to wave clear a little bit better. Team Flash, they get map advantage. But right now, they can't even withstand the attacking prowess on the side of SAUL.
I think it was okay when they forced out the ultimate coming in from Kong and some of the HP bars, and Ye also got a good catch on towards KLTZ, but when it came down to the team fight later on that they actually lost after taking the Shadow Overlord, that was not looking too good for the side of Team Flash.
Yep, I mean, we wanted to take a look at how this fight would turn out. It was a nice bit of control coming in from Huduk to make sure that Kong wasn't comfortable in that fight. But Kong already has lifesteal, it doesn't matter. And once a snipe comes in...
Oh, Rin gets taken down once again by Kong, and Kong is not over yet. It's the Kong show. He finds both of the carries coming in from Team Flash, and it's not over yet. Blood Rage prop, triple kill coming in from the SAUL jungler here. He is looking for blood with an 81% DPS in that team fight.
It's not enough. And yeah, at this point, yeah, he's left alone. Huduk is going to come out, but I don't think it's enough.
He's going in again. He's going for the unofficial pentakill here, but they are all running away. Yeah, pop the Pure Sky. Raging Sea tags on towards him. Yeah, you're still going in. You're a mad man, Doofy. Charges away. He's safe.
I mean, Doofy, this is a complete turn. He was not playing like that yesterday. The review, the training, and you know the calmness that he has today is just on a different tier. And Team Flash, this is not what they wanted, but this is what they're getting. It's a 3,000 goalie going to the side of SAUL. You know, when you're put in the corner, survival instincts kick in. And SAUL, they have the better ones.
And that 3,000 goalie you talked about, most of it is going into the pockets of Kong. But there is still a winning chance for Team Flash coming in from AOG, but look at that damage here, kid, on towards Kong.
6 figures. I mean, we want that bank account for a start, right? This guy has it in the damage department already, and the map is not looking any better as well. Team Flash gonna proceed to lose another tier 2, this time on the top side of the map. So now your sides are completely dark, and SAUL, they see the advantage here.
They are smelling blood in this game, number 1. They want to take down Team Flash and find the first official win for Kings Arise India in the tournament stage. A knockup coming in on towards Kong. Kong gets tagged by the multiple levels of CC here. Pops the blood rage, but gets executed by Julius Sear Stake here. That was a beautiful engage coming in from Team Flash, and it's not over yet. Stampede coming in from Tofu following the frigid charge, but there will be no more follow-up here. The next objective will be the Shadow Overlord coming in for 20 seconds.
Okay, exactly what they needed to do, right? So get rid of Kong. That is the answer here, right? As long as Kong is taken out, Team Flash has a chance to turn this whole game on its head and take away whatever benefits that SAUL has acquired for themselves in the first 14 minutes of the game. If we take a look at the goal difference, this is not supposed to happen. 13,000 in the bank for the side of Kong, but once again, they will give it a try.
Yeah, Julius coming in with the Sear Stake here, tagging on towards Doofy here, but it's still a 4v5. Positional advantage for the side of Team Flash. Kong freshly out of base for the Shadow Overlord take.
Okay, it's not looking good. Yo, manages to find.
Forces his flowing side, but Yo is going dangerously low. K-Duck plays the first kill on towards Extreme. Kill TZ, no flash, no ultimate. Gets taken down. Beautiful knockup to stop Kong in his tracks. There will be the Unbridled Outburst. He's still escaping here. Tagging on towards Sue. Julius goes in. Doofy executed for his mistakes. Kong has no ultimate, but Chicha has no ultimate. You have no damage against a semi-tank Ogren.
Okay, this is all about deterrence. They don't have to fight, but they have to stop them from taking the neutral objectives. Team Flash, they're in a much better position than they were just now. And right now, Kong, the cooldown is here. Blood Rage is available. He can go for it, but he needs to get the stacks of his passive available first. And it feels like, okay, Miriam, he has seen this aggression. They need to start, and it looks like they want Julius.
Grandmaster Force attacking on towards Kong, but Kong gets knocked up by the Lorien ultimate, unable to even pop the Blood Rage, and he gets executed here. Miriam, he has no flash, no pure sky, goes over the wall, half up passing, sends him into the passing realm. That's 2 down for the side of SAUL. Objectives galore. Open up for Team Flash.
The recovery is in a flash. Look at the goal difference right now. There is nothing that stands in between the two teams. And this chase now, they were looking for a completely different person. They wanted to go for Hilduck here. But if you take a look, the way that they split the fight, Team Flash, so smart. They burned out every single option available for the Lung. Kilteezy had nothing to offer. Kong still had cooldown timers on his Blood Rage. They couldn't afford the risk. And for the entire game, for whatever prowess that Doofy had, it seems to be missing at this point of the game. This is a critical time. You can't do that.
It's a sinking ship, right? We talk about how Kong needs to be the consistent stepping stone for SAUL, and now he's suffering with mistakes after mistakes in crucial moments here, and this has been punishing for the side of SAUL. Now, with the double objectives secured by Team Flash, the script is entirely turned over for a AOG win.
So SAUL, with the advantage, they couldn't find an opening with the tier 3s. Team Flash, though, I feel like they're a little bit more clinical, and we might see surgery being performed at this point.
Yeah, waves are coming in from all 3 lanes. Yeah. Finding a bit of a poke. 3-man knockup onto his Hilduck here and into the Unbridled Outburst. But the mission has been accomplished here. Mid-tower taken down. But those are 2 critical ultimates used coming in from Team Flash.
And they're right in the heart of the base. Right now, it's looking a bit bad.
Doofy charges in. Destructive Deluge catches on multiple targets here. We do see multiple knockups here. Kilteezy forces you to Infinite Vast. Chase towards the back like your Kong. Kilteezy tagging in. But Kong gets taken down with a safe Sanctuary here. But the base gets taken down by with that backdoor, with the help of that Shadow Overlord to take game 1.
What a comeback from this side of Team Flash. Exactly what we asked for. Like we said, we don't give you what you want. We give you what you need, and we needed that excitement.
And excitement is entirely trilling in my body right now. How many backdoor wins did we had in the last 2 days? This is the third one so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult one to really take in your stride for the side of SAUL. Because if you take a look at the start of the game, they were doing so well. They managed to fight back, find an advantage in the laning phase, put Flash on their butt for at least 10 minutes of the game. And all of a sudden, when it mattered the most, they lost steam.
Oh my, it's really heart-crushing if you are on the side of SAUL Esports here. Kong, Doofy had an amazing game from the early to mid game, setting up picks, setting up the goal lead for the side of Team Flash. But pressure becomes a problem for the side of Kong in this case.
No, the problem in here is that you don't know how to finish a game.
Yeah.
That is the issue. Like, the problem in here, let's just be very direct on what needs to be improved. We need to be able just to be decisive in the right moments. It comes to minute 13. They're almost 5,000 gold advantage. Right over there, we have a Chicha that has already 9 kills in that moment. A huge opportunity for the slam dunk, and then they just miss it. You cannot just build the advantage and not be able just to capitalize out of that.
I think they made a mistake of trying to go for the exact same target, which sounds a bit ironic, right?
Okay.
Q-Duck was the cause of their downfall, not because he made those big amazing plays, but because he was always visible in the team fights, and it felt like SAUL were baited into the wrong position where they just threw away all of the hard work they did. Up until, 16 minutes of the game, everything down the drain.
It's like tunnel vision, right?
Yeah.
Where we keep seeing, the signs of Kong finding such good plays in towards the backline. But the problem is, if you keep deep diving here, and then you don't find the actual pickoff, and you waste your ultimate, which is the forage coming in from Chicha, you can't play the following team fights against consistent DPS from the Fatih, from Hayduk on that Lauren, and also, most importantly, like we talk about, Rin on that channel.
I feel like there's one more issue we need to talk about. I feel like Extreme needed to be the sacrificial lamb. There's no need to protect this Lady Chen. Let her give her life for the cause, right? I feel like Miriam should have been in the other segments of the fight. You needed a CC to stop this party from getting a lifesteal. You needed a CC to get Hyuduck away from getting those big ultimates that really costed SAUL the fights. And at the same time, Doofy, he was doing so well. I was so proud of this boy. For a majority of the game, he had so many big ultimates.
This was the biggest outplay of this entire series here. Hayduk hiding the ball at the backside here, sending in with the countdown of the ultimate, and then tagging along with Tofu's ultimate. That was just beautiful. And in towards these team fights here, once Chicha loses the ultimate in these CC levels, you're useless. Look at this. 0 damage that's sufficient to actually take down tanks.
Yeah, it is. And to me, it's just a difference of target trials, right? Team Flash, the experience from the many years of AOV is showing in this game number 1. Now, when we go into game number 2, the biggest question we have to ask ourselves on the side of SAUL is, okay, you tripped, you fell, how fast can you recover? Can you stand back up now?
All right, so let's just imagine this. Let's just imagine the beginning of the game, how everything was working really well for SAUL, right? Like Trichau comes in, got here on the 6th minute already at 3-0-1.
Killing spree.
Compared to the jungler in front of them, just 0-2 in an Ogrand.
Yeah.
So you're already on the Ogrand on the back hill. They need to start thinking about how are we going to really turn these little advantages into turrets, into high ground entrances. But well, ladies and gentlemen, right now Team Flash has an advantage over SAUL Esports. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in game number 2. Let's go to a short break, and as we come back, this is going to be game 2 of today's match 1.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KWC, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back. This is the Honor of Kings KWC 2026 Day 2 of the play-ins. In our match 1, game 1, Team Flash turned things around and they just took what S8UL already had in the pocket and they just picked it and they just ran away with the victory. I'm really sorry to say this, but my mom just sent me a message saying that I'm just being very harsh on S8UL, so sorry mom about that. But you gotta understand something. We need to teach the people in here. Everyone at home is watching this just to come and learn. So I've asked Sagi and Kin just to help us understand when you have an opportunity, when you have already an advantage, how do you finish the game? Because that seems to be the right thing for us to put right over there as a piece of information.
Wait, before you start the actual lesson, I always put a disclaimer. So I don't see myself as a teacher, I see myself more of a guide. So don't take my word for it because I'm gonna give you some funny stuff. But you wanna learn from teacher Sagi? Go ahead. This guy, facts. Go.
Okay guys, I don't know if you can see my little tablet over here, but... Okay, we're on players first, but... Tyrant, Overlord, Minion Waves, Tree Waves, Endgame GG.
That's it?
Just learn that, you'll win the game.
Alright, and then?
And then we talk about team fight formations, right?
Yes.
So if you're looking to be aggressive, your tanks should be in front so that you're able to push the defense back a little bit. You don't have to engage in a team fight. What you're looking for is deterrence. You don't start the fight because we have a wall in front of us, right? And if you overcommit, our backline is going to start firing at you. This is where the Loom comes to play. This is where Kong on that Chicha comes to play. We need the shield first to tank the damage, soak the skills, and then if you make a mistake, the doors will be wide open, your turrets are going to be, free food for us, and the crystal is going to be pillaged.
So if we shine a light on what Team Flash did correctly to turn things around in here, what did they do that just was able to turn the tables around?
Like, we talk about objective gameplay, right? Yes, there's a lot of takedowns coming in from the side of SAUL, especially on towards Kong, but the problem is, you're not doing it to convert into objective takes.
Yes, and one of the things that really matters the most is it's not just about the kills. KDA is important to a certain extent, but what you do after you get it, you get the numbers advantage. That is what matters more. And right off the bat, we're gonna see what is going to come into play in this BP? Same bans as game number 1. No Florentino, no Pay, no Haya, no Mai. And this time, S8UL, you know for a fact they want to get first pick. They will go on the blue side, and they are looking at the Flowborn Marksman.
I like it, right? Considering the fact that Flowborn Marksman, the only strong counter against this pick is the channel that has been used by Rin in the previous game. So that's going to be a proper pickup for S8UL if they want to play the mid to late game insurance that we talked about.
Okay, so if you were on the side, well, okay, too late for the question, I was too slow. It is going to be the Dolia and Lung combination. Now, the big question is, now as we try to conclude the first half of the picks, when we go to the bans, as S8UL, do you ban the Yangjin?
Ooh, I think if they do ban the Yangjin, there's also things like the Luna to counter where the Yangjin Dolia, amazing, double ultimate here, but that's the flaw of this specific combination. There's no crowd control.
Okay, that's a big one. And also, let me just throw another spanner in the works here. There is a potential you can play Yuan in the mid as well.
Oh, that's
she works
good.
Great synergy with the Dolia. Now, for those of you that are new to Dolia, Dolia has something that we love to call as a refresh.
Yes, sir.
And it refreshes any skill you want, but a prior given to number 1, either the person you linked to or the longest cooldown skill available.
That's correct, right? Especially when you are pairing with a Yangjin here, the Twilight, that you can just use a double ultimate to actually battle in these team fights here. So this is going to be a very interesting pickup here. If you are Coach Bear, you must ban a Luna as your last pick because you won't have enough crowd control coming from mid or your Clash lane to potentially lock down that Luna that Kong might be able to pilot.
Oh, there we go. Straight away, the Luna is banned away. That's one of the potential answers. And you know what? Nerza is also another big answer available for the side of S8UL. But I wonder if that's the correct choice because right now they need a little bit more CC. Zhangfei's ultimate, Dumb Bridal Albus, once every when your bar is full, right? Which is pretty hard to get if you're not going to be engaging.
But we did see last game the exact same mid-roam setup coming in from Heiduk and also Tofu. There were very beautiful moments where the Destructive Orb comes in, sets up the big play on towards the side of Extreme, and then the fatal one was Kong. Pinch by the ball, gets caught out by the Unbridled Outburst coming from Zhangfei, and then he's just gone.
And one to add on to your point, one of the reasons why that pick was so successful for the Lorian was because he was allowed to poke, right? A lot of the heroes that were picked up by the side of S8UL are typically mid to close range heroes, which means you have to be in range to get the punch, but you're also in range to get hit back. But this time, Team Flash, I like this, so smart. They don't even have to engage. Garuda from far, even with the auto attacks, it has a piercing effect, by the way. It goes through targets and hits the targets behind.
And I love the Garuda pick, right? Considering the fact that you can actually outrange the Lorian and also the Floorball Marksman here. We do see the final pickup here coming in from the side of the Clash and Jungle being the Nerza and also the Xiangyu here. We did see how Miriam played the Xiangyu in day 1. Wasn't the greatest here, so this is a redemption arc. And finally, for the red side, Guan Yu, no CC in sight.
My biggest question now is, okay, even though there is not much CC on the side of Team Flash, for the side of S8UL, if they are under farm, you have no damage. Yes, you are very tanky. Yes, you are very survivable. Yes, you have anti-heal capabilities against the likes of Team Flash. But can you even fight?
And I'm really worried in another part where, look at S8UL, right? You have fantastic picks. Mid to late game, done, set, deal. The Guan Yu, who's going to mark him? You have no crowd control. Your only crowd control is Zhangfei and Xiangyu spell 1. And if those spells don't land on towards the Guan Yu, your backline in the form of the Lorian, in the form of the Floorborn Marksman, they will not have fun at all.
One-time chance, right? That's it. I mean, if you really want to segregate the skills, use them one by one, you have 2 chances. But in the 2 chances, you really want to use it onto Ye? I don't think so. You want to get rid of Rin. You want to get rid of Julius first.
Exactly the case, right? And we are hopping right in towards the gorge between Game 2. S8UL currently 0-1 down. Extreme.
Yeah, getting quite a couple of nice hits in, right? So S8UL, this laning phase, is this what's supposed to happen?
I think so, yeah, because considering the fact that we had a discussion, yes, Extreme on the Lorian, amazing damage, amazing crowd control, but vulnerable to ganks, vulnerable to flanks, and also longer range, and he doesn't really have wave clear.
So this is what we mean by little details matter, right? That first catch and push by Ye already damaged Extreme down to a significant lower piece of health. And that means they actually get to be a little bit more aggressive with the help of Julius and Hilda coming into the lane. So that initial clear means they have the faster rotation, they have the quicker pressure.
And we can already see like Hilda in towards the top side here, just helping you get so much of these farms in hand and then getting this space bright for a better rotation later on.
Yeah, Primal Portal is so important, especially for both teams, right? This increases your rotational speed. You get free EXP, free gold as well, and you also have the chance to let your team know, hey, we have the Clash on lockdown. He's going to take some time to clear the waves. Let's see what kind of play we want to make in that time.
Yeah, and especially every time that minion waves are available in like a mid-segment or the side segments of the game, you start to see 3v3s, rotations, and these rotations will show vision on the map, which is information for your side laners on both sides.
It is. And information is the name of the game. Regardless of what genre you play, knowing more than your opponents is always going to be prior. It's going to be beneficial to you as well. It looks like KWC will see Tofu coming in. It's not going to be a good start. Quite a bit of damage by KWC. It's a 4-on-1. He does not have an escape. He's not 4.
That's just 4 different angles here, and a poor KLTZ here. He didn't even find an angle to use his double spell to in towards a flash. Poor boy, that's just a sad way to die.
Yeah, but the most painful part is not just about giving away the first blood, right? In most cases, you might be looking for a return. If you're on the side of SAUL, you're kind of figuring, okay, look, someone's getting ganked. Can we find a response? Can we gank someone else? But Ye was away from danger in that point, and the rotations have started becoming quick for Team Flash.
It's a little horsey, right, on the side of Guan Yu, and we talk about, yeah, you have no crowd control, so how do you break the charge bar? Because that's the Guan Yu's main mobility spell on his passive. Can't break it, he's just like ankle breaking you with his bike.
Yep, and Soaring Green Dragon, second skill, that is a free cleanse as well. So if it was difficult before, this might seem a little impossible at times.
And the goalie, man, can look at this. Only 1 kill for our Team Flash, and they're already pulling 1,000. Yes, you need a lot of gold coming in from SAUL, but if you're in a defensive position here, we look towards these picks, very mid to late game, and if you're unable to really safely scale to those item breakpoints, you will see moments like this.
Yeah, I mean, the refresh comes in for Julius. On the backline, though, they want to go on to Duck, but it looks like he's perfectly fine. Now, Julius, though, might not be in the same situation, but this is curious. Doofy's a bit low. I don't think they want to over-aggress for just a roam life here.
But for our Team Flash, it's a very good trade, right? Doofy, Norm Bridal Outburst, extremely long cooldown on that Lorien ultimate. I think early game is about like, what, 40 to 50 seconds if you do hit it. So critical cooldowns unavailable, and you see the initial rotation coming in from Ye without clearing the way. So that could be a potential breakpoint for SAUL to capitalize on that top turret.
It is, but it's all about the timing here. Team Flash says, you know what? We'll give you the free damage. You won't be able to take the turret just yet. We want the Tyrant first, and we can punish you even more. But SAUL, I like the response. Immediate trade with the Overlord as well.
Very smart, right? You can see the map has been segregated into 2 different sides. Red side, Team Flash on towards the bottom side, and you see blue side, SAUL covering the top side here. This is what we call half-map movement coming in from both teams. Yo, from the back line.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking good. They wanted to get him there, and it is Extreme. He tries his best, but still taken down. Duck here with a big kill for the team. Team Flash, 2 kills. Clean slate so far.
And this is going to be a very big issue for Team Flash. No crowd control, no wave clear. Rin gets tagged on.
Yep, that's a huge jump. I don't think they will be able to get him. He does have the infinite vastness. Takes his first flight as a dragon. Tofu also has the refresh available if needed.
And you can start to see that, yes, you commit 4 people in towards the bottom side. There's still the wave, but take a look at the top side here. Minion waves, 200 gold. Sacrifice into the turret here with no one picking it up. And you can start to see rotations coming in from the side of SAUL towards this bottom side that's being matched by Team Flash to remove any potential of the turret take.
Yeah, they don't even get it. The calls are being called. They want to go for the fight instead. Frozen for the side. Flash from Duck as well. Everything expended. No lives taken. But the biggest deficit, they haven't taken the T1.
It's good engage, but like we said, your composition is mid to late game here, even if you find a perfect one.
Yeah, Miriam getting pushed back. Does he have his ultimate? No, he does not. Has to use a flash. They've already done the damage. No more common spell. Oh, that's a big bait. Extreme though. That's a nice knockup. Here we go. What is going to happen? They're they're going to try and take the life of Ye. But in exchange, they take Kong down as well. Your jungler, the tanks, they're gone. Miriam is too low to do anything at this point. And Team Flash, they just win over and over again. Better trades.
That's the problem. Kong went in towards the backline, and if no one tags the healing reduction,
oh my goodness! It's Tofu! Dolia gets a kill as well! And with that, the T1 takes a fall. Team Flash, they've gotten a lot stronger here.
They are on fire right now, Kid Tofu. Getting the Celestial Melody on towards Julius here. We were talking about like how Isaac mentioned here. Julius didn't have the best of the best games, but right now he's 2-0-2, highest goal, highest net worth in the game, and he is having an amazing game on this Yang Jian pick here. Start the fight. We see the nerds are charging on towards here, but yes, no healing reduction tag on towards the Yang Jian here, having free damage galore on towards the side here, and then you see the Wings of Judgment poking down Miriam and then executed by the Hound with a bit of a damage coming in from Tofu for that clean wipe and that mid tower.
Okay, that is not a kill steal, it's a kill secure.
Yes.
Right? As a Rome, as a Dolia, I secure the kills for my team a lot of the times. It's all about teamwork here. And I'm not joking.
But I'm still against the idea of you going to execute, my buddy.
Yo, I want safety, I want guarantee here. That's what I'm doing. So, Dolia execute, Dolia smite. Okay, I'm joking, don't do that. But, you know, if you want to have fun. And right now, fun it is. It is going to be jumping around for the side of Kong. He's trying to get rid of Flash. Does have it, but what about the lives of the other members? What a catch from the side of Ye. One more attempt of defense coming in. They're going to force out the Unbridled Outfits. Doofy still does have the redemption, but for all the exchanges they've had, Team Flash walks away as the winner still.
Crazy play from both the junglers, right? You can see Kong 1v3ing the backline, and Julius just holding 4-man down by his own self. So the junglers play a very big part, like we mentioned just now in the pre-game discussion here. Who are our key matchups? Kong, currently on that Nutza, and Julius currently on that Yang Jian. But the jungle is just free flow buffet for the side of Team Flash, especially SAUL. There's just no answers.
It's a very difficult position to be in, right? Because on side of SAUL, the moment you burn the big ultimates, there's no more refresh, right? You want to make the trouble a little bit more difficult for the side of Team Flash, but you don't have the cooldowns to do it. You want to play, you know, with the cooldown timers on the side of Team Flash, but because they're trailing, it's not looking too good. And with the damage coming in, look at this. Julius, he jumps in again. Doofy, he is gone! Killing spree for the side of Julius. And this means Team Flash, another turret in the bag. T2 in the mid gone. And maybe Kong might be called out once again. He's looking for it. You can try to fly. You can take to the skies, but we will have your life. 4-on-1. Right now, Kong jumps away. And even though he makes it out with his life, the pain is still there. A tyrant in the hands of Team Flash.
It's a very, very slow choke on towards SAUL, unable to get any single objectives here. Mid-tier 2 already down, and the next upcoming fight will be really, really crucial here. The Shadow Tyrant or Shadow Overlord, if SAUL can stall the game, manage to trade off the specific objective, then maybe they can stall until KLTZ and Extreme's item power spike later on.
It's going to be a bit difficult, right? Because if we take a look at Julius, did he have a lot of damage just now? Not really, but right at this point of the game, he just got the Dragon Rage. That's going to amplify the damage you deal towards your opponents based on your health pools. And Julius already has close to, I think, almost 10,000 hit points at this point, and here comes Ye. They want to get Extreme. Maybe just push them away at this point, because 20 seconds more, we have the enhanced version, the shadow variant of our neutral objectives.
There's a bit of tip and tap, right? Just forcing out the play, but go on. Yang Jian goes in, gets CC locked. What are you doing, Julius? It's 10 minutes. That's a big troll coming in from Team Flash Jungle.
Yeah, the greed is real for this one, and the punishment comes through. SAUL, maybe this is the chance to find something across the gorge. Shadow Tyrant, maybe? I don't know. 16 seconds is not a lot of time for them to work with. SAUL, the members are already flying over. But with the Wings of Judgment, they're poking them down. Miriam tries to push them away, but there's too much damage. As we look at that fight, it's going to be split. Doofy falling low, catches 2 with the Unbridled Albus. They go in! What a knock up there! Can they get the finishing blow? Tofu is the first one to fall, but it's just a Dolia, just a support. They need more from the side of Flash. And SAUL, this might be a huge risk. They've already burnt most of their ultimates here.
The damage is done and the health bars are blinking low. Julius goes in.
Kong, he's so low. They got Extreme as well. This is a disaster for the side of SAUL. Team Flash, they have made it back in time. They want to take the Tyrant at this point. This is a Shadow Tyrant, but Rin, Julius, and Huda, they're all low as well. Maybe they can steal this away. Kong does have the smite. They're pushing them away. Hang on, reset. This is a different fight right now. The freeze comes through, and here comes the pain. Yuduk with the wings of judgment. He wants to push Kaltizi away. Successful in doing so, and it is Ye all alone, 1v4.
Skyfall comes in, tags on towards Ye. Ye will slowly burn down. That's gonna be a kill going over here, and Kong is still indestructible in towards the backline here, Kin.
Yup, and here comes the cavalry. Julius is arriving from the side as well. Unable to find the target. Kong actually uses the universal ring to find his targets. They know the position of Team Flash right now. It is a 4v5, but Kong is so low. It might as well be a 4v4 at this point of time. The reset comes in. Oh, hang on, this might be a mistake. They have gotten it, and Julius, he needs to win this smite 50-50, but he's getting pushed back. Hang on! Oh no! Oh, Kaltizi, he gets the first life. Tofu falls once again. SAUL, they found an opening. If Julius falls here, that's going to be disaster for Flash, but they won't be able to do so. And SAUL, they're going to be happy with the prize, a T1 in the mid for now.
Minimal take, at the very least, Team Flash secures that Shadow Tyrant here, but that fight went on for almost 3 minutes in that Tyrant pit just now, Kin.
I mean, okay, I talk a lot in class, so this is fine, but Extreme is falling a lot, really low at this point. Ye wants to get some value at this point from their charge, but unable to find any. Flash, they have 50 seconds of this Primal Bond, but also means 50 seconds of the Tyrant buff. What can they do?
They can do aggressive plays. Remove that final tier 3 in towards the top side. Play jungle control. You can see Team Flash won over the votes coming in from our pit over in towards the top side here. Julius tagging in for that 1v1. Getting that wave in control. 30 seconds right now. We will see one more final push before we have another Shadow Overlord hustle between the two teams.
The fans are really dictating the pacing of this game, right? All the Team Flash fans have voted. This pit is owned by Team Flash. And right now, the game is also owned by Team Flash. All they have to do is just slowly poke them out. Huda opens up the Wings of Judgment. They want to get the poke damage in. This is actually before the real fight begins, but Julius says, no, I want it to end now. They want to force out the big important skills from the side of SAUL. If you're not going to oblige, I'm going to take your turrets. T2 taken down. It is just the tier 3s left. SAUL maybe on their last legs.
Patiently played coming in for the side of Team Flash, pushing the final tier 2. Going for the Shadow Overlord here. Take a look at the position coming in from Ye here. It's a very deep flanking angle, but has been popped up by the Ring of Fire to find the specific position here. But take a look at the position here. They're coming for Kong.
They have found him. This spawn one. He does not have the defenses for this. Everyone on him. You can run. You can hide. But Kong, you will not survive. And Team Flash, they find the target, even though they were not looking for him. And here's the kicker. It's Tofu that gets the kill.
It's fine. Taking down the enemy jungle for the next 30 seconds here without burning your crucial spells. This means Ye can find a potential flank when all 3 minion waves crash simultaneously in towards the high ground here. You need to defend Seoul Esports. This is 15 seconds on the line.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow push. They want to push them away from the T3s. It's all about pushing away. It's not about the fight. Rin managed to get the T3 in the mid. That's a nice position to be in for the side of Team Flash. It doesn't matter if they lose lives here. It's about taking the T3s. One done. Second done. Third one all the way at the bottom. SAUL, they haven't found a response. Julius, he wants to go in. The backline is exposed, and Julius might have to give his life, but they don't mind. Doofy gets a kill, that's fine. Team Flash, they've already done the damage with the Wings of Judgment. Huduck as well pushes them back. And Team Flash, the job is done.
But it reminds me what Nora mentioned yesterday on the broadcast, where the Yangjin scales off in towards the late game here, similar to Ogren, where early to mid game, you're like a battle lord, a warlord looking for blood, hungry in damage. But in the late game, you start to be less tanky and less efficient in these team fights, as you can see. Kaltizi, item power spikes, easy enough, double ultimate chunking down that Yangjin here. And without the Yangjin here, this Shadow Tyrant should be going in freely in towards the hands of SAUL.
I mean, it should be the case. That should be the case for the side of SAUL. They find the Tyrant. They're going in on the backline. Hyuduk falling low. Does not take a fall, but Kong is the one being caught out. Somehow, Ye has found an angle. They want to get the first life on the side of SAUL. They will get it. Maybe this is the one that breaks the entire roster of SAUL. And it is Team Flash. My goodness, they are so strong.
Both teams are so aggressive at it. Every single chance that they find in the numbers advantage, they will always go for the fight. But unfortunately, without consistent DPS coming in from KLTZ, you just can't finish up the backline.
This is why it's not just about the goalie. This is not just about getting the buffs. Your position is so important. What skills you throw, who goes in first, who goes in last, all of this comes into play. And this all happens in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and the seconds are counting down for SAUL Esports here. Julius goes in, puts a bit of poke damage, but those arrow storms, man, look at that damage coming in from KLTZ.
It's pain, but it's the T3s they're looking for. The life hit points, they will come back, they can be healed. And here we go, they might want to jump in at this point. From the backlines, Hyuduk is the target. If they can get the kills here, it would be a big advantage, but Doofy unable to help out. Kong is left alone on the backlines. It's a trade. Jungler for a Clash laner. All they have to do now is to back off and play safe. With the deterrence play by the side of Hyuduk as well. Team Flash, they just have the answers.
That was such a heroic play coming in from Ye. He was like, oh no, that is a perfect flank coming in from the Nuta. He sacrificed himself. He pushed everyone away from that play itself.
Doofy, no, you can't do that. You don't have your ultimate. Miriam as well. He's falling low. They're pushing back. Here comes Hyuduk with more pain. The Wings of Judgment, the feathers, they are made of steel. And it's gonna be of heartbreak because Team Flash, they have started working on the Shadow Overlord. And this might be the last one needed.
3 minion waves with mega minions. No more high ground turrets here. The Overlord will be an epic finisher for Team Flash in advancing for their AOV rematch with Buriram United Esports here. But the game is not done. SAUL, they are still in it to for a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Team Flash, right now, you can see it on their calendar. This is a date with Destiny, and SAUL is in the way.
Goal lead is practically 50-50 as of this point here. Good Ring of Fire here. Pops Julius having an nerf form on the Yang, but waves are marching through from 3 lanes. Take a look at Miriam's position here. He's looking for Ye.
Yeah, they want to get this Xiangyu. Unable to find him. Miriam will get frozen with the frigid charge as well. Singular target for now. This is not the biggest play just yet. They want the backline. This is a distraction. They do get the rampage with the life of Miriam, and the base is exposed. One more round. This is where the Shadow Overlord comes in.
How do they hold for the next 35 seconds? Because this is a 4v5 angle with a big dragon going in.
Julius jumps in. This is a big moment. Big stuns. Ye is on the backline. They want to get the damage in. KLTZ gets the life of Ye. But your turret, that is the big one. Right now, the save comes in from Doofy. Hang on. There is enough damage. Doofy will give his life for the cause. But they just need to hit the crystal. And they will do it. Team Flash finds their date with Buriram later. And SAUL, this was a great lesson, but it's a painful one.
Keys are crushed. Hearts are crushed, and we bid goodbye to SAUL Esports from our KWC 2026 play-ins here. And Team Flash, they fight for survival, and they advance further to face Buriram for their final slot.
Team Flash right now, with the soul of sportsmanship, are gonna go and say goodbye to SAUL Esports. The boys coming in all the way from the Kings Arise, India, second place. This is gonna be the end of the road for them in this KWC 2026. We're very happy to have had them here. It was amazing to that. But at this moment, let us congratulate the winners. Team Flash is gonna move forward into the final of the lower bracket.
I mean, Kin, that final finisher still got me very excited. My adrenaline was popping. Like, the moment was 3 Overlords marching in towards the enemy base, and then he was like infinite vases up. It's like, do I want to go in? Do I want to take the risk? Yes!
Yeah, I mean that was the moment, right? And Team Flash, this is a lesson you must learn from them. They know how to close games. That's the most important part.
Okay.
But out of this entire experience in our best of 3, the most important part I feel for both teams is they must be proud because both teams have improved. This game, what is the game changer here? I feel like it's Hyoduk.
I feel like it's Hyoduk too.
Garuda.
Initially, we were talking about like Julius and also Tofu for that double ash. Oh, we have a Team Flash jersey over there. Bro, can I borrow that? Can I borrow that? Wait.
Oh my gosh. Ladies
okay,
and gentlemen, I know
to
that
you.
you cannot see
I will
it
show you
right
on the
now,
screen.
but the fans for Team Flash are just going crazy around on the stage. They're really happy about what's going on. This is actually nice. We love to see
have the
people
Team
just
Flash
enjoying. Look at
jersey
that.
here.
The drip.
Team Flash coming in from AOG Vietnam, and they are marching it through to face Buriram in that lower bracket finals. Yeah, congratulations, Team Flash. Good luck in the next one, man.
Yeah.
My guy.
So this one is
guy.
a big experience because they get
Thank you.
that rematch. And this is what they've been looking for since yesterday, right? And to finally get that, how satisfying is that?
I am very happy to see that Team Flash and S8UL Esports were actually so good and so commended into just providing us a good match, right? Like that was the main idea. These 2 games were so entertaining.
Yeah.
It's not just entertaining, but it's intense. Back and forth team fight. You remember, Ken, you almost passed out because you were losing your breath. 10 minutes to 13 minutes, they were just fight. Tofu's out, fight again.
Yes.
Kong has no HP, back to the fountain, we fly in again.
Do you know why I survived? Because Tofu and Golia got so many kills as a roam. Like, that was insane. Okay, but the jokes, of course, we will leave that for later. I want to see what else we have to offer for the rest of the day.
I actually really like the fact that these games had a lot of kills. They had a lot of fights. It was really interesting for us to be able just to be entertained by that. So what about if we just move right now on stage? Mara is ready to show us a little bit, to share with us the thoughts of the players with the interviews.
And here we are with Julius. Congratulations from Team Flash. That was a great fight, great 2-0. But we also noticed that you guys were so disciplined and so patient, especially in game 1, where you guys were behind in gold, in towers, and kills. But you were able to wait for that right moment. Is patience and trusting the late game composition part of your team's identity? How did you stay so patient with that?
Hiện tại bây giờ là ở cái trận hồi nãy á, mình đã thua về cả tiền, cả trụ và cả mạng hạ gục. Nhưng mà tôi thấy là cái đội của mình rất là kiên nhẫn, mình chờ để nắm bắt cơ hội đúng lúc để mình có thể lật kèo. Thì cái đó có phải là cái xu hướng của mình thường hay đi hay không, hay là cái tư duy của mình như thế nào để mình có thể lật kèo lại được cái trận đấu vừa rồi?
Tự win á, chứ em chả biết á, đánh một hồi tự win luôn.
We actually don't know what just happened, but we just believe in it and then we won.
Oh, well, congratulations. Now, yesterday, you were defeated by Buriram. And later on, in today's matchup, you're going to go up against them once again. It's going to be a rematch. What would you guys be doing differently, and any predictions on that match later on?
Thì ngày hôm qua mình đã đấu với là Buriram rồi và mình đã bị thua trận. Thì ngày hôm nay mình sẽ quay lại và mình sẽ đấu với lại Buriram thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình có tự tin hay không? Mình nghĩ là mình sẽ thắng họ hay không?
Hôm qua thua rồi thì nay thua tiếp với chị.
Because we already lost to them yesterday, so we expect to lose them today as well.
Because they lost yesterday, you expect to lose again today against them. Oh, that's very surprising. Now, how about let's invite the audience to support you, to give you that energy for later on.
Vậy thì bây giờ mình nghĩ là mình sẽ thua. Thì bây giờ mình muốn có một cái năng lượng từ bên các fan hâm mộ, các bạn khán giả cổ vũ mình thật là nhiệt tình để mình có thể thắng họ ngày hôm nay hay không?
Có.
Yes, please, thank you.
We wish you luck for later. Go get some rest and prepare some more. Now we're gonna head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
I see you, Julius. I see you, man. I see you playing the mind games over there, right? Like, we lost yesterday, so we're expecting to lose again today. Like, I know what game you're playing right over there. Come on. We got to believe. We have to believe that just winning the next best of 3 would push Team Flash into the group stages with the top 16 players, man, with the top 16 teams out there. Now, let's break down a little bit the action of this game number 2.
This one looks so beautiful coming in from the side of SAUL Esports. The Umbrella outburst catching onto her stream, Miriam charging in. But these are the moments where you can say that, guys, it's enough fighting. Let's stop and refocus ourselves towards the shadow objective here. But at the end of the day, it boiled down to this specific fight that was so close coming in from both teams. You can see Ye gets taken down. He goes dangerously low. Kong survives against this specific play. And then as they pace on towards it, this was so darn close. Look at the HP of the Shadow Tyrant here. It was like, what? 420, 420.
Yeah, I thought that Extreme actually won the game for SAUL at that point, right? Because he actually got like 3 different members on the side of Team Flash, but they couldn't find the finish, and that really costed them. Because at this point, it really was about, you know what, the health points, they are a utility. They are a tool right now. It doesn't matter. We just have to get the last hits onto the crystal.
This one, man, perfect damage calculation here. If even he misclicked, that could have been a very, very different story for SAUL.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I sincerely believe that in that moment, like, the fight did not feel like Team Flash was gonna be able just to destroy the crystal. In some sort of way, like, just my gut feeling was telling me, ain't no way that this is happening again.
Yeah, I mean, props to both teams, right? This was really intense for a couple of reasons, because we really couldn't tell at times. Like that last moment, I thought SAUL got the defense, but only because I didn't notice that the Lung was in the sky. So when he came down, it was a completely different story.
Like these are the moments where pro players are so amazing, where you're in the sky and you're thinking like, do I want to risk my pro career and my social media status if I fail that play? And then everybody's just saying that, why do you go for it? Why do you go for it? But now you went for it. Everybody's going to be praising you for that risky play.
Big risks and big wins. And right now, Team Flash is going to go a little bit for a break, and they're going to wait to play against Buriram United Esports one more time for one ticket into the group stage. Ladies and gentlemen, match number 1 is done. Match number 2 is getting ready. What about if we go for a break as well? And when we come back, we're going to bring you the action of our match number 2.
We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, they coming, strong in the storm. Do you wanna go up in fortune, Valor, crown and honor? Yeah, crown and honor. Yeah, with fortune, Valor, crown and honor.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KWC, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
Seems like we are ready to go. Match number 2 is going to be right over here. OG Esports is going to go against Blacklist International. Sagi and Kin, after that amazing performance over there, just breaking down the games and everything, needed to go and have a breather. They need some water. They need to have a break. So I went on the green room and then I got myself Holler and Nora. Holler, Nora, how are you doing?
I think we're great. We're definitely excited to be here. Obviously, continuing on with the momentum of day one.
Yes.
A lot of good games here.
Even more thrilled to be at the lower bracket because everyone just pushed into the limit, right? It's like a one-way ticket.
I can see that Nora got all her homework right over there, spread out around the table, so you know that the notes are gonna be on point. OG Esports and Blacklist International, they are two amazing teams. Big names that they're gonna come in. Only one of them is gonna stay, and the other one is gonna be just going back home, all the way to Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I think going into today, we were kind of like, okay, where would these teams go? Especially in, Group B, right? Yeah. All of these guys are definitely high level, very strong teams, and their ability to proceed is gonna be at risk here. It's an elimination game. I'm scared for both of these squads here.
And I feel like these two teams are quite even,
Of course,
because both teams they're very experienced, and also they fight such great games yesterday. So I thought like today is going to be a very even match.
Yesterday's performances from both OG Esports and Blacklist International leave some questions out there because we've seen them for so many years. These are names that they have been around already for a while, and seeing the performances yesterday just kind of leave an afterthought of, is this gonna be like a one-day kind of thing, or is it just like a 2 days and then just going back home? OG Esports, they lost 2-0 to Nongshim Red Force. What happened in that game?
I mean, let's be honest, they were third place for a reason going into this one. Yeah. And that's kind of where their inconsistencies lie. And you kind of saw what they were trying to do against, Nongshim. Unfortunately, they were not able to kind of overcome. I thought their drafts were okay. They were kind of setting themselves up for success. But in the end, when it came to those team fights and like the actual macro play, they just got outclassed by Nongshim.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I feel like the draft is definitely okay, but it's like the understanding towards the patch, they didn't really prioritize the side lanes, and at the same time, when they face against Nongshim's team forward, it feels like it's a little bit vulnerable for them to do all of those output.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at things where, Nongshim, when they're playing and they're going in, they're doing it as a team, right? The coordination is on point. Right now, it kind of seems like OG, everybody's kind of doing their own thing, and it's not really paying off in the end.
Well, if you look at the team that they have in front of them, Blacklist International, these guys, they have always, like every single time that I have seen them perform, they have always just been top level. Right now, 2026 is not their best performances, but I know that they have it in them. I am really looking forward just to see the old Blacklist International from 9 months ago when they were just like at their top.
Yeah.
Just to kind of like come in and show up today.
I was like that was like a 1-2 right yesterday. 1-2 yesterday, and I still remember the first game that they won against DCG. That was a game closed out within 13 minutes. In such a fast tempo, you know. So I do believe in their capabilities about doing this.
Definitely very strong. I mean, if we're looking at the OG side, this is, again, we have high expectations. There was a bit of a surprise in terms of just making it to the EWC as they slid into that third slot. But still, now potentially everything at risk. Again, incredibly scary for OG. They need to shore up all of those weaknesses, and they do need to do it quickly.
And if they need to just spotlight someone, it's got to be Tao Tao, man. Like, you cannot just come in here, 12 MVPs in the 2026 IKL spring season, and then you cannot just go out after 2 days of competition. You want to keep claiming those MVPs, man, so you please just stay here with us for a little longer.
I mean, that's the whole expectation, right? And I think that if you're a fan of IKL, this is that squad. You're thinking that with Dao Dao at the helm in terms of this jungle, you have that huge expectation, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like we mentioned a lot about how important Dao Dao is to this team, and we mentioned about their jungler core team playstyle.
Right.
But the problem is that in this patch, this little hero can let you to lead the whole pace, right? That's a problem. A lot of tanks that you can see, a lot of warriors that you can see, and how you're gonna use heroes like Agudo, heroes like Kaiser to lead the whole team pace. It's kind of a bit difficult for a core, like a jungler core team player to do that.
Different patches always just bring different solutions, right?
Yeah.
And I think that in this patch right now, it's just a lot more even. You cannot just have like the one player that is going to be carrying everything around. OG Esports and Blacklist International, they have a very similar game style. They are aggressive. They like fighting. They like going around. OG might just go around just thinking about like, what are the objectives that we can get? For Blacklist International, where Joshi goes, destruction is gonna follow.
Yeah, but you kind of saw that in this series with DCG. Joshi had an amazing game one. And that's why they won, right? Game two, they're like, okay, let's focus in on Joshi. Let's make sure that he doesn't have a good game. And that's why they were able to overcome. So while he's an all-star player, if you limit him, that's how you kind of take down Blacklist.
And I feel like we can put the top duels together because it's not only Joshi but also the top laners. You definitely need to put Chami1 with Josh together because we know that Chami1, once he got the capability to initiate, for example, the Dharma he played, right? He's trying to find a lot of places which he can jump right in and initiate. Then I feel like the winning rate will higher up on the side of Blacklist. On the other hand, if he just plays some tank heroes like Ata, or like it's kind of be a little bit difficult for them to find out opportunities or open the doors for the team.
I'm telling you, the stakes are extremely, extremely high. Their dreams could be crushed right over here. And the dreams of S8UL were crushed as well as their key was crushed right out there by Team Flash. You can see it right over there. The key goes in, it's being handed, and then all the hard work in just 1 second, crushed and pulverized right over there.
Yeah, I mean, it crushed and destroyed everything. And I mean, yeah, you're going to start celebrating now. And I think that they will be very happy with that victory, but they still have a long way to go, right? It's just one of many as they go into the rest of the EWC here at the Honor Kings.
And it's just very interesting for us to think about, like, in about 1 hour time, one of these two teams that you can see at the back, right over there on stage, their keys are going to disappear as well. Their dreams in the KWC 2026 are going to vanish, and we're really looking forward to an amazing game. It doesn't matter who's going to win, who's going to lose. As long as this is going to be an amazing performance for me, I'm going to be satisfied.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think it matters to all of the fans in PKL and IKL. The rivalry is absolutely real. And that's why they're going to be focused in on this one. To be able to send the other team from the other region home, it's going to be huge in terms of bragging rights here.
I feel like that sense of lower bracket, you know, like everyone is sitting at the edge of the game, right?
Of course.
If you just make one mistake, you might just flip.
And that's why things are very scary, right? Elimination game, you have to go all in. It's a best of 3. You got to cheese your way into any sort of victory to catch them off guard. There's a lot of familiarity between the two teams, so the draft is key.
Exactly, the draft is key. So if they are going to put all their monies on their junglers, I think it's going to be a Jing play today, maybe, or you kill today, or Pei play.
We're talking about just like big junglers, big assassin cores right over there, the Peis, the Jings. We have not yet seen a Luna, and I really want to see the Luna just flying around. I sincerely just want to see top assassins just going around, taking the kills, and really just showing the aggression that these two teams are really qualified for.
Yeah, I kind of want that as well. I mean, not only is it more entertaining to watch, but I think that you're also kind of putting, Dao Dao and Joshi in a prime position to carry the game, right? If there are those assassin-style heroes, obviously it needs to fit in terms of draft synergy and all of that, but let your all-star players shine.
That's why the BP is just like a chess match.
Agreed.
It is just a chess match because you cannot just ban everything. It is a trade-off. Like, you need to understand which areas you are going to prepare just to give out to your opponents and which areas you're going to have to just learn how to defend.
And that might be the most fun part for today, because since we're doing in the lower bracket, some team, when they're facing like stress of might get eliminated, they might go for the late game. That's the point. Even though we mentioned about these teams are known for their aggressiveness, but they pivot a little bit because you might hold back a little bit more, right? Because you need to make sure that you can win against the game. So maybe Nuwa might show its appearance in this game, I guess.
So I think that in comes to the draft, definitely a way to go. But for me, I'm always looking at game 1, setting the tone. Right?
Yes,
I want to go
very
early
important.
aggression because then you put pressure on them to have to come back into this series somehow. And if you're able to take game number 1, again, just way more pressure on the other team.
Exactly. And we are doing like a quick best of 3. So 1 game match point. So definitely game 1 is very important. So if they want to keep the momentum, then aggressiveness it is.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are getting ready to jump into this match 2. We're going to have OG Esports. OG Esports came in here as the IKL Spring 2026 third place. In front of them, Blacklist International, the PKL Spring 2026 third place as well. One of them is going to go back home. The other one is going to stay here for a little bit longer. We're trying to just jump into the game, so stay here with us for a little longer. Just have some patience, and we're going to try to just break into this a little bit more.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the Blacklist lineup right now, and you see that Golden Kite is back in the farm lane. I mean, Ismora had previously subbed in terms of the game 3 yesterday. There were some questions, like why would you sub in such an important game? And like losing that one might have been due to the sub. I'm not entirely sure, but you probably want to put your best foot forward and have the twins on stage together.
All right, let me jump into that one just real quick because from a coach point of view, we need to understand something. Let's just imagine I have Golden Kite right over there. He's been performing really well always in PKL. People respect him a lot. When you know that you have Golden Kite in front of you, you know that you need to have your best performances always. You come to a game after a little bit of a setback, you sub him out, you bring in Ismora, who's a very young, very new player. What is the message that the coach is sending right over there? Because psychologically for Golden Kite, how does that even feel just to be sent to the bench in such a critical moment?
Yeah, I've always talked about Blacklist International as being a family, and they literally are, as they have twins in terms of Dragon and Golden Kite. And to kind of separate them, again, I don't know how Dragon would feel, like knowing that your brother, your twin brother at that, is getting subbed out at this pivotal game. I would be very, flustered at the end of the day.
I mean, like, emotionally, definitely frustration it will be, but to me, like, strategically speaking,
go ahead.
I would say it might be good to rotate because once you're sitting in the audience place, you might hold a clearer mind to see the game, right? Because you can see the whole picture. You're not in game, right? You're not playing it. So definitely it's going to be a good opportunity for him to clear up his mind again because the marksman matters a lot in this patch, especially during the laning. So I do believe after this rotation happened, he might just, keep his composure again and try to, analyze more about his laning details.
I think that's the beauty about team sports, right? Because at the end of the day, there's a coach that makes the decisions. how those decisions are communicated is very important as well.
So if you're so comfortable with it, I think game 2, I will sub out for Ismora. Okay, he's going to come on to the casting desk, and let's see how this one all plays out in terms of synergy.
Let's wait and see, right? Like maybe he's going to come right over here, and then we're just going to find like, okay, this was exactly what we were missing. Or maybe the fans at home, they're just going to say like, please bring me Holler back because I cannot live without my Holler.
I think just backfired at the end of the day. I was like, oh, it's going to be worse. But actually, Isaac wants it to happen. I mean, if it's more, if you have to be there, let's get on right now. But all right, a little bit more of a pause in terms of just kind of getting the thing started here. Again, I'm looking at this as more of like the chess match in terms of this draft. You're looking at Chorus on the side of OG. I know that he's next level. You see TG, also very a formidable coach as well. I mean, both of these guys have a lot of intel in terms of just like what sort of heroes they need to bring here.
Exactly. I mean, heroes definitely matters a lot, especially in this patch. I would say Zhang Fei will be the most picked hero. Lapu, we always see Lapu play against Zhang Fei, but here's one hero that I want to highlight a lot. It's Haya. You know, Haya, yes, I mean like those skill sets is quite simple and you can easily understand like using ulti, you drag one person in, but it's all about the timing, you know.
Yes.
Because like limit time, you're gonna restrict one of your enemies, so which would be your target, and while you successfully just get attached to these people, and how and when the timing will be it.
So let's just imagine like the Haya is just a communication and synergy pick. It is more about like when I do pull someone right over here into the Mirror Mirage, like what is going to happen? What is everyone going to be doing on the outside while waiting? If I can get the kill, amazing. But that's not what happens every single time.
Yeah.
Like if you do not get the kill and then you come out, like you need to have the support of your teammates just waiting in there with a clear action to follow.
Yeah, you force basically a team fight, right? When that Moonscape Mirage, I mean, best case scenario, you do get the kill inside of it. But if not, you know 8 seconds later where the fight is going to be. You're dictating the pace of, again, that game because of that one snatch.
And you definitely need to have a communication with your support because we're always going to see a Zhang Fei with Haya or Lapu with Haya. That's the thing, because you need to save the ulti from your support, helping you to create a really nice setting around your ulti.
Yeah, and so I think that going in, you're going to see set sorts of drafts, right? Composition is going to be key. I know that, again, like I speak very highly of Chorus because I like what I've seen throughout the time that, you know, he's been coaching. But he really comes in with like set drafts, and that really throws off the other teams because his preparation is on point.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now, as you can see on your screens, we are on a technical pause. This technical pause just allows us just to be able to be completely sure that everyone has the equipment that they need to have a fair and an interesting game. So thank you very much, everyone at home watching the stream right now, for your patience. We appreciate that a lot. We have professionals just working on that. And as we finish with it, we're going to jump into our game 1 of match number 2. Stay here with me because Holler and Nora, they have a lot of things that they want to talk about. And what about we just keep breaking down a little bit more of the action that happened yesterday? I know that hero-wise, after you go back and then you look at the stats, of course, you have the Zhang Fei. It was the most picked hero from yesterday. But the meta pick for me yesterday was the Pei. For me, the Pei was the meta pick, 100% BP participation. If it was out there 3 times, 2 wins, 1 loss. But in every single BP, if it was allowed, it was taken. And if it not, it was just completely banned.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and a lot of team on the blue side will go for the Pei for the first choice. But the thing is, if you want to counterattack Pei, right? Because we already know that Pei definitely will appear frequently this time. So it's gonna be Yukio. A lot of time, Yukio is going to be a counterattack towards this play, but the problem is that how you're gonna use Yukio to attack this play is that you need to make sure that in the mid game you can do the spot push better than the play, and that's the point how Yukio is going to play against Pei.
Yeah, it's known to be a bit of a counter in that sense. I think that the Pei has been, like, if we're talking about overall picks, I think it's only been picked 3 times. It's 2-1, 66% win rate. Not the highest, but again, I think it's more of like teams are kind of prepared for it.
Yes.
I do like it in best of 3s because of, again, you're talking about tempo and pace. It does all of those good things.
Yes, the tempo matters a lot. And also mention about the tempo, I feel like another hero that I want to highlight is Chicha. Because I'm so surprised because I actually cast like KPL teams a lot. But the thing is, I rarely see Chicha being so flexible. And I do like the way, how people flex this Chicha and put it to the farm lane and also junglers a lot. I like the jungler pick, So Chicha as a kind of like a mid-game hero, you need to make sure that he got enough gold lead and also the stacks. So definitely if you flex it into the jungler, you need to make sure that you got a Ata or a Lianpo as your composition because there might be lack of controllability. So, but I do like the way how people just use the flexibility of this Chicha, especially on the red side.
Yeah, it's actually very key for the draft because of the fact that it can be in multiple lanes, multiple roles, if you will. But for me, the Chicha is great if you have more, again, early aggression because you kind of get that snowball going. It's a bit of a mid-game hero or a mid-range hero. It doesn't have the longest. So sometimes when that late game, when the Lungs and the Chanos, those kind of can get the better of it.
And also you mentioned about a really important part is that once you flex this Chicha, usually means that you're going to have 2 warriors or even 3 warriors in your composition, and which make the pushing the biggest question about your team.
All right, I'm gonna toss one more hero right over there because I saw it yesterday coming out and I was not ready for it because I did not do any homework on that because I did not even imagine that it could be an option, and it was the Alessio.
The
Alessio, as it came yesterday, I was like, what was this? Like, that was like the biggest surprise of the whole day one. And I was like, okay, is this for real?
Alessio, actually, I was very surprised. Is that very frequent to see?
No. Definitely not. I think it was more of like a niche pick to the counter to kind of deal with it. I mean, Son is also very good in terms of just like his hero playstyle and like the pool that he has. But I do think that it was more of like a surprise pick more than anything else. It caught everyone off guard.
Okay. It's more like a secret hero for like typical teams and players. Yeah. I mean, like Alessio, yes, I do like the way that how he's going to jump up into the sky and dodge a lot of skills. But the thing is that it's kind of late game. But some of the players might like to pick out Alessio as a counterattack towards early.
Yeah, that's kind of like the main idea. Shifting gears a little bit here. I mean, we kind of talked about the rise or the excellent Zhang Fei Lapu Lapu, top 2 picked thus far. I think that they've had a lot of impact, especially in these best of 3s where they've been almost first phase picked almost all the time. I think that those are the type of heroes that, again, will continue on at least in the early part of the play-ins and the groups, probably.
Yeah, I feel the same way. And since we're doing best of 3, we might see these heroes coming out again and again. But I feel like one of the heroes is kind of underestimated is Garuda. I think Garuda is very powerful in this patch, or the tempo that we mentioned again and again, right? If you go for first tempo.
I just think that when you think about Garuda, right, like you have like the reach, you have the damage. Like it is like as the time passes, the damage is just so strong. And the reach is like untouchable. And if you have that option right over there in mid lane, then you can just clean wave and then the rotations are so much faster. One of the heroes that I really look forward to see a lot more as the tournament just progresses.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and I kind of feel like it's a bit underestimated. Maybe it's because we didn't see it goes really well for Garuda to pushing at the bottom in the early game because you can see like before the 4 minutes mark with the protection of the towers, they can just guard it well. So it's kind of like stopped for the Garuda to do what he wants to do.
Yeah, and I think that Garuda has kind of just taken over the Ganon Mo style, right? Which is, again, just be very far away, get the point man, get that damage in. The Garuda is, I think it does it a little bit better, and that's why you've seen the Garuda way more than like the Ganon Mo, which I don't think it's even been picked thus far.
I feel like it's very potential to see more Garudas coming out in the coming up matchup.
Yeah, but now, I mean, if we're also looking at the other piece, I think that we were kind of expecting like the AOV heroes to have some sort of impact.
Okay.
The Florentino's been picked once. It's lost that one game. We've seen the Lorien pick quite a bit. I think that
actually, I'm not that sure about Florentino because, as you said, it's very OP, it's very mechanical. But the thing is that you need time to practice for Florentino.
True. Yeah. I think that it was Chammy one that I believe played it. Did not have too much success with it. So I do understand why. I mean, like, it's destroying my rank games. But again, playing it to this level when you need it on this international stage, very difficult to do in this, especially in this short time.
Because we know that Florentino can be a great like solo hero, right?
True.
A laning hero. But the thing is, as you mentioned, it's a teamwork. We won't really see a lot of solo happens in the battlefield, right? Usually we will see like, okay, the mid goes up or the jungler rotates up. So it's always going to be a 3-2 or 2-2 battle happen on the top side of the map. So it's kind of just restrict the strength of Florentino during the lane.
Yeah, and actually, I think it's also because, you know, some of the rise of the traditional Clash laners. The Guan Yu has had quite a lot of success. It's 3-1. You're looking at the Dharma, which is 3-0. Like, these are more to the traditional style. It's about that team fight.
Yeah.
And as I'm sure you're seeing with the global stage teams, is that they like to fight, right?
Yeah.
And they want to get those team fights in, and those team fight ults are actually pretty huge.
Yeah, I do like the team fight, you know. Yesterday, I was like shouting all the time, I feel like. I feel like, okay, keep doing those team fight. And also, you know, not only about the play style or the hero picks, and also I'm very amazed about the team stories, you know.
True.
Because once I get to know more about the teams overseas, I was amazed by their resilience and also their background stories. For example, like right today, this game is going to be OG play against Blacklist International. And for OG, they only got the 3rd place in IKL spring season. But the thing is that they almost fell to make it to the playoff. Because they only got, I guess, maybe like the 5th place in the regular season. But then they just showing their resilience and went back from the lower bracket and make it to the lower bracket's final and then got their title as the 3rd place.
Yeah. I kind of look at that a bit, like not a bit of a, I mean, it was a huge surprise going into the playoffs because the expectations for, you know, OG in this case was very not really making it to top 3. You're looking at Visaka, Kagendra, both, you know, stalwarts in terms of the IKL scene, and then all of a sudden OG surprising everybody.
Yes, like such a big surprise. They are the dark horse definitely in IKL. So this time again, they're at the lower bracket, but do not underestimate their potential.
Not underestimate them, and we are going to go for a short break right now. As we come back, we're gonna keep working over there on that technical pause. We're just trying to make everything fair for everyone, so go and have a little break. After we come back, hopefully we're gonna have everything set for the beginning of this match number 2.
Hi everyone, welcome to Who's It, where we will put teamwork to the test. There are 3 players and here are the rules. First, only the player who can see can touch the board and show one answer. And only the player who can hear can see and communicate the hints. And only the player who can speak has the answer and can use gestures. They only have 90 seconds for this. While they succeed, let's find out.
मुझे heroes देखने दे. Okay, mine. Oh, okay, समझा मैं. कर दे start. किधर से start करेगा तो down करने में? Top से. No, I can hear you. हाँ कर दे पहला वाला. वो भी कर दे. Next. सारे कर दे ऊपर के सारे कर दे. अगला रो. कर दे सारा कर दे. उसके नीचे का भी सारा कर दे. हाँ ये भी सारा कर दे. अभी इस वाले में हीरो है अपना, ठीक है? एक नीचे कर. दूसरा भी नीचे कर. तीसरा नीचे कर. चौथा रहने दे. 5वां नीचे कर और 6वां नीचे कर. Yes, all good.
Efficient.
Hi everyone, welcome to Who's It, where we will put teamwork to the test. There are 3 players and here are the rules. First, only the player who can see can touch the board and show one answer. And only the player who can hear can see and communicate the hints. And only the player who can speak has the answer and can use gestures. They only have 90 seconds for this. Will they succeed? Let's find out.
ยากปะโอ้โหยากมากเฮียแล้ว ไม่รู้เลยเฮียแล้วเป็นยังไงถือดาบมีผ้าปิดตาไหมถือธนูไม่มีถือดาบมันจะไม่ถือดาบน่าต้องเป็นไฟเตอร์ชุดดำไหมชุดดำไม่ใช่ชุดดำด้วยไม่ใช่ชุดดำเอาแถวแรกออกไปก่อนเลยแถวแรกแถว4อะลงไปอีกแถวหนึ่งลงไปอีกแถวหนึ่งเนี่ย1เอาไป1 2 3อันนี้ผู้ชายอันนี้ผู้หญิงผู้ชายหรือผู้หญิงผู้ชายเอาตัวผู้หญิงออกไปก่อนเอาแถวหนึ่งลงไปเลยแถวหนึ่งลงให้หมดเลยแถว1 2 ตัวลงไปให้หมดเลยปึ๊บถือดาบข้างไหนซ้ายหรือขวานาฬิกาจะหมดแล้วเลือกแล้วว่าตัวนี้แถว2ตัวแรกที่เหลือหุบให้หมดเลยกูเดาแล้วแถว2ตัวแรกถือไม่ใช่ไม่ถือดาบเหรอไม่ถือดาบไม่รู้ผมต้องมันถือดาบข้างเนี่ยไอ้เนี่ย
Welcome back, everyone. This is the KWC 2026, Day 2 of Play-Ins. Right now, we are back right over here from Paris, France, and we are really hoping that we can get this game going on very quickly. Right now, everyone's already on the lobby, and then we're just counting the minutes for this game to start.
I mean, I think that we're all kind of seeing some of the players here a little antsy. They're geared up and ready to go. I mean, again, elimination game, the nerves are there. The longer you're there not playing, it makes it way more uncomfortable.
I totally agree with you. It's just feel like you are facing the final task and just like stay open and then studying for it. It's just like it's not going on.
Yeah, I think most of them are kind of just, you know, stretching things out, shaking things up a little bit because, again, things are about to get underway here. And, I mean, both these two teams, again, a lot of, you know, understanding, familiarity with one another. And to go into the draft, it's going to be key because, again, you got to win the important game 1 in a best-of-3.
Yeah, I mean, like we talk about OG's background stories, about their resilience, about how they rose back from the lower bracket in IKL spring. And for Blacklist, as you said, if they want to win it, it's because they've been played together for such a long time.
Right.
And they're already being so well known about their play style. So definitely play-in is not going to be their destination, right? They're looking forward to going to the group stage and just to grab another title.
Yeah, if they're able to do so. But at the same time, you're like, okay, if you win this one, you survive. Great. But then you have Nongshim Red Force that are waiting, just watching this game, and they know that, hey, we'll take on anybody at this point, right?
Yes, and that's the point. I mean, like, that's the difficulties about doing it in the play-ins. And, well, after this, you even need to go in, like, through a draw. And anyway, I mean, like, in this case, they need to make sure that they are saving their effort at the same time because they need to play against Nongshim in the next series.
So you need to play, again, your cards correctly, where you pull out the victory here, but at the same time, you don't want to show all your cards because, you again, Nongshim is waiting in the wings. So it's kind of like, okay, like how far do we go? How much do we show? But we got to survive. That's the most important thing.
Yes, and it depends on the coaches and also like on the mindset of all the players.
Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, I don't like, I mean, this is why that first game yesterday was so important, right? Because if you win that one, you have a little bit of a break. You get the intel of what the other teams might be playing. But seeing is that, unfortunately, the cookie crumbled this way and you happen to be dropping down now into the elimination game. And this is why this play-in format is so much fun to watch because, again, these two teams, these Titans, one of them is going home.
And it's always very interesting to talk about game 1 strategy because I've talked to so many different coaches and since best of 3 is quite high tempo, so if you're the coach, do you prefer to put all those aggressive cards out
for game one, or if you want to let your player just, you know, feel the battlefield a little bit more and just trying to warm up a little bit more, so go for a more like well-rounded composition.
So that's a very good question. Like normally when I would play any sort of game, I'm always looking for the well-rounded way. But I think in a best of 3, as you rightly pointed out, I mean, the first game is so key. Because I would say the data is definitely there in the sense of like you win the first one, you have so much pressure on the enemy team that the game 2 comes much easier, right? But again, you're trying to kind of balance that a bit. But for me, I would gear it a little bit more towards the stronger side.
So the point is that if you go for your aggressiveness, you need to make sure that you are calm enough to showcase, to do all your mechanics, because you might be a little bit reckless because the composition is selected pushing you to be more aggressive.
I think ideally it's the nature of the game, the best of 3, where you have to be aggressive, right? Passivity does not work in this sort of style. Okay, let's talk a little bit more on the KPL side, right? Like they only do pretty much best of 7s, they will do much higher as well, but the best of 3s are kind of an unknown, if you will. They don't really do it as much, right?
Exactly. And you just brought another interesting topic, because once a lot of teams, for example, OG and Blacklist, they are very experienced. They know so many different compositions, and they are already being like the fundamental knowledge about the game. You have no doubt about that. So if you're picking out several compositions play against each other, it might be quite even. Right? It's nothing about your aggressiveness or whether like you pick up a well-rounded composition. They know the patch, they can read it, they can understand your opponent's composition very well. So that's a problem. It depends more on the player's performance than the drops that you did.
Yes. Agreed. And that's why, I mean, the best of 5s and best of 7s in the global scene are, I mean, especially with global ban pick, definitely more dynamic. You know, because again, you get a feeling out process, understand what the sort of like a composition they like to play, and it makes it more fun in terms of the draft. But they first, again, best of 3 where they could pick literally anything. I mean, it's a much different ball game, I would say.
It's different games. And also, you mentioned about like those variety of compositions. And I know that few months ago, there's actually a bootcamp, right? With the KPL teams, right? So for that bootcamp, I guess they actually got to know more about the patch. And I feel like there's several coaches from KPL teams and also several players just sharing their experience and sharing their knowledge about the patch. So I guess that's kind of just brought something new. For example, the Xiao Chao Gui that we saw yesterday. And I'm really looking forward to seeing these plays happening in here.
Yeah, and I think that was a great experience for all of these teams, right? Because then you're now exposed to how the game should be played, quote unquote. I mean, you're talking about like what, 8 KPL coaches? There's, you know, so many different opportunities to learn from the best and what really works. But the KPL style, very different. I would say that they're more kind of like they take calculated risks as opposed to, you know, how am I feeling? Let's just go in. Sometimes that you see here.
Yes, I mean, like, in that case, you need to make sure that you're not just copying those compositions that you learn, right? That is really important, because I do believe in one thing, that for this game, there's no actual like true answer to the patch. I do believe in that. So I hope that each region has their like dynamic and different various of play styles, and you might absorbing some knowledge, but you need to make it inverse into your own knowledge and just kind of form up a totally new understanding towards patch. And that's the secret how you're gonna win against your opponent.
Okay. But like in terms of, I mean, even going back to last year's EWC, where you saw that Nova Esports, Rock Esports now, they took a game off of TTG, which is a huge deal, right? We're like, we've struck blood. We've finally been able to take down at least one game from a KPL squad. But like to take an actual series, like, are we months away from that? Are we years away from that? Like, how are you feeling in terms of just like how this is gonna go?
Well, I feel like, definitely everyone wants to play up against KPL team, but right now for them, they need to focus on this lower bracket first, right? They need to make sure that they got the ticket, got the slot into it. But you know what? I'm pretty optimistic about the growth
Yeah.
overseas, because I've seen these games for like over 6 years right now, and I feel like the overseas is growing such a rapid way.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
as
yeah.
you said, 1 point last year. How many points this year?
Yeah, I mean that's a very good question, and there's definitely that bounty, right? The Titan Slayer, right?
Yeah.
Where you're able to take a single game off. That's 10,000 USD.
Oh, the bonus.
Yeah, and it's take an entire series 100,000.
Oh,
I mean,
my
the first time the team loses from KPL, I think that this would be a massive deal, more than $100,000 in terms of like actual damage to the KPL in a way.
Yeah. So actually, you know, on the other hand, it kind of just give more pressure on KPL team because they need to make sure that they know this patch, because there's still like a slight differences between different patches. So definitely, it's gonna be very interesting to see. It's like a whole picture of this just EWC actually.
Yeah. But I think the first team that loses, the ultimate, disrespect, I would say. Like, that team is going to be clowned, I would say. I mean, because it's like, oh, yeah, we were the first to fall to a global team. Like, that would be, I mean, almost insulting to that one.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. All right, but now, as it looks like we're going to be going in pretty soon, it looks like we're just going to go right into game number 1 here.
Will arrive in 5
All right, as we go in, it's going to be OG going up against Blacklist, the second series of the day, but an elimination game. This is a pretty scary one. In terms of the draft, we don't even know what's going on. Okay, as we go into it, it looks like OG going with the Florentino pick.
Oh, and a typical UQ play against Paige, just like what you said.
Yeah, and as we go in, also on the other side, the Yukio, like you were talking about how this is such a great hero. Most of the time, I mean, especially with Jussie, right? He's very comfortable on this hero. But for me, it's about Chamie 1. Everything in terms of Blacklist's success revolves around his play and his setups.
But I feel like Chamie 1 suffers a little bit on the top side because, as we said, Florentino can be a great solo hero. So his HP was very low, and at the bottom, they're just fighting for those neutral objectives.
Yeah, Golden Kite taking most of the damage here. We were talking, like, it seemed like they were listening into our analysis because all of the heroes that we're talking about in terms of, like, the Chicha, the Zhangfei, the Flori, and the Yukio, like the Guan Yu, we literally mentioned all of these heroes. But on the other side, the one that we haven't talked too much about, it's the Lady Soon. Your thoughts in terms of this composition with that hero?
Well, I feel like Lady Soon is very, very powerful in the late game, but the problem is that the feature of this hero is that he bound the burst out damage with the skill 1 and also with her only mobility, right? That's the... You can see, like, it's the shortage about this hero, right? Because you rely on your first skill to survive, but at the same time, you're relying on the same skill to do the output.
Yeah, and it's with that burst. I mean, I think late game assurances, you're definitely going to be fine here. But now Blacklist International, they were, again, just threatening. This is what you want to do, especially because they have Doubt Out, right?
Yes.
And you want to kind of those numbers. You don't want him just freely farming on the sides. Oh, now they get them 2-man stun. He's going to be set up, but Jussie gets on back. And now Chamie 1 has joined the fight. He tries to go for 663. Just one more shot, and he runs him down. Finally gets first blood here.
First blood, Chamie 1 it is. Just running all the way from the top to the bottom and try to rescue his best Jussie.
It's funny because like 2 minutes in to see a fight all the way onto the south side where the boars are at. I mean, Chamie 1 making his way all the way down to join that fight. It is, again, Blacklist has always been about the power of friendship, and you're seeing it there.
Yeah, and also like the thing that you just mentioned, that Chamie 1's initiation matters a lot to this team.
Yes, and what matters is, of course, I mean, IKL fans are going to be all about OG right now, right? There's so much of that that nation's pride there. Then you're looking at the Blacklist side from the PKL side. All the Filipino fans are like, okay, we have to at least beat OG here, right?
And as for OG, I would say Xiao Qiao would definitely be under the spotlight because I've seen playing this Xiao Qiao so well. The accuracy of his skill 2, and also because there's a lot of warriors that you can see on the side of Blacklist, so it's kind of short-handed, right? So it might be a great opportunity for Nil to seek out to get control of the enemies on the side of BLCK.
Okay, no, I do think that Neil is definitely the guy to kind of set things up here. But in terms of the Lorien, we've seen time and time again, you know, this hero has been, I mean, it's kind of around the 50% win rate. It hasn't won everything.
Yeah.
But it's definitely had a lot of, like, you know, impact, I would say, in terms of this game. But, you know, what do you think about this matchup here, being a mid player yourself?
Well, being a mid player myself, I would say Lorien is very well-rounded in this patch because of the long attacking range and also the skill 3 allowing this hero to dash in and just play as an assassin. But the thing is that as you can see, the efficiency between Pei and Yukio is quite similar.
Yes.
So we will see a lot of 2-2 play in the mid, and that's gonna be like kind of like a limit about this Lorien.
Yeah, I mean, most teams are kind of looking at the Yukio as the Pei counter. And I mean, as this Tyrant gets a little bit low, it looks like Joshi will take this one away, and OG not able to get in time to that spot. But I think that they're kind of, again, you're like, hey, you're very squishy from this Pei. Joshi can take you down.
Yes, and also because of the Chicha that they pick at the bottom with this Zhangfei. Zhangfei can be so powerful during those camp fights.
Yes. All right, now, one thing that they haven't taken down is obviously this Overlord here. Dao Dao, keep it on pace. Joshi's doing a great job. This is a one to kind of will dictate the pace of this game overall between the you know, the Pei and the Yukio on both sides here.
And we mentioned about how tight it might be for today's game, especially this one. And as we check the goal difference, you can see like both Joshi and Dao Dao, they're just farming up in exactly the same pace.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're 5 minutes in, only a single kill gone the way of Blacklist, but now a little bit of a stun onto 663, who charges under the tower. I don't think Blacklist are going to look to dive, but they will definitely put pressure on this bottom T1.
They're accelerating. After they got the Tyrant, they're trying to pressure on at the bottom and try to shred down the HP on the side of OG.
And look at how even Chamey won. He made his all the way down towards the
like
south side.
roaming all the time.
Yeah, he's
like,
always waiting in the wings.
So proactive.
Yeah. I feel like he's like kind of like that girl from Obsession. A little too much, you know? Give me a little space, no? All right, but now it looks like Blacklist International going back to their own lane. Chamey 1 is in the top, but Ihans, this is a guy, again, you give him some space and time, he's going to literally take over everything. But, I mean, he did a lot of damage on that top T1.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the feature of both top laners are different in this game one because Ihans played this Florentino, might be good at pushing and also doing the solo. So if you just leave this Florentino alone, that might cause a big threat towards Blacklist in the late game.
Yeah, but Blacklist now, although Umbrella Outburst, they find him on the backside, and they're going to be completely zoned away. Chaz with a nice setup, and they're going to be rewarded with his top T1.
I do like the way how Blacklist is microing this game right now because they keep pressuring on the side lanes instead of the mid. Because we mentioned about Neil's power in the early game because of the secondability that she has. So the problem is that if they just enclose the game by taking out the side lane towers first, it will be easier for Gwen to find a nice stop at the back of tier 1, and they are looking for the tier 1 in maybe like 2 minutes later.
Yeah, after they're able to sneak away, and now they do a little bit of work in terms of this piece onto Ihans, who's going to get on back. But, I mean, that huge commitment you saw in the top lane, Blacklist International tried to go in, they got rewarded the top T1, but Ahem is on the bottom lane, he's like, okay, nobody's here, I'm going to take my own T1.
And a nice dragon trade.
Yeah, and it looks like the Overlord going to be picked up here. OG finding ways to, again, just keep it close, right? It's about this map control. They've kind of reacted properly to Blacklist's initial attempts, but this is what we wanted. We got one in terms of a competitive series here. And now it looks like the Umbrella Outburst, they actually have that connection, and Ahem gets blown up, not able to get on back on this one. Just the play, but Dragon is going to be killed in return. The Raging Sea, hopefully just locking him down. Chaz is trying to run away, and now here comes the Cavalry, literally with the Razor Cavalry. And now Chamey won with the zone back, the heroic choice. And it looks like Joshi and Dao Dao trading blow for blow, and Joshi gets the better of them. And now it looks like 663, he too will fall. That's a team ace going the way of Blacklist.
It just going so explosive. Could you just imagine that was a 5 versus 5 big team fight happening before 10 minutes mark on the top side, and that all originated by the ulti breakout from Charles. that was such a great ambush.
Yeah, great ambush there. But it was kind of like Blacklist. They didn't have the full numbers. The reinforcements eventually made their way there, and they made them pay. And that was the thing where, like, OJ, okay, you get the kills, but you got to survive. They were completely out of position at that point.
And I would give my credit to Chami1's roaming again. Because of the Guan, you get into the battlefield on time and just create the image that you just mentioned.
Yeah, that's why he's called Chami1. He's the #1 dude, right? He's always going to be setting things up. You got to understand where he's at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
Him and his brother, Justy, do great work together.
Tyrant.
All right, now looks like the Tyrant going to be picked up here. Justy gets the better of that one in terms of that smite battle, but now Chami1, he's getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. Here comes Golden Kai looking to turn things around. He goes right back in, and it looks like Ehans is going to be picked up. There's too many members, and now Dragon getting a little bit low. The Raging Sea only onto Chaz, not too much value. Stampede with Chaz. He's going to let Neil know for daring to go on to him as he's looking to go Hulk smash. 663 is back.
I mean, like, you can easily find the coordination between the team members on the side of Blacklist International, because we mentioned, like, how long they've played together, like, for years. So you can see, like, each team fight they get, they will always have a pre-communication before it happened.
Yeah, very clean, right? With the way that they're going in, it's like even with that Ehans was going after him, things didn't look great, but the reinforcements, the right time, right place. I mean, when you've got friends like that, like, what else do you need, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, no matter where or when it just took place of the team fight, they will never give up about their team fight. Just always keep executing.
Yeah, always being aggressive. And even taking away the Crimson Golem here, Justy, this is the way Blacklist likes to play. We were talking about aggression. I mean, in the pregame, this is exactly it.
And also, like, the target is so clear because they know that after 10 minutes mark, definitely OG is giving this red buff to Aham, to this Lady Sun, because mentioned about, right, the power that Lady Sun has in the late game. So they are targeting on this red buff, try to shred down the strength of Aham.
Yeah, and taking that away. Also, any sort of buff that you steal away from Dao Dao is going to be less time, less farm efficiency, and you're seeing the net worth. 3K in favor of Blacklist because, again, it's these micro wins.
And I feel like Dao Dao's pace is kind of interrupted by Chami1. Right?
Agreed.
You can see like how naughty Chami1 is playing right now.
Yeah. Actually, Dao Dao, I'm sure, is very uncomfortable. And now, this is when you're like, okay, two members going right on top of Dao Dao. He's trying to pounce away. The Honey Sweet breeds with that nice little reaction. But now Chaz is on the chase. They've taken the mid T1. Justy tries to go for the mini Sun. The Umbrella Outburst is going to look to dive, and the Razor Cavalry is going to be on point as they take down 663, and they're going to take even Ehans as well. They're going to take the mid T2. Blacklist International are finding ways to, again, control this game.
I mean, like, Blacklist is definitely dominating the pace. It hasn't even gone for the drag. After they just go rampage.
Oh, they dive in. They find Dao Dao. They're like, you're not even safe under the bottom T3. They take that one down. They make their way to the mid T3 as well. Blacklist International doing everything well, and Ahem all by himself. Blacklist International are looking to end it, but they want to make a statement as they take down Ahem. They're going to take game #1.
They are showing their aggression, showing their dominance by such a great play in game 1. I'm like, it's non-stop, right? It's unstoppable. Everyone just keep pushing forward, and everyone just bursting out their energy that they had.
Aggression. It has been nothing but that. Justy, just like how he's able to go, he says, get on my back. Let's go in. There is no red light. It's all green lights from here.
Yeah, I feel like they're really enjoying the chaos that they made in game 1.
Yeah. I mean, this has got to feel so good for this team, right?
Yeah.
I mean, again, we were always talking about the importance of game 1. Being able to take that one out like the way that they did.
That way.
Dominant, right? And that's going to feel really great for them.
I'm telling you, we had an idea that was going to be an aggressive game. Like, we knew that they were going to be trading punches, but this just took me back to high school, man. It was just like everyone just going like, fight. And then they just started just punching each other at 7 minutes 30. 5v5 right before the Tyrant. What is going on in here? I love that. Something else that I loved was Golden Kai, man. Like, we talked about Golden Kai at the beginning. We were thinking like, how is he gonna take it? How is the communication with the coach?
Yeah.
It is not about the words, it's just about the actions, and he completely showed us that he is on.
Yeah, and I think with that sub yesterday, I think it's the whole Michael Jordan meme where he's like, I took that personally. He came back here, he was 5-1-2. Golden Kite was like, never again, how dare you?
Yeah, and I feel like he do clear up his mind, and he's not influenced by the result about like from the rotation that he did yesterday. So yeah, nice play for him in game 1.
I mean, just a completely controlled game, as you saw that by that gold graph, right? Blacklist International never took their foot off the gas. They were able to close things out, and the way that they were able to do it, again, aggression. Like, they got the kills, and they were not waiting for respawn timers. They just kept snowballing from there. And now it looks like we're going to go into the highlight here just to kind of see exactly how things paced out. Chammy once set things off. Like you were talking about the fact that he's roaming everywhere. He had such an impact. He's in literally all of these highlights here.
Yeah, I feel like he's always back up for his teammates. And also I mentioned about the micro that they did in game 1 is that they took both side lanes first, side lane towers first. So you can see like in the last team fight, how easily that's Guan Yu can go in, right? At the back.
Yeah, I mean, like even in this highlight itself, Chammy 1 was fighting 1 versus 2, got both of them, bought enough time for Justy to kill Dao and to join them in the end. Look at how Chammy 1 baits it out. Ehans is like, oh crap, here's everybody else, and Chammy 1 just going in for the drive-by, getting some of those kills. But this is what things happen, like in terms of just like how they're able to dissect your team.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And yes, the beautiful is definitely the word to describe the team fight that they made, especially the last one, like Char's ulti with Guan Yu at the back. It was just like overwhelming.
Just going in, Justy, setting things up. Initiation, somebody gets kind of out of position. Boom, let's go in, blow him up. Ahem was trying to deal with a minion wave, not possible. And you could see all smiles on the Blacklist side.
Since the beginning of the day, I've been saying that I was on the OG Esports car right over there. There's riding on it. But I think the Blacklist International just showed us right now that they are ready to do this. They really want to be able just to take that ticket to going to the group stage. Right now, Blacklist International with a 1-0 lead on top of OG Esports. The boys from OG Esports, they need to turn things around or they're going to be heading to the airport tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to a little break. And when we come back, it's going to be game 2 of our match 2 of the day.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KWC, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're gonna go into game 2 on this IKL against PKL matchup. Right now, Blacklist International, they have the advantage on top of OG Esports. One more win and they're gonna move into the finals of the lower bracket, and that would send OG Esports packing back home. Right now, if we talk about the heroes, we had a very long chat about like hero picks and what has been meta, what has not been. We've been talking about Florentino a lot. 2 performances, 2 losses. What is going on?
I just think it's that the teams are not familiar about it. I mean, we kind of addressed this a bit. I think you were talking about it earlier about the players don't seem like they're next level with it. They still need a little bit more time for it to really marinate and for them to get comfortable with it.
Yeah, that's one thing. And as for game 1, to me, it's more like a strategy issue than a mechanics issue.
Okay.
Because like as for Ihans, right, he played this game for quite a long time. Actually, he started his career back into like 2018. Right, he played this game very experienced. But the thing is that once you see Charming1 roaming a lot, but Ihans is trying to keep pushing forward. It's more like they put their focus into that pushing strategy, but it just doesn't work because it's just overwhelmed by the team fight provided on the other side of BLCK.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like it seemed like Charming1 has gotten the better of him thus far. Charming1 in terms of the overall team fight, the control and everything. But Florentino, you can carry at the end of the day. And he was never able to do that because, again, it seemed like there were too many mouths to feed and not enough space for OG to really get themselves into this one.
I am really looking forward for Florentino carry, man.
Yeah.
Because coming here all the way to Paris, like I've been just kind of like literally just counting the days until I can see a Florentino carry, and it's just not happening. So hopefully we're gonna get to those days very soon. Right now we're gonna jump it straight into the BP. It's going to be OG on the blue side, Blacklist International on the red. Let's see how this chess match is going to unfold.
Well, I do like the way how they just ban away this Byron and Florentino at the same time, just directly targeting Charming1. Those OP heroes, you don't want to get it. You have no chance to get it.
No chance to get it. And I think that I don't know if OG are overvaluing the Florentino pick, because we did see Charming1 play the Florentino. That was the other loss that he got with that hero. But they're looking to know that they think it's strong enough to at least warrant a first phase ban. But if anything, you know, when you're playing against Blacklist International, you attack Charming1 in the draft as much as possible and take away some of his heroes.
But at least Charming1 got his fairy Dharma.
True. Yeah.
I feel like at least, right?
Yeah. I always make the joke that when they get the Dharma, they just auto win. Like, he has such a good high win rate with that hero. He's very good. Obviously, it's not 100%, but I do think that it's something that you have to fear at any part of the game if you see that.
That's what we call like signature hero.
Yes, for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And as for OG, they go for this Haya. We mentioned about Haya right during the break, because Haya could be so strategic, but it's all about timing. And since they've already used Lapu Lapu, I guess this time Jumpy is also not available. It's gonna be a little bit questioning for them how they're gonna guard the setting around Haya's ulti.
Well, you know, Blacklist right now, it looks like TG is just like, hey, you want to take us to the Mirage? Fine. We're going to set things up where literally Wild Growth, the Honey Sweet Breeze, the Cannon Blast, everything is going to be waiting for you. So you have to be very careful when you do try to use that Mirage.
Especially that they are picking out this Agudo at the third pick, because Agudo is such a great counterattack with this Haya, because ulti can just trade before the teamfight happens. So I feel like they are letting OG to have this Haya.
Yeah. I mean, also at the same time, while I do think the Haya is first pick worthy, most teams right now are looking to figure it out in terms of just how to deal with it. I think most of the counters that you see here are, I would say, very acceptable as a counter.
Yes.
But now you're looking at Chorus' side with OG, like they're gonna, you know, Yangjian, now you have the Dolia to kind of have 2 Moonscape Mirages. Like, this is really to kind of enhance this hero even more.
Exactly. And but you just mentioned about how many counter picks that Blacklist did, right? Actually, all 3 heroes are for Haya, but that just brought another thing to the table, is that it's pretty squishy, right? And also it might be pretty vulnerable if you just can't land your skills correctly onto the enemy that you want. So tankiness is what Blacklist need in the bans.
Yeah.
In picks, sorry.
Definitely. And you need some sort of way. I mean, they have a lot of damage, they have a lot of control. I mean, the Dolia just kind of enhances all of that. So, I mean, being able to pull out the Dolia here, very, you know, it opens up quite a lot. I mean, you probably do need some sort of tank. I don't know what sort of direction they want to go here, but I mean, this is like, you have so many different opportunities, especially since we're only in game 2 here.
Exactly. And actually, I'm looking forward to seeing some heroes like Sun Ce or some heroes like Xiang Yu Baiqi on the side of OG. Because these 3 top laners can do great counterattack towards either Mu Zi or this Xiao Qiao.
Yeah, so I think that, you know, going in, if you're looking at some of the bans, they were like, okay, you don't have a farm laner. We're going to attack you, Ahem, more than anybody else. They're going to pick up the Flowborn Marksman themselves, so they do have their own set of range, which is what they pretty much want. When you know that the Haya is kind of lurking, you don't want to be close by, if you will.
Exactly. But the vision will be the problem on the side of Blacklist International.
Yep. And now it looks like this is where things get a little hairy. You need some sort of tank. You need a farm laner. Both of them are going to be picked here. But what kind of, like, what sort of frontliner are you? I mean, you talked about the Sun Ce. Let's talk a little bit more about the farm laner. Okay, it looks like they're going to go with the Aaron here.
Yes, they go for Aaron, and also they took the Dharma away from Chami 1. That is really smart, because also we mentioned about the initiation vision that Blacklist International is lack of. So OG this time on the blue side, I saw like they are building up a really nice draft in game 2.
Yes. And also this is, I mean, they're looking at the Aaron as more of like the counter pick, at least in terms of this lane against the Flowborn Marksman. We do know that Golden Kite has kind of come online, at least from game 1 on. I do expect him to kind of go in, but one of your best players is Chami 1. You give him a fatigue. Hopefully you can also do your damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, Fatigue can be such a great warrior in this patch, and also Fatigue can do great laning against this Dharma, and also he can be such a great threat in the team fight towards this Irene.
Yeah, and also you know that because he's Chami 1, he knows the Dharma, he knows the counter. This is going to be, you know, one of those things where he's like, hey, I know how to deal with that Dharma. I'm able to outlane it, and also I can carry in the end if I need to as well.
And in that case, I feel like because in game 1 we see a lot of team fights happened, but in game 2 I feel like the laning will prioritize more than game 1, because both teams are picking out those strong laning heroes. So in the early game, I mean, like before 4 minutes mark, we might see a lot of HP trade during the laning.
Yes. And I think okay. Now let's pretend like you're the coach of OG.
Okay.
Right? All right. Okay. You seem very excited. Like
I'm
you want.
very excited about
we're role playing.
this.
We're role playing. But okay, if you are going to be the coach after that game 1, what are you telling the team?
Well, I was just forget game 1. Okay. Let's just go for it. Go for another 2 points. It's not a big deal.
Got it. So it's like the Men in Black, the red pen. Everybody forgets everything. Let's just move on, right? Like, let's pretend like it didn't happen. But now we're, of course, second series of the day. Game number 2. OG need to figure out a way to come back after that, you know, a bit of a hard loss in that first game there.
And during the laning, they're doing good. They're dodging the poking damage on the side of BLCK. So you can see like they are chasing them down.
Yeah, they might as well, right? I mean, they took a lot of damage just walking through the river. And 663 is like, okay, this is my river, especially on this Dolia. I will dominate here. But, I mean, Blacklist International, again, I think that we need to kind of calm them down a bit. I mean, it's just one game. They haven't won the series, but I'm pretty sure that they're feeling pretty positive going in here.
And I feel like, you know, it's kind of strange to see Blacklist International play in such composition, because mention about the aggression that they had, right? They really relies a lot on those muscular composition in the previous series, but check this one. It's like pretty much like poking strategy composition. So you need to keep a safe distance, no more melee fight. So while they just pivot their playstyle, and can they just adjust to it?
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to adjust to the top lane as Chami 1 needs to be a little bit careful. The flash away by Ehans, but Chami 1 is going to give up first blood. Dao gets that one, but Ehans does fall in the end. Blacklist with still 3 members up. Dao is looking to just hound forward. He's got the Heaven and Earth mode, but it doesn't look like he's going to continue. 663 has joined as well. Maybe it was a little bit of a bait as they continue with this fight. The Peacebringer on back onto 663. It looks like now they will disengage.
1-1 trade and flash for flash, all for the small niche objectives on the top, and there's a solo kill happening at the bottom. That's what I mentioned about, you know, like before Fullness, a lot of skirmishes that you might see during the laning.
Yeah, and it's like one of those things where even if you're by yourself, Golden Kite continuing with that momentum from the last game, getting the better of Ahem, and now Dao, like, they're still sticking around. They want to brawl. They are not scared. The Moonscape Mirage is now going to be popped. Dragon is just going to wait around on the wings. Dao is very, very hungry as well. He wants this blood in terms of this kill. And Chaz with that flash, the nice two-man stun, the return. And now they actually make Neil pay.
The precise timing to unleash his ulti on the side of Joshi. That was so accurate. Just got instant control on the side of OG.
Yeah, perfectly played right there. I think that this is why those three heroes were like instantly picked. They knew that the Haya was going to be there. And they're like, okay, this is counterpick, and we're going to set our draft around these three.
Especially Haya is away from his flash.
Yeah. And now, I mean, Neil had to do the walk of shame. He's back in there. And like usually when your Haya is able to get going, has those items, he becomes scary even in the Mirage. But now that he's kind of fallen behind, this is a bad spot because you don't want to be a secondary support in this game.
Exactly. You need to have enough item for Haya to do the burst out damage. And in that case, he needs to rotate more frequently. And also this time, because they're picking out Dolia as a roamer, so you can't expect those control abilities coming from Dolia, right? Just like a little girl running there. So you need to pair up with Dharma in game 2.
Oh yeah, if Ehans is able to get that double truth, that would literally be teamfight winning. Assuming that they were able to set that up, I mean the draft makes a lot of sense, but it all comes back to execution. Right now, Blacklist International have gotten the slight edge as it looks like they get the Honey Sweet Freeze. The ambush is real and Ahem is down for the count yet again.
I'm like, it's very torturing to be at the bottom lane because that was like a 3-1. So definitely Blacklist is making something happen at the bottom.
Yeah, but Dao using that space, they're like, okay, all right, Ahem did go down, but Dao's like, all right, we can still take the Tyrant because there's too many of them there. Now Ehans gets the truth on. Joshi dodging most of this, and now Ehans not able to hit him off the backboard, so it looks like he's going to walk away. And now Blacklist International again back. They're looking to be grouping up into this 5 here. And Dao, you could tell he is completely, not to say possessed, but he's definitely encouraged to control this, control the game this time.
I feel like he's furious now.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
oh yeah. I mean,
like they play a head-to-head because both junglers are very famous and well-known for their mechanics and their own playstyle. But in game 1, it's kind of like he was overwhelmed by Joshi. So this time I feel like playing this young Jane, he's going to be more proactive.
Yes. And I think that, I mean, as the star player, you got to be like, okay, how am I carrying this team? How do I get my team back into this one?
True.
So again, you got to be taking it personally. You got to get back because again, the team needs you here. And now again, Blacklist continue. I love the fact that they're being, invasive in terms of this jungle. Dao has to use his own ult to go in. Ehans gets the truth on, but it's just Dragon who's looking to shake things up here. Chaz is about half life as well. They're going to be backing off. The Cannon Blast is going to completely miss on this one. And OG are going to disengage, but they might have lost parts of their jungle at least.
Yeah, the way that how they trying to design the team fight is that once Ehans coming in, Neil was finding an opportunity trying to catch Golden Kite on the other side. But the thing is that a lot of flash trade that you can see, right? Flash trade once between Neil and Dragon in like around 2 minutes at the top side of the map, and another trade that you just see during the team fight. So that's a problem. We haven't witnessed once about the ulti from Neil yet.
Yeah, hasn't done as much, especially. I mean, Ehans as well. The truth, we expected a little bit more. He does a little bit better job in terms of the positioning of that. They might have gotten a kill. Unfortunately for them, and fortunately for Blacklist, they've been able to weather that storm, but they take the mid-team one. Oh, the pound forward by Dao doing some serious work as they actually pick off Dragon, and it looks like they're going to find Chammy one as well. And you were saying, hey, Neil, you got to get your Mirages. Well, there's one for you, Nora.
Beautiful answer. I love it. And I do like the way how Dodo just dashed in, right? Use his first ability and the furious play that you can see coming out from Dodo.
Yeah, and just like that, the game, the dynamica, the tempo, everything is shifted in favor of OG as they're invading their jungle, taking away the Crimson Golem. And now, I mean, with Ahem with this one, that will help his farming efficiency.
Yes, and we mentioned about the aggression might be the sharing feature for both teams. So this time, Blacklist, as we said, right, they are picking out those poking strategy compositions. So how they're gonna make their adjustments to this kind of competition. I feel like they're kind of lost, right? Because they're trying to go it head-to-head against OG by those team fight. But the thing is that the composition they go for didn't allow them to do so.
Yeah, definitely didn't allow that, right? And I think that Blacklist on the other end, now they're playing from behind.
Yeah.
They need to get some sort of pickoff. They find 663. It looks like he will eventually fall. Chammy1 gets him. It looks like 663 was just a little too far ahead.
Yes, and that's going to be an opportunity for BLCK because they are trying to find out those outnumbered team fights because it can be a little bit hard for them to do a 5 versus 5, but 5 versus 1 to Dolia, it's going to be an easy take.
Yeah. But, I mean, roll lines don't matter. Nobody cares about them, right? It's an easy kill. But now with this power play, I mean, 663, if anything, he's just a roamer. He was very low level, so his respawn timer is much quicker, so he'll be able to get back into the fight. In the end, it wasn't the worst thing, but still, any sort of win that Blacklist can get has got to be gravy.
And this is a very interesting thing about this Dolia is that when you're playing in game, once you unleash your ultimate, jobs down.
Yeah. I think that is huge here. And now the flank, they actually try to go in. They actually only connect onto one. Ehans not able to find the perfect one, but the box is going to be real, and he's going to be sent into the Mirage. Ehans is so low, as well as Dao, who's coming out of this one. Blacklist is low on their own side. As they try to go in, they find him. Chaz is going to be picked off, but Ehans is traded away. OG all out running right now.
Nice counterattack, nice backslash, and I would say that they already know that they are not that they're not that powerful to contest OG with a 5 versus 5.
Oh, the hound forward. They find Justy. He's so low. Dao gets that pick. He found him. It was a little too far up, and with his friends, they got the pick off, and now they want more as they find Chammy1, who's on the run, has to hide under the tower, and OG will say, hey, thank you for the jungle.
I feel like everything just going to be so chaotic, right? Just happening. Once again, a lot of back and forth that you can see right now in game, especially we're going to the upcoming 10 minutes mark. So, wow. Let's just take a deep breath. I would say, like, for Blacklist, I noticed that actually after the initiation started, they just took one step back, and that is very important to execute this kind of composition. But the thing is that how are you gonna stop Dao this time?
Well,
he's got like 100% killing participation so far.
Everything revolves around him.
Yeah.
I mean, his net worth lead is 1.5K. Again, he's been able to bounce back on this Yangjian. He's actually done quite well. Everything is set up, right? Again, he decides to go. Everybody needs to follow him as he takes a lot of damage. He needs to be careful. The Cannon Blast is not going to slow him down, but Blacklist right now have to worry about this raid boss. Another Cannon Blast onto 2. Look at how Blacklist are kind of, again, they're grouping up. They understand that this is not a great spot. We cannot be isolated, as it looks like they find Neil. The Moonscape Mirage is going to be used defensively, sending him in. And Dao is off to the side. Oh, yeah, to the truth. Oh, setting it up. And Justy has to be backing off. The Honey Sweet Breeze onto 2. And now Dao is getting a little bit low, but they've already found Chammy1. That was the setup. The Hound on forward. Dao might have been a little too aggressive, but they find Dragon. And it looks like Chaz, he flashes into the wall. The box is not going to save him as he too will fall. 3 members down from Blacklist.
It's going to be a triple kill. Goes to Aham, and I feel like OG, they are getting into the game. They are leading the game.
What a bounce back performance thus far. Ehans is going to be back, but the fact that Aham died twice, he lost the solo kill to Golden Kite, but getting that triple back into this game. Again, OG, the way that they're playing and revolving around how Dao is going in has been amazing.
Like no retreat that you can see on the side of OG, right? Everyone just dashing in and find any possible opportunity to keep fighting. And that's the thing. Like you can see like positioning of Ehans, and also how Dao dashing twice, and also how Aham just relying himself. Just check the replay, right? Ehans goes first and just let the opponent scattered, and at the same time, the second dash in using the neutral objectives that they have, and also check Aham's positioning. He's just being so safe, playing around him, and got him a triple.
Yeah, and actually, we were talking about the counter picks to the Haya.
Yes.
They were looking to set things up, but then they were like, okay, we have Chammy1 locked into the Mirage. Everyone else goes in the backline, so that they have to deal with those heroes. They can't just, sit around, linger around for that, Moonscape Mirage to end. So that's how they've kind of reacted to it. OG right now, again, understanding the heroes and what they need to counter the counter.
just be more proactive that they can.
Of course. And now they're looking to slow siege in this bottom T3. Cannon Blast not really going to connect. Furball is going to be just slowing them down. They've dealt with the minions, buying a little bit more time for Blacklist here. And now it looks like OG going to wait for the next piece. Next minion wave, if you will. They're going to knock on the door. Blacklist are going to look to clear the wave yet again. Again, they need to slow, but Ihans only finds Dragon, who actually has to go golden, but he's going to be picked off first. The Truth sending him out. That was a nice little initiation. They've got the Moonscape Mirage. Jamie 1 is fighting with Neil, and they find him, and yet again, the back line. Dow chasing after him, but they find Ihans, but the bottom T3 down.
The flash from Ihans was so swift that they didn't really predict that that might be a hero who's going to jump in and initiate.
Yeah, you always have to assume that Ihans on that Starma, like the Flash Truth is always available. He hasn't gotten that stun, but that was just enough for Dragon to get out of position. Then you have the rest of them. Like Dowdow's an absolute monster at this point, especially with Ahem. Like if we're talking about this damage, like Dowdow, 98,000 at this stage, doing phenomenally here. Overlord going to be picked up here. Ahem, again, more push, more play, less space for Blacklist coming up.
Yeah, so it's going to be very hard for Blacklist right now because, as we said, there's no tankiness can be seen on the side of BLCK, and also their lack of vision control, which allowing Heya to be more bold to use his ulti.
Yeah, very bold, right? And this is why that high up pick is just so annoying to deal with. It's like you get just slightly out of position, you're stuck in purgatory, if you will, stuck with a guy that you don't want to be in. The rest of your teammates can't really help you. And Dow looking to go in, fighting 1 versus 4, and Dragon! Oh, he takes most of it. The Hound is going to pick him off. And Chaz is running for the hills. The box is going to lock them all in onto the tower. He Peacebreakers on back, but at what cost? Jamie 1 just flashing away. They have to hide in, but the Moonscape Mirage just at the very end, spacing it out. They find Joshi. They get most of the picks as Jamie 1 has to somehow hold it. It looks like OG are going to take it game number 2.
OG is making comebacks, and Dao is on fire. Could you believe that that was a 1 versus 5? The man was godlike.
Dow not scared. He knew he was just like, he was the man, right?
Yeah.
He was a complete raid boss, completely just diving in, does not care how many towers, how many players you have. He will be able to take this fight.
It just feels like he's saying, if there's going to be one person who's going to rescue the team, I'm going to be the one.
Yeah, I'm the man, right? I'm going to ensure that no matter what happens, I got your back. We're back in this series.
Exactly.
Things around right now, OG Esports. Unlucky for them because they were at the brink of just like falling and then just going back home. With this performance, they turned things around. Blacklist International in the first 4 minutes, they did have the momentum of the game as well, right? Like they start very aggressive, they come in with the ambush, they start tossing in there just all of the fights, give them a little bit of an advantage at the beginning, but what happens then?
I mean, you let Dow get his space, right? I think that it's one thing to be quote-unquote winning, but if you're not able to kill Dow, find him, take away, you know, some of the jungle camps away, he's going to get out of control. I mean, 12,000 net worth, like double Dragon, and I mean double Chaz. Like he was just so next level where no one could fight him.
And I feel like the draft also going to be on the spotlight in this game because we mentioned about the initiation that OG has, right? Young Jen can go for the first hand, and so does Dharma, so does Haya. Like a lot of initiation that you can see on the side of OG. But as for Blacklist, I feel like it's not in their comfort zone, this kind of composition.
Yeah, agreed. And you could tell that they were not really able to play their game. I mean, if we're looking at it, it was just more of like running away, right? They didn't want to take any sort of fight. Like we saw in game 1, why they were successful. We talked about aggression, and that was what led to success. This one, they were like playing reactively, passively, and they lost.
And I think that it was very commendable just to see Ahem's performance today, right?
Yeah.
Like in here, like it starts really difficult on the air in a 0-2 in the first 4 minutes. And then on the 10-minute marker comes in with a triple kill. And then he just picked up and it took off and it was the Ahem show.
Yeah, and as we go into these highlights, I mean, this is what they were looking to do. Like, look at how Blacklist continuing to brawl. Dow is just lingering around, but he's just buying time because, again, once 663 is there, you've got that, you know, potential Celestial Melody, but this is probably the tipping point when things just started to kind of flex in favor of OG.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the pivot point because, as you can see, everyone just being taken extremely low, but after Haya just fixed the place in such a narrow spot and everything just went so optimistic from that.
The problem in there is just that dragons, the items were not online ever. Like he had so few gold that he hits Dao twice, and Dao's still standing over there. And this is Xiao Qiao. Like it should be burst damage immediately.
Yeah, and look at the Dao. Oh my gosh, he's playing with fire. Absolute limits of this hero staying alive. It was more of like bait. Everybody's like, oh, okay, we can finally slay the dragon. But Dao's like, no. I'm gonna hound on back. I'm gonna be fine.
And that's, to me, is pretty much like a testing, even including this one, testing where the boundary is, right?
Yeah.
And for the last team fight, he just go for a 1 versus 4 because he already know that, okay, I'm going to survive with a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, so I'm going to close out the game.
All right, OG Esports right now, they take one back and they're going to put it 1-1. The next game is going to define everything. Who's going to stay? Who's going home? Let's go for a break. And when we come back, it's going to be game 3 of our match number 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KWC, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. Half for puff and blow the house down.
Game 3 is on. Whoever that wins this one is going to stay alive, move forward, and then just go and play one more match. And whoever that loses is just going to just start packing and heading back home. 1-1 OG Esports against Blacklist International. Yesterday, Blacklist International has the same story. Win the first game, lost the second one. Are we having the deja vu from yesterday's performance?
We might. I think that that's actually kind of scary as if you're a PKL fan, right?
Yeah.
Because these are your boys, right? This is like your third place team. You have high expectations going in, but now you got to shake things up, right? Like I think there was just too much momentum after game 1. You're thinking that we got this one. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You got to bounce back in this game 3.
And I feel like if they want to do so, they need to make some adjustments to their draft because we mentioned about why not just play in your comfort zone, right? And in that case, I think this time they will just go for more proactive heroes. For example, like Loon at the farm lane and also Mai in the mid.
What I can see on this in front of them is that OG, this was the first game that they have won in this tournament, right?
Yes.
Yesterday was a 2-0, then they lost the first one, and then this is going to be the first game. Is this a turning point that is going to just give them the the energy that is going to give them the confidence that they need in order to make it to group stages.
Well, if you're any other team, you got to be scared, because if DAO starts to power up, get that energy, and hits that next level, now we're talking about a completely different team, though.
And we mentioned about their backstory, right? How they got their spot, how they made their journey into EWC 2026, right? Because they were in the low bracket and they were thought as the dark horse, and I feel like they are making comebacks as what they did back in their IKL.
Of course, like they beat Kagendra in the last match just to take that last spot in order to make it all the way here, right? And that's just a statement because it was one of the names that we're expecting to have here in KWC 2026.
Exactly.
Yeah. Never say die. I think that both of these squads going in, I mean, I think, Isaac, you were talking about many a times that they need to start packing. I mean, I'm scared for both of them. I don't want to pack. I don't want to go home, right? I want to continue on. I need my journey to continue, and they need to win this game.
Wow, best of one. To be honest,
yes,
right?
You're
if
right.
you even
you're
out,
right.
it's going to be a best one. Like one game, deciding game.
Yeah, I think that's even more pressure to really perform in this
and
one, right?
Scary, to be honest.
Everything on the line. We were talking about like, oh, how much of your cards would you want to show? All in, right?
All in.
Right now is the time. You don't want any regrets.
And I feel like right now the most valuable cards might be mine, because both teams, if they are looking for this aggressiveness, mine is definitely going to be the answer, and also Aoi.
Yeah. And I love the fact that like OG right now, even the Haya band, they understand, hey, if you're going to pick first on the blue side, we need to take that away, because that's the style that can happen, right? In that last game.
Yeah, I mean, like they ban away this. Are they listening to him? Anyway.
They might be. I know, because I'm
but
looking
Aoi
at
and Lapu will be available for Blacklist International, because they haven't used this Lapu yet. So I'm not sure about this Mai ban. I mean, like Mai can be very valuable, but what about Lapu, right? Lapu can not only be great initiation, but also can do great help at the lane at the bottom.
Yeah, it might be picked up here. It looks like, oh, they're going to go with the Princess Frost. Leon like, I am not a huge fan. I think the past 6 months, the data has shown that the Liang just falls off so hard. Like, this is an early game hero. If you get to mid to late game, he is literally a librarian, dude with glasses. He's going to get punched. He's going to be instantly destroyed.
And I feel like this duel, like Leon and Frost, is kind of like the final test for your team to see whether you had such a clear and deep understanding towards a patch or not. Because when you're picking up this duel, you need to play a vision game. Not only like land your skills, like using Leon's ulti is pretty easy, right? You just like pick one person and suppress him, right? No more mechanics. But the thing is, the timing and also the vision that you're gonna play.
Yeah, and also the follow-up. So the coordination, right? So that you don't do any damage by yourself, but they're gonna do a lot of damage with this Princess Frog, and now Jing added to the list.
Jing, if you're looking for this burst of damage, Jing is definitely gonna be the answer all the time. So definitely like Jing can be a nice combo, and if they're looking for another one, I would say Byron on the top will be the one for Ehans. But well, Blacklist leave it as an open choice or not, just depends on them.
And I love the fact that they were like, what is going to happen? How do we continue on with the success that DAO had built in terms of that momentum in game 2? Where they're like, okay, let's give him the Jing. Let him continue to fly high and just be that guy.
Just showcase with this Jing. So definitely mechanics he got, and by using this Jing, they can do great damage, especially they're picking up Nuwa on the side of Blacklist International. Nuwa can be pretty late game, and also Aoi need time to scale up. So I'm a little bit worried about the early game on the side of Blacklist International.
Also agree, right? Also that Nuwa, very vulnerable. Like the Jing gets on top of you, what are you going to do? You have to like negotiate your way.
Stop him.
Yeah, you can't stop him. You can't fight. You have to use your words and not your fists, so to speak, in terms of dealing with this hero. And now it looks like, okay, we're going to go into the second phase of the ban. And I like the fact that they've kind of rightly pointed out, Chammy, also the Kaiser, which could be kind of flexed into whatever. But taking those type of heroes away where the Jing is all about that burst, and now you have to deal with like squishier heroes, it makes it much easier for DAO.
So, in that case, actually they need more tankiness, and as we mentioned, Byron will be an open choice for both teams in Game 3, which is really powerful in this patch. So, I mean, like OG can just easily take this Byron away, but if they trying to unleash EHAS, because last game we saw him using this Dharma, finding all those opportunities.
Right.
If they want to EHAS to do the same thing, maybe Guan Yu this time, but we don't know. Okay, they go for this safe Byron pick.
Yeah, it's incredibly safe. I think it adds a lot of value to this team. Plus, now you have an initiator that can be that front line, because Liang, cannot generally unless he gets the ambush.
Yes.
But you have that frontliner, and that creates a lot of chaos before the actual fight is going to looking to go. But it also sets yourself up in terms of having a good early start, which is what is looking to be a great for OG here.
And also, in terms of Blacklist International, they can just go for another Shallow pick against this Byron, because Shallow can do great laning. Okay, I feel like I'm like a draft reader. Anyway, like Charlotte can be great counterattack towards this Byron during laning, and also Charlotte can, using some of unique items, try to absorb the first burst of damage coming out from this Liang and also Jin. Like, he can sacrifice for his team using this Charlotte.
And I also think it's also playing to the strengths, right? Where, Chammy 1 is going to be generally, like, if he gets targeted, like if he was like a Dharma, you truth Jing away, but like the chances of you hitting him, an elusive target, and, it's very tough, right? So now you're kind of like, okay, instead of me just worrying about control, I'm looking to actually fight you 1 versus 1 if I need to.
And if they need to, they, for this Fawn pick, right? This Fawn can allowing them to land all those burst damage that they want, so they don't need to rely all of their efforts on this Jing anymore.
Yeah. And I think that will, again, Dao definitely is the guy. You need him to be like, carrying you to like 80 to 90%. The rest of the guys need to be there to get you over that hump. And I think that this lineup looks good to me, but who are you giving the edge to in this final game 3?
I mean, personally, I do like the way how OG picked. I do like the way how OG picked, because they go for this Leon and Frost, right?
Yep.
But just like you said, the stats shows that it doesn't share a really high winning rate. So scientifically speaking, I would go for Blacklist International.
Okay, all right. And for all of the IKL fans that will hate you, where can they find you online?
No, I'm sorry.
Social media? No, you don't want to? Okay, all right.
But I do enjoy how they dropped, and after all, for this game 3. But I mean, seriously, it's going to be a 1-game deciding game.
Yes. Super key. You were talking about the fact that it is a best of 1. It essentially is in this one. Everything is on the line. If you lose this game and you're like, oh my gosh, I should not have picked that hero, there's going to be so much regret, because you're going to be going home. And now with this Storm Strike on OG right now, I love the fact that they're being aggressive even from the beginning.
It's already been so intense.
Exactly. And now it looks like OG on the other side. I mean, Blacklist, they need to respond in kind. Golden Kite needs to have a good game. He didn't have a great game 2. He had an amazing game 1, but now they need to continue on. They can't be the passive game or passive team that they were like in game 2.
And I mean, that's the reason why they go for this kind of draw strat, because allowing them to be more proactive and even allowing them to do a lot of early invasions, I mean.
And I mean, another thing to note is Jussie, nice little hound onto 2. But once 663 hits level 4, Blacklist need to play a little bit more scared, right? They are very vulnerable to this control Princess Frost, winner is here combination.
Which Charles needs to take more responsibility, because the reason why he's speaking out this Lianpo is not only about his tankiness, but also his skills allowing them to break Alti pushed out of Liang. That's the point. So after they notice that 63 already upgraded to level 4, Charles, this Lianpo player, need to make sure that he clean all those visions for his teammates.
Wait, you pick heroes based on their skills? I pick them based on how good looking they are. And Lianpo is a good looking hero.
I'm
just going to say.
Oh, really? It's just like we have different standard.
Okay, we'll find out what heroes you like. But I think for the sake of this draft, it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, it's about that tanky, just being able to survive. Even if he were to be controlled, it's not the end of the world, because he's probably that frontliner that wants it.
Yes, and he needs to keep his eyes on this Leon, trying to find 63 out. It's just like, okay, 63, I'm your fan for game 3 right now.
Right. And now he's level 4. This is a dangerous time for Blacklist. At the same time, OG need vision. they're going to be like the Blacklist side. Spider senses need to be tingling. They'd be like, okay, we can't do anything. We got to be super careful with any sort of movement right now.
And here's the thing, how you're going to gain the vision in this game is not showing yourself around minions or your opponents or all those neutral jackets. You just need to hide your vision in dark.
Yeah.
And that's how you're going to play with this down.
And at the same time, I think OG, understanding that they do have a bit of a power spike, now is the time. Because mid-game, again, I talked about, I don't like Leon mid to late game because he just completely falls off. But, you know, if Blacklist just like survive and they go 50-50, this is a great potential for them.
And you can see like they are taking some movements and trying to, you know, got an insta-kill or maybe make some ganks happen on the side lanes.
Yep. Yeah. I think that's best case scenario for them. And I think that also at the same time, having the 663 level 4 and beyond, I mean, he's level 5, it's creating even more space. Because Blacklists are like, actually, if we do invade, now this might be a potential. But now in the top lane, Ehans is on the prowl. They get the stun. There's the control. That's the setup. Or they find Justy, who's taking most of this with the Heaven and Earth ball. They turned it around, and 663 goes down. They find Dow as well. Not even under the towers he's safe, as he too will fall. The Tremor Smash is unreal by Chaz, who takes the tower shots. Ehan is the last man standing, but he takes a couple of blows, but Neil will fall in the other side. It looks like that was a disaster for OG.
I mean, like decisive opening coming out from OG, but as Blacklist just interrupt the combo being completed on the side of OG, they just directly black slash on their opponent.
It could not have been a best case, like a better situation for OG. They did lock down Justy. That is definitely the target, but right now it's so early, and I mean, check out this replay.
Yeah, I mean, like the flash is really nice and neat, but the thing is that after Nua, the skill 2, and also after Joshi just dashed in, and also Chummy's ulti with flash, that is insane. Ulti with flash with a knock up, he just instantly knock up 3 people at the same time.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. And also Chaz tanking the tower, realizing that they would continue to fight under that tower like a champ because he had that life total to just absorb some of those blows, and that opened things up to ensure that Blacklist gets away. In the ranked games, that never would have happened.
And that's a play they're looking for.
Yes, agreed. And now OG right now, they have to find a way to get back in. They're down about 2K. I mean, this is an absolutely monumental moment to somehow climb back into this one here.
And I mean, like, only one team fight, but gaining them 2,000 gold advantage on the side of Blacklist International. So that's what we are talking about, right? Once you fell behind when you're playing this Leon and Flores, you're just gonna collapse in the mid game.
That's a struggle, right? And I think that OG right now, even more pressure for them to come on back. Dow is still, when you have him on the side, and he's farming relatively well, yeah, he died that early time, but as long as he's able to kind of keep on pace, like they still got a chance with Dow.
Dow definitely, Jin is scaling up very well, the same level as Joshi did. But the thing is that this time Jin really need his help, the help from the Shao and Frost pick. So I'm a little bit worried about, because this time Dow can't just dash in like what he did in game 2, right? Because Jin is very squishy. And also the only target he can't get an instant kill on is this Nua pick. But how are you going to find Nua in the early game or in the mid game?
I mean, Dragon is going to be, he's going to be so far behind, right? He's going to be completely safe. He's going to be sheltered, if you will. It's going to be very difficult to find him. But I mean, OG right now, we've kind of seen that we're at 6 minutes. We have 0 kills on the OG side. 663, yeah, you had that one attempt, but they haven't got anything else, and now they've been zoned away. This is looking further and further in favor of Blacklist here.
And it's gonna be a little bit frustrating if you are playing this Leon, but you didn't make any insta-kill happen yet. So you can see like how sophisticated that Blacklist International is to tackle this Leon and Frost.
This is the control, but it's the worst person. It's Chaz. He only took like 25% life. I mean, here comes the emergence. No, it's not going to be fully committed on this one, but OG with an attempt. And we were talking about how this control has to happen, but I mean, Blacklist have weathered the storm.
And when they spot that the Leon's ultimate is not available, it's gonna be their cue to attack, to take back and just check Chami1 just chilling on the top side of the map, right? No one's caring about this Charlotte. So Charlotte has already got 1,000 gold lead against this Byron, which will make Chami1 to be unstoppable in the mid game.
Oh, that's so scary. You know, Chami1, it's one thing to let him kind of get a bit of a lead, but he's also on the Charlotte. He can start to carry. He's going to be incredibly dangerous. Plus, you have Joshi's burst as well as Golden Kite. Things are looking very scary for OG.
Yes, and to me, like Chami1 in this game might just shine out. He might be Mr. Charm in mid game.
Yeah. Chami1, I mean, he could potentially, he gets so many MVPs. I mean, a lot of the teams, the success revolved around his play. But, I mean, to have that moment and to, again, game 3, everything on the line, you gotta go out guns blazing. Now, Blacklist International, Heaven and Earth mode will be popped. They're looking for the enemy invade, and Joshi just walking around. He's on the wrong side of the neighborhood, but there's nobody to kind of greet him. I mean, to kind of thwart him away. They're going to take the bottom T2, a little bit of pressure with this one. Ehans is there with that force field suppression. 663 now gets the control, but it's on to Joshi, who's looking to turn. He gets a little bit low, and finally Chaz goes down as well as Joshi. That was a perfect initiation. They found him. He had no ult, and that was why he was able to be taken down. But Golden Kite gets the revenge. He's going to trade his life away, and just like that, Blacklist International, it seems like they're throwing some of their lead away.
I feel like OG, they're playing such a patient way. Actually, Jin was even not there, Dada was even not there. But once, as you mentioned, right, Joshi was just wandering around, and just 663 just being so patient and waiting for him, coming into a very narrow spot and just directly push his ulti on this Youngjin and got that insta kill.
Yeah, that was just not, I mean, the positioning wise, I mean,
yes,
if we're seeing what happened.
Wise. This is what happened, right? The position is not that good, even though Charles did launch his ulti, but it was too late for him to rescue this Youngjin. And also, like the Aoying, right? Aoying just dashed in using his ulti, trying to make the tower dive happen, but it didn't work for him.
I mean, he went all in for 663. He went with the Infinite Vastness to ensure that he gets the kill, but he's just a roamer. Like 663 had like completely like no control, no spell. I mean, yeah, he can cycle those other spells, but he was largely not too much of a value. You don't want to sacrifice your love just for a roamer on this case.
And even more important that we are reaching the 10 minutes mark. So it's kind of from that team fight, OG just even it up.
Yes. And I mean, the net worth is shifted. It's still about around, you know, 2K or so. I mean, it's kind of definitely been dwindled at this point. But Blacklist, you can't give any sort of lead or any sort of chance to OG. Now, it looks like OG right now, I mean, this Tyrant is going to be potentially the next big target. And look at how Chami1 is pushing it out. Now OG need to respond to that.
But as you can see, like Ehans just test out and force out Dragon's Flash. That's going to be a nice trade.
Nice little Storm Strike. Ehans is kind of all by himself, though. Needs to be careful. He does have the shields, and now with that control, they have a decent amount of work, and they find Chaz. He's not able to get the ult off, but Dragon 2 will fall. Ehans is still, oh my gosh, he's doing so much work in the front lines, but he finally gets focused. The flash on forward with Chami1, Infinite Vastness. He's on the prowl. He wants 663. He does end up getting the pickoff onto him, and now Neil Ahem is on the side. Chami1 looks to make the play. They're looking to dive the tower. They don't care. They are bloodthirsty. As they take 2 members down. Down now is the only man standing at this point, and he's going to have to deal with Joshi. He's under the tower, and now they will be backing off.
I mean, bloodthirsty it is. I mean, Blacklist International, even though they just suffered from that duel, but still, you can see like how Golden Kite and Chami1 played. It's just outrageous play.
The team fight was real, and I think that once Blacklist gets going, this is the style that they like.
Yes, I mean, like, I do like the way how Dalo come in, right? I was like, it was so eye-catching because he got his kill on this new WAP, but the rest of the team member is kind of like separated by this kind of spot, and as Golden Kite just launched his ulti and just fly in, it's kind of just give the courage for Chami1, and Chami1's like, okay, your job's done, it's gonna be my turn.
And look at Chami1, not scared, diving the tower. There were 3 members there under the T1, and he says, I don't care. I know where I'm at. I know I'm able to do my damage. And Chami1 literally carrying this team. He's 3-0-4. He's had such an impact in this one.
He's so confident about his pure sky, right? He knows that where the limit is, and he has such a clear mind about his mechanics.
Yes, absolutely. Just amazing performance thus far, but they are not out of the woods. They have not been able to shut it down. If anything, anything, OG, as long as you've got that mid T1, you still got a chance, especially early, because it, again, really limits what they can do in terms of the enemy jungle. OG on the prowl. Maybe they get some sort of control, but they're not even able to find Jussie, and it looks like Dowdow finds the back line. Dragon gets a little bit low. Neil actually gets the pick off on in this one. The push away. Golden Kite needs to be a little bit careful. They've been zoned away, and now the Storm Strike is on. Here's going to be the control, but do they have enough damage to take him down? Chammy1 actually just took unguarding that one away. They find a hem. Chammy1 is still alive. Golden Kite even going forward. Push back onto Eons. He's all by himself. He tries to go for the flash play, but he's not able to find it. It's been a triple kill thus far for Jussie, and he wants more as they find Eons. And now with that control from Chaz, the force field suppression even on. He's just trying to get under the tower, but Jussie's not letting him go. They've been trading back and forth for this one, and finally another force field suppression. Jussie, they're going to look to end this game. They're going for the back door, and now with Golden Kite and Chammy1, it looks like Blacklist International will survive.
Incredible team fight just whizzed. I mean, it was like a legendary play at the last team fight. It's like the textbook how you're gonna tackle this Leon and Frost pick. And because of that, they gain the precious tickets to the next round. They're gonna play against Nongxin Red Force.
You knew that there was gonna be like a fall-off point, right, from OG, right? The fact that Liang was not able to get those early kills to really get them in that snowball to close out the game. And then once that moment, they weather the storm, and Blacklist, once they were like 50-50 or slightly winning, I didn't think OG would be able to come back from this one.
I feel like they didn't realize that it might be the last-ditch effort on the side of Blacklist International, because as you can see, like the knockout, the beautiful knockout from Chaz from that Lianpo, and also instantly combined with Youngjin's skill 1, and everything just went in the favor on the side of Blacklist International. It's like the pivot.
That was that moment, right?
That was
and
the moment.
You knew that Blacklist were like angry. This is our time. There is no greater moment where we need to shine at this time, and they were able to kind of answer the call at the end of the day.
Yes, I feel like they're really in the game, right?
Yes.
And even like more funny part is that they don't care about the buy rate anymore. They don't care about any kills. You can see like Golden Kite and Chammy1, they're just aiming for that crystal.
They were doing everything. They were throwing everything at him. I mean, you think that there was a moment where this Jing would be able to pop off, but Blacklist had the answer. The Yangjian, the Charlotte, like they had so many different ways to be like, okay, you want to duel? Let's duel. We have the damage. We're going to outburst you.
In that moment of the fight, it was just already very clear, right?
Yeah.
And it was very close to each other. It was actually a very good initiation coming in from OG. OG comes in, they're already like pushing towards the high ground turrets. They initiate very well. What started as a flaky and not very strong coordination and sync in between the abilities, as the game just passed and the game just moved forward, it just started just kind of like getting constructed in a good place. That last fight, horrible for them. Blacklist just parades through. Good communication for them just to keep the Byron in the midfield, and then just for them to take the bottom.
Yeah, actually very smart. That was the biggest thing, where they kind of just baited out Ehans. I mean, it started with fight after fight after fight. This game was fire. They were looking at team fight.
True. I feel like it's keep fighting, and from the highlights, we can clearly see that in the early game or in the mid game, from this one, this might be the pivot on the side of Blacklist International. And as you can see, like Chammy1, Golden Kite, after scale up and being fully equipped, they can just dominate the whole game. Their fast play. And also, like in the last team fight that we might see is only about the timing. How Limpo just jumped in, check it out, right? This spot, this narrow spot, and knock out 3 people, and Youngjin just dash in with a skill 1 and skill 2. Everything just collapsed on the side of OG.
It was a perfect play. I mean, like the way that they were able to set up those stuns, everybody has damage on Blacklist, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, it makes it very easy to burst out who you need to do. And they left Ehans all the way there. But look at I love the heads-up play. This fight has been ongoing. It would have taken forever because Ehans is just so tanky. But they're like, actually, let's just not worry about it. Chammy1, Golden Kite going for that bottom side. It took them a while for those minions, but you had enough time. The heads-up play to make that macro play to end it. Very smart by Blacklist.
I just love the way that Ehans was just in there, just shielding and shielding, and they were not able to kill him at the end. Like he was still in the same HP since he started the fight.
He protected his KDA. That's all that matters, right? I mean, we might have lost the game, but my KDA is still on top.
He's doing his best, trying to buy more time for his teammates. But anyway, like I can see the determination of both teams and trying to, fight for the ticket to the next round.
Golden Kite, again, for me, the MVP of this whole game. I believe that game 1 and game 3, he really carried the team. He had an amazing performance. He was hungry. Like he was hungry just to prove himself. Just to tell everyone right out there that what happened yesterday is a thing of the past. And right now he just flipped the page and is ready to move into the group stages.
Yeah, completely possessed in this series. He was like looking for a bounce back. That's the way to do it, right? How dare you get subbed out? That I'm sure he took that incredibly personally, and now he's looking to shine. But again, they're not out of the woods yet. They got Nongshim Red Force. That one is going to be coming up. That one's going to be a banger as well, because we know there's even more history with this one in terms of the Nongshim Red Force squad as well as Blacklist here.
I mean, like they play against each other several times, so definitely it's going to be a tough game. And since this is the last day for the play-ins, right? So you need to play in rows.
All right. So right now, the players are ready over there on stage with Mara to share a little bit about their thoughts. And hopefully we get a little bit more answers before we move forward. Mara, take it from here.
And now we're here with Chami from Blacklist International. Congratulations! That's the very first KWC win. How does that feel? Because I know yesterday wasn't a desirable result, but today, after you won, you had a big smile on your face. Tell us what you're feeling right now.
Siguro yung napipil namin is parang overwhelming pa kasi ayun nga, parang kailangan din namin ng icebreaker talaga na momentum para sa upcoming namin mga games. And ayun nga, sobrang laking tulong din ng China bootcamp namin kasi kahit na overloaded kami in terms of knowledge, parang pa rin, nakikip pa rin namin siya in pieces. So, feel ko ditong namin, confident kami sa mga next matches namin kasi nakita na namin na kaya pala namin manalo sa EWC.
He's really happy right now. He feels very overwhelmed and he feels that they really need this momentum for the upcoming games. And he feels that that boot camp they had in China for 2 weeks really helped them. It's just that it was overloaded with information. And he's really happy because today's game proved that they could win in KWC. Now later on, it's going to be a tough match. It's going to be against Nongshim Red Force. In previous international tournaments, they usually beat the Filipino teams who were successful with them once. How do you think the game later on will go? Any predictions with that one, and how will you approach that?
Siguro, I think it was gonna be a close match. Kasi alam namin din yung Nongshim magaling sila sa disiplina and parang ayun yung taliwas ng Pinoy eh. Kasi pagdating sa mga international stage, parang gusto laban ng laban. And feel ko naman, nakuha din namin sa China Bootcamp yung pagiging disiplina. So, feel ko confident din kami as a team i-pace yung Nongshim.
He thinks it's going to be a close match. They know that Nongshim is very disciplined, and he admits that's a weakness with the Filipino teams. But with their boot camp that they had in China, that's exactly what they learned. More discipline. And so it's going to be an exciting one. Once again, congratulations on your very first KWC win. We'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. That was very insightful. That bootcamp right over there, as he just mentioned, is one of our initiatives just in order just to bring everyone's experience and to bring everyone's talent up out there with the best of the best. We had a bootcamp where we just invited a lot of teams. We had more than 100 players, hundreds of scrims, and we got an opportunity just to share the knowledge out there with them. Now, all the first 2 matches are set. The finals of the lower brackets are next. We're gonna go for a break, and as we come back, we're gonna move into match 3 of today.
やらせねてめえはうちを怒らせたぜどうなっても知らねえぞ
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're live from Paris, France. Sadly, we had already to let go two of the teams that they were qualified for this year's tournament. SAUL Esports and OG Esports are already on their way back. They did fight well, but the stakes are too high. The competition level is extremely high, and they were not unable just to make it through. Kin, Blam, thank you for being right over here. What are your thoughts on letting these two teams go?
Fortunate, but that is the case. That is how a competition is supposed to go, right? So, Blem, I know it sucks because I really was rooting for both of these teams, and it really feels bad to see them go home.
It is. It's like choosing between two best friends, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's an upset either way. Obviously, we know both coaches have done very well in terms of the drafting for those two games, and the players have played their hearts out, and unfortunately, one has to exit, like Isaac was saying, but Blacklist do get to go forward, and we get that Season 4 Invitational rematch from Nongshim and Blacklist later, which I'm very much looking forward to.
This is history at play. A lot of history behind these two teams because Nongshim was responsible for the heartbreak of a lot of PKL fans and also Blacklist international fans as well.
What about if we just move first into the first game? Because we're going to have that one after that. What about if we move into our game number 3? This is going to be our Group A lower bracket final. It is going to be Buriram United Esports against Team Flash. Buriram United Esports came in here as the RPL 26 Summer first place. yesterday, they've already played Team Flash, and sadly for them, they lost against Influence Rage. A little summary and a recap from yesterday's games from BRU.
So BRU is a very strong team, and the AOV style, this is why I like their gameplay, right? They like to take huge risk, but the reward is well worth it if you do well, right? Early game, the first 4 minutes, you don't really see like Tempest game. It's going to be a 12, 13, maybe even 8 to 9 minutes if they're really quick enough.
If you're really quick enough, but we can't talk about risk without talking about that play where we saw the minions finish the base off of Buriram United. So they've got to be careful. You can be risky, but there is a point where you push it too far and your team, your opponents, take the victory.
At the other side of the road, like we have Team Flash. Yesterday already played against BRU. Today, in their first performance, they were really strong, took a 2-0 against S8UL.
Yes, I feel like, you know what? You called it out earlier. It's a bait. Yes, we lost to Buriram United Esports yesterday. They think, or they say that they will lose again. I don't believe them as well. I think this is just a ploy, and they want to lower the defenses of Buriram United Esports.
That also, but we have obviously Team Flash. They played today. They've had a bit of a warm-up as well. That's always a good start to the day. Yes, your opponents get to look at your drafts, look how you played within that series, but ultimately, you also get the warm-up. You have your fingers ready. You are ready to take a next series, and I don't think it's going to be that 2-0 sweep that we saw the first time these two teams met.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a couple of changes in the Flash lineup. Specifically, I want to talk about Tofu's performance on that roam. Well, okay, maybe he's a distant cousin of mine, but this guy is playing really well.
Well, I hope that he can continue playing like that, because if he does not do that, then the issue is going to be that their dreams and their keys are going to be crushed together. Sadly, today we already had to see how S8UL key was crushed, and right now on your screens we can see the moment in which OG Esports says goodbye to our KWC 2026.
This one must be a very satisfying experience, not just for the PKL fans, but also for Chammy himself, because they were playing so well in that particular series. We were sitting on the sidelines, and when that last Tremor Smash came in with the Radiance, I was like, no! But you know what? This is the competition. This is why the stakes are so high. If you don't do well, your key will be crushed. Your ticket will be booked. You will be going home.
Yeah, you were sharing, obviously, your sentiments with Seb right next to you, you know? Like, definitely not the person you really want to be sat to when they lose the game there. But on my behalf, I was cheering there for Blacklist International, so I feel like you win some, you lose some, right?
Yeah. This game right now that we have in front of us is going to have two very different game styles that they're going to be clashing against each other. Buriram United Esports and Team Flash, they do play two different things.
Yes.
I do believe that Buriram United, from what we saw yesterday, they are very focused just on trying to destroy turrets and try to push forward. I do not see them that comfortable in the fights though.
I fully agree. I think Team Flash, the way that they drafted yesterday, especially with a butterfly lineup with the Aoyan, the whole game plan was we're going to start with a small trigger. We get the first kill, and then the butterfly goes insane, because with every reset, the defense damage reduction just continues over and over again. You can have a 1v5 situation, but they never allowed that to happen, because Julius was always the first to fall.
Absolutely. You can't pull a trigger without a flash, right? So if they're going to go for the kill shot, it's definitely now they want to do it, because this is the rematch where they get to prove themselves going up against Buriram United. But just to kind of like hark on their play style is, if you look towards the draft, they love to put a early to mid-game jungler for the side of Team Buriram United. So maybe just draft, ban those out, pay Agudo. Let's see what happens then.
Yeah, definitely. I think you want to blunt their knife. That's the most important part. But the second thing that really stood out during the Buriram game with Flash was also the Lorion play. My goodness, he set the standard. Nunu is the guy we're talking about. Nunu is an absolute menace if you are not a Buriram fan, because he's going to be scary today.
From Team Flash today, what I really liked a lot was just the compositions where the jungler and the support were working together as a pair. When you already have like that composition, you actually can get Tofu and get Julius just getting in there, just communicating. That made them look very strong today against S8UL.
Yes, and I think, okay, while that combination is really good, I still want to just nitpick a little bit on Julius.
Of course,
Even
go
in
ahead.
the game just now, where they won over S8UL, it felt like Julius was overzealous. He was still diving very early and giving a couple of first few deaths, which I felt wasn't necessary.
It wasn't necessary, but like clearly it didn't really amount to much, right? Obviously, yes, if you play in against a team that knows what they are doing, not to say obviously Seoul Esports knows not what they're doing, but if they go against somebody like Team Flash here or Burim United, you're basically giving them the fuel for the fire for them to take the game.
Yes, and this is a very important part because we've seen how Buriram United Esports play. If you give them a lead, they like it structured. They like to take turrets one by one. They don't force the team fights. They allow you to make the mistake and overstep before they punish you.
This is going to be their grand final. These two teams, they have the dream of still being alive tomorrow. So I'm telling you that right now, all the nerves that you can have, they're right over, they're all packed on that stage.
Yeah, and I feel like while we were talking about the steadiness, the stability on the side of Team Buriram, I also have like a gut feel that today is where Buriram might just let it loose a little bit more.
I mean, yeah, they could go full crazy, right? They could go berserk mode just to get themselves into the group stage, or we could see the Team Flash, like already alluded to, they've warmed up, they're ready to take their revenge because whoever obviously loses this one, it's kind of going to be like the last hurdle, right? Like you are pretty much going to be toe-to-toe with this one.
Yeah, right now, it's, I mean, both backs are in the corner. While this is a scary situation for both, I think this is where you really take your confidence and try to skyrocket it, right?
Yep.
So let's take a look at how to make this work through the BP. First and foremost, I'm going to ask you, would you allow the Florentino or the Lorient out?
I mean, Lorient, no. Obviously, because obviously we've seen Burim United, right? You literally just spoke about it. Nunu had a superb performance on this hero. So I feel like if you are Flash, you either kind of try and get it for yourself, depending on which side you decide to go on, blue or red. And then obviously for the rest of the series, you ban that out. Or it's literally just going to be not gracing the gorge at all within the series.
Right, so we were talking about this in our back room, right?
Yeah.
We had a discussion with Sagi about this. Lorient, great hero in the right hand, seems very powerful, but everybody has their weakness.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you have a head-on, charge to the backline kind of hero like a Chicha or Guan Yu, it makes life very difficult for a Lorient player. So maybe Flash, if they are in the red side, they might give the Lorient over to Buriram, but they will pick up a Guan Yu or a Chicha for themselves.
Yeah, they need something that's obviously, like I said, dive into the backline, but I feel like also as well, like it doesn't necessarily depend on that. If you are behind with a Lorient, it's very hard to kind of keep head-to-head with the enemy mid lane or trying to kind of use those orbs in a position of power, right? You're kind of playing from behind. You have to play a little bit more scarce, especially if they decide to go for something like the butterfly, right? Like if Team Flash gets a lead, they have the butterfly, you know Nunu's gonna be scared to be like, where is she gonna come from?
Exactly. I mean, it's nice. You see a Lorient making good plays, but you don't see when a Lorient gets destroyed because you don't get to see it. When he gets hit, Lorient disappears from the game straight away. He's a squishy. He's going to be taken out immediately.
Yeah, and I don't think like any kind of amount of defense items is going to change that. Like you may sacrifice damage at one point if you're playing from behind just to try and like keep him alive ever so slightly, but then I feel like you have to rely on your common skill as well, right? Like if that burns out, you know that it's green light go for the enemy team to full jump onto Nunu. And we saw it with Influence Rage. Within that series, I was like, right, okay, game one, they clapped us with Nunu. We need to put pressure on into the mid lane, and that's how I feel like was the key to success there for Influence Rage.
Exactly. Nunu is definitely one of the star players on the side of Buriram United Esports. The entire team, on their side, the organization, the bosses are here.
Yep.
The talents are here. The influencers are here as well. They're cheering their team on. Team Flash is seated on the other side, and we've heard how loud both sides can be.
I mean, I was entering the venue at that point, and I was like, Team Flash, whoa, what's going on? Like a completely different vibe from yesterday.
Yes. So we need your help as well. Before we step into the BP, the band pick phase, you know, we have a voting system in the game. If you are using our game app to watch the series, you can actually vote for your favorite team. That scoreboard is going to be shown on the Overlord's pit. And if you win that vote, your team logo will be showcased.
Exactly. It's just a little bit more kind of like a gratitude to the fans at home, cheering for these teams, a little bit of like an ode to them within the game, and maybe just to spur on their favorite teams, right? We're going to be getting to the draft very soon here between these two teams. Buriram United, obviously, we look towards them. They're the only team to actually pick up Miura in this competition, right? Like, that's something that maybe Team Flash want to try and mitigate or try and draft against.
I mean, this goes back into the mindset of the AOV players, right? Buriram United Esports said it themselves. It's more individual gameplay for their side, and Miura fits that bill perfectly. But the question here is, now that they have experienced the teams from HOK, do you want to take a page out of the HOK book and just ignore the 1v1s? Let's play the Power Ranger card 5v1.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that obviously when they both played against each other yesterday, right? Obviously, Team Flash were behind, but then they had that solid team fight, and we saw that obviously Team Flash is able to dictate that one and get that into their grasp here. But it looks like Buriram United here is going to go for the Lorian. They do get it onto the red side here, so Nunu is going to be on his comfort pick. However, Baldus is not going to have that pay in game one.
Yes, so they allow it. But when you allow something to happen, there is a plan, for sure. So right now, the question is, what kind of strategy are we going for? Do we want to play the long-range game where there are heroes that have a longer range in comparison to Lorian? Or do you want to just get full-on dive headfirst into the lineup, the mid lane backup, and get rid of this Lorian from the get-go?
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, when we talk about, like, long-range heroes into the mid, you're kind of looking towards Chow Chow, Nua, which I feel like some of these teams may not be quite comfortable with that hero, so I feel like maybe it does box them into a very select few heroes into the mid lane. But over to the side of Team Flash, they look to lock in down to the farm lane. We have the Chano here for a bit of late game. Lapu's been rocking the gorge for the past like day and a half now. And then obviously onto the other side, it's that tank meta. Down to the bot side of the map there, Zhangfei. We're going to go for that kind of poker face. Whose ult is better than whose?
Yeah, I mean, it's a cancelling out effect, right? Yeah. Blow for blow at this point. Unbridled outburst against the Raging Sea. It really depends on, number one, the angle, and secondly, the timing of it, right? And more, the biggest point is actually how many people do you catch? Because if you don't catch anyone, it looks fancy, but the value is kind of diluted.
That's it, yeah. It's like 5 points for style, 0 points for lethality. But they do go for the Nua. They prove me wrong here, Team Flash. I'm very excited to see them actually pick up this hero. She is great, obviously, to not only in terms of long range to kind of outpoke the Lorian here, but also in terms of macro play as well. Obviously, she has the emergence to get top side, bot side, wherever she wants to be, or just get just general intel, right, with the emergent skill.
Yes, and the current build in the pro scene for the Nua is less of a big burst where we are looking at the Scepter, we're looking at Savant's Wrath. Now it's more cooldown reduction, 25%. You want the Venom Staff, you want the Twilight Stream, you want the Mask of Agony. All of these adds up to 25% cooldown reduction, which is a lot.
Yep, Team Flash definitely listen to Coach Blam here. We do see the ban onto the Gudo as well. So Baldus, as we've seen in multiple series, bar the one where he went for Nerdset and Yukio, which is the 2 series he actually lost, is going to have to be forced either into maybe want to go for one of those picks again and trying to get that win against Team Flash, because obviously not being able to pick those up, which have been more of his comfort picks, you know, like his playstyle. Like I said in the pre-game, he likes those early to mid-game jungles. He likes having that kind of dictating the tempo here for his team.
All right, I'll let you choose whatever team you want. What is a great jungler for either one of them? What would you like?
What would I like in terms of jungle here? I mean, they are both picking for it, right? Obviously, there we go. The nerds comes out there for them, so they are going to run that one back there with the Guan Yu. I mean, that's a lot of poke and that's a push and shove, right? Like, you can be obviously flipped over here by the nerd. Say he's going to shove you around. The Guan Yu is going to shove you around. So really, is it going to be kind of trying to encase the side of Team Flash to the point where they can just use the Unbridled Outburst and just CC them for like long enough for the side of the burst damage to come from Lorian and the Chicha?
I like the control effect, but this also means that if Licky doesn't get a good game on the Chicha, and you manage to lock down the Guan Yu that's going to be played by the Clash Lane on the side of Buriram, then you know what? They don't really have a lot of damage.
No.
And that's a huge concern. Yes, Nerza can tank. He does have the anti-heal and slow burn effect from his fire tip spear. But if you take a look at the side of Team Flash, I like it a little bit more. I think the Nako Ruru is an absolute danger. Give him a lead. This is the same formula, right? Team Flash, we get one small advantage, it suddenly becomes a huge rock, a huge problem you have to deal with, but you don't have the time, you don't have the resources.
No, you don't have those, and obviously, like you were saying about the Nerza, right? Obviously, you need a few items on your online first before you actually become that solid kind of like immovable force for the side of Buriram United. And in terms of the damage, obviously, Nakaruru is going to be able to climb on top of Lorian. Nakaruru is going to be able to climb on top of Chicha here as well. Chicha, I would argue, is probably a little bit more of a harder one, because obviously you use the ultimate, you're able to get that movement speed increase, get out of there as well. We'll have to see how it plays, right? See how they play.
It's so difficult because you need to get the passive of Chicha off before she really has value. And in that space, you need to be in melee range, which is Nakoruru's favorite position to be in. I am going to touch you, and you're not going to like it.
Yeah, I mean, please don't touch me. I will not like it. Stay away from me. We are a few feet apart on the broadcast desk here, ladies and gentlemen, but we're getting into game number 1 here. And make sure you are following us on HOK Esports on all social media. But if you're looking towards, obviously, Team Flash's comp here, there's a lot of late game scaling, right, in terms of that damage. Obviously, you have the Nuance quite late game and Chano as well. So I feel like we're not going to see like a 10-minute game finisher here for the side of Team Flash.
I feel like with Team Flash, you don't know, though. They are pretty greedy at some points of the game. But yes, I agree. This is a very greedy and expensive draft here. And you can see Buriram understands this. They are already trying to steal things away from the jungle side of Team Flash, and they are successful.
Very successful here. I mean, this is what they were doing yesterday as well, right? Obviously, it was Team Flash who gave them this gesture in game number 2, right? Obviously, Buriram United definitely had a more of a stellar game 1 against them. As you can see here, for the votes into the pit, they look like they are winning with this one.
Whoa, that's a lot for Buriram here. BRU fans, we see you. Where are the Flash fans, though?
They'll come in the Flash. They're a bit too late. There may have been a little bit delayed. There may have been a bit of lag there with the Flash vote for Team Flash. But yes, as you say, Buriram United definitely takes that one. But will they take these neutral objectives? Will the team emblem shine for Team Flash?
Yeah, well, I'm expecting to see like a big engage here. Here comes a wrap around Yishong. What a push! Julius, he needs to run away. He might not make it. And Nunu, of all people, he secures the first blood.
He is sucking up these kills, isn't he? Just like the little vacuum in Teletubbies. He is claiming kills left, right, and center there with these orbs, you know? Like, he is playing this one to a T, and I feel like this is already kind of the mistake that we said in the pregame, right? If you give Nunu this Lorian, you kind of playing a bad gambit, you know?
And Julius is behind. This is a huge problem, right?
Yes.
Valdez, while he did not get that kill, he got the assist. This is valuable EXP and gold. And you know what? This is all happening while they're leaving the farm lanes in a 1v1. And this is going to be a stalemate for a very long time. Specifically for Licky, he doesn't want to go too hard on the side of Rin until he gets that first or second core item.
Yeah, or if they're able to actually try and get, obviously, the T1 takedown, right? Obviously, put a bit of pressure onto the blue side of Team Flash here, so it means that it's just going to be a little bit more harder for Nakaruru to do the Nakaruru thing she needs to do. Cooldown reduction gets taken down, mana becomes a bit more of an issue here for them. But Team Flash here, is just trying to get some kind of resemblance of that neutral objective to enable that rotation here. But it looks like it's going to get contested here by Buriram.
I just want to highlight the point that you made, which is a very clear pattern right now, right? You said that Nunu has been like the focal point for the side of Buriram.
Yeah.
And right now, they really placed prio on him. They're protecting this mid lane. Every wave has been farmed here in quick succession. But as I say that, this is the first time Buriram is not taking prio in mid.
No, maybe this is the reaction that we needed from the side of Team Flash, right? Team Flash need to react a lot quicker than they did yesterday here. Nunu's obviously going for a bit of a roam here, just throwing his orbs out, making sure he gets it back to clear out that minion wave, just to mitigating any kind of priority here into the mid lane or bot side as this neutral objective spawns in 20 seconds.
Yep. It's starting to get a little bit more difficult, right? Flash, yes, they're trying to make amends, trying to get some camps away, but it's not working because the rotations coming in from the side of BRU have been quite a bit more effective, and simply because Julius is behind, this risk cannot be taken too far.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's quite a display here for the side of Buriram United, right? They're playing a much slower, kind of clear jungle, and the fact is Julius is behind, obviously all thanks to that first blood, served up by Nunu here. Valdus and the rest of Buriram United are looking to go for the Tyrant there. Obviously, we did see the newer ultimate trying to go for the steal, but into the backline. Tao's here. He gets the Stampede. Hueduk goes down. They're still into the pit of the side of Team Flash. The damage went through onto Valdus, gets taken down, but Lecky is licking up some kills.
4-1. This is a huge start for the side of BRU, and they're not done just yet. Quite a bit of damage on the T1 in the mid. And Team Flash, they need to figure something out. This is not the kind of gap they need to see now. 1,000 may not be a lot, but it's about the control of the game, and BRU has it all.
Yeah, control of the game, control of your own jungle, right? We just saw that Buriram United are not afraid to go into the enemy jungle behind territory lines here. As you see, perfect Stampede followed up by Valdus here, just keeping Tofu in play, so he can't really get any kind of access onto Lecky or even Nunu at that point. And then just that cone of damage from Chicha is just so impaling.
I think it's a very clean and clever movement from the side of BRU, right? They allowed Valdus to be the main target. Nunu was far away. They wanted Julius to jump onto Valdus. They didn't mind giving his life because Licky was actually hiding in the brush. That was a huge big difference that he made because it was Licky that got the last 2 kills.
Yeah, and I feel like that's obviously down to the fact that we're able to lock down Tofu, right? Because Tofu is meant to be the guy that gets you the intel onto these squishy heroes. So there was no means, which meant there was going to be no reward there for the Cyber Team Flash, but maybe a reward here, but it's going to be the Unbridled Outburst. Knocks onto 2 here just to keep Towers alive. Licky coming in with the ulti as well as Nunu. There it is. Tofu goes down. We mentioned the name once again. He falls, and then we just see there Yuseong into the back with this Guan Yu, just keeping the Byron, keeping Hueduk away from the rest of Buriram United.
Yeah, but the price is well worth it. They get the Azure Golem. This is a very important one for the side of Julius. He needs mana because he eats it all for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And right now, without that stat available. Wait, one more for Yuseong.
Clear engage there into the backline, but it means they're able to store enough time to get the T1 takedown. Beautiful snipe from Licky into the backline and melting down on this Byron.
You're dead for 15 more seconds. I mean, Hueduk here, he needs a lot more time. We talked about this. This is a very expensive draft, and Flash is paying the price, but not the kind of price they were looking to pay.
I mean, they're just trying to get the buy one, get one free, right? They wanted to get a bargain here, got up against Buriram United in this best of 3. Currently, it's not converting into what they wanted.
Yep, I'm so curious about the gold on the side of Licky specifically. This guy is 2-0-3, hasn't used the Frenzy too many times in this game. And Valdus, 7 minutes in, he already has the Dragon Rage. This is going to amp up his damage. So he's not just a tank anymore, he's going to be able to hurt you in the team fights.
I mean, if you look more towards, obviously, the side, they're predominantly quite squishy, right? Like, as long as Valdus can get onto the back line here and not obviously face the wrath of Tofu, which, honestly, hasn't really been the solid tank we've been needing him to be here for Team Flash. He's been getting melted down pretty early, and I think that's obviously down to the fact of Nunu and Lick just being so far ahead in terms of the gold.
Yeah, like, look, Tofu.
A whole 1K here, down here.
Oh, okay, 1,000 is a lot individually on a 1v1 comparison, right? But one of the things why they picked Tofu on this Lapu Lapu was also because of the passive, but that has been negated entirely because it's a 4,000 gold lead at this point going to the side of Buriram United Esports. And there is very little room for Flash to explore to try and turn this around.
Very much little room for them to explore on the Gorge as well, right? Obviously, we're seeing the minion waves crashing into all 3 lanes here. Top side of the map is going to get taken down here by Lecky. We see a little bit of a brawl, or at least a scouting here, potentially for Tao's. Nice phase check there from Rin, just to make sure that he's not going to get ganked here by Yuseong.
Yeah, I mean, Yuseong, this guy, pretty clean so far. I like the flanks coming in from this Guan Yu. And BRU, they have been banking on those blind flanks from the side of from the class laner, and it has helped them secure what is now a 7-1 kill difference.
Exactly. I mean, we always see this with the AOV teams as well, right? Like, they're not very scrappy, especially Buriram United. So for the fact that them to have quite a 7 kills is quite a lot, considering they've all been low kill games, other than when they forced against Influence Rage. That was quite scrappy against going against the Chuck BR region. But this time around, we're starting to see Buriram United have actually composed these team fights into their favor.
Actually, when I watch their competitions at home, they like the fight. And you know what? I feel like both teams, as more towards BRU at this point, they feel at home. So it's time to fight. And fight they did. Right now, this is a 4,000 goalie growing towards a 5k one. And look, Yishong is just 1 bar of health. That's 1,000 damage only. He can go for more. The jump comes in.
Oh, yes. Baldus has got his eyes set onto the prize. Jano has to force flash into the backline of the enemy team here, but it's going to be the takedown thanks to Julius. Nunu maybe next. He flashes over the wall as well, but yeah, does not have enough damage. He is down in levels, down in gold. Julius is on the run. He is literally a lick of health away, and there is Taos with the stampede. Aaron Yeager on top of ya.
It's crazy because the one target they were going for was Rin, but he's the only one that survived, and everyone took the fall for him. Teamwork, but not this kind of teamwork. So BRU take the lead again, and what a time to hit as well. 10 minutes, the enhanced versions, shadow variants of the Tyrant and the Overlord are available for taking.
Yeah, we normally say dreamwork makes a teamwork, but for here, the teamwork is creating nightmare fuel for the side of Team Flash.
I love this frigid charge usage from the side of Yushong. That was a good attempt to try and lock them down, but thanks to Taos, this fight changed entirely because Flash was looking good for a moment, right? They actually got healed up to lay down the Matrix, slow down the team of BRU. But at this point, it's too little too late. Chase down. If Taos is chasing you as a roamer, something's wrong.
Oh, yeah. If you get chased down by Zhang Fei, there is a bit of a problem. And the fact is the health bar is so low, right? That means you've got nobody on your team that's still alive.
And I mean, this is a risk they took on the side of Flash, right? Number one, allowing Nunu to have the Lorion. But you also don't want to give to Yishong the Florentino. Holy damage!
So, yep, damage is definitely coming in slow, but surely there's a takedown once again onto Julius. We are looking to push White Duck into lines of Buriram United, but actually gets to go away there using that flash. I feel like that's the only thing that saved him in that conflict.
And they were lucky because there are no minion waves available for them to push too much into the T3s. So Flash, they can heave a sigh of relief. But look, they're going for Nunu. Is that really the good choice though?
Yeah, he's just a golden carry at this point, being dangled, right? He's still on the no death run. He has the Splendor, he has the Flash. So even if they do dive on him, he's got multiple means of staying alive.
Yeah, man, that's problem number one. Problem number two, Vanguards are flying down all 3 lanes. Shadow Overlord in the mid lane as well. Looks like Buriram, they don't want to over-aggress because there's timers on the board. Crimson buff coming up in 3, Azure buff coming up in 4.
I mean, even though they got all these kind of like different variables going in their favor, this was at the point where Flash actually took that team fight, right? Like they were able to get like wipe out like 3-4 men off the side of Buriram United. So I feel like that's why they're having a bit of a shaky kind of start here to try and get the takedown of this turret. Obviously, we do see Towers here with the triple man. Unbridled outburst, followed up by Volus here into the back line, is able to put the pressure on, but now he's starting to melt. Hueduk with the damage onto Volus. This is exactly what I was talking about moments ago. Flash, when push comes to shove, can shove you back.
Yes, they can. Pushback was definitely necessary at that point. And Buriram, I felt like, okay, that was a little bit aggressive. Maybe the timing was just not good enough. Taos having to take a little bit more pain from the side of Huduck here. But all is still safe. Because look, they have like a 7,000 goalie, right? Yeah. Buriram, it's hard to throw away 7k unless you really make a huge mistake.
Yeah.
And so far, the T3s, they've been the ones that have been punished the most.
I don't know. I think there's a few people in Las Vegas who'll be able to tell you that, you know. It'll be pretty easy. But nonetheless, here, it's going to be hard on the Gorge. And I feel like if there's a time for your jungler to die, that was it, right? Because obviously we've got like, what, 51 seconds still left on the neutral objective spawning up here. The Volus, if he dies, it just means that Buriram United just have to go back to kind of playing a bit more coy, just clearing out these minion waves, keeping the pressure on in that regard, rather than going for the team fight.
But I feel like, you know what, that answer is not enough from Flash. Sure, maybe you take down Valdes. Now he has a frigid charge, that frozen spell is going to be a lot of difficulty for Flash to deal with. But the main issue here is Nunu. He's 5-0-6. They haven't found an entry point to this mid laner.
It's because Valdus is always diving in, right? Obviously, you have Taos. Taos tanks a lot of the damage. He then gets the Unbridled Air Burst. The shield comes through.
This guy.
And then Yusung as well is an unsung hero.
Yep, I mean, everyone playing in great synergy. Now, Nunu has been spotted out, but he's not going to be so slow to let you get the free hits in. So the next fight, I think this might be the one that does it, right? You take the Shadow Tyrant, have that lightning buff, Shadow Tyrant buff, and just wait for the wave to crash in at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely calm before the storm here for the side of Borough United. They are just waiting for that prime opportunity, right? We see here, it's a despair play, right? When you're having to use Nua's ultimate there just to gather some kind of intel onto the Tyrant, onto neutral objective, you kind of already put yourself in a bad position here with the Unbridled Light. Get caught early here because Rin is going to be the prime target. The Stampede locks him into place, still manages to get out scot-free. Backline tries to be taken down here, but Nunu, Lecky holding on to the no-death run here. Minion wave could have been wiped out there by that Annihilation. A bit of a bad play here from Flash.
Okay, so do they have damage? Yes, they do, but do they have enough hit points? I doubt so. Team Flash, this is the last legs. 5 members of Buriram are here. They're waiting for the minions to come in, and this might be the end.
It might be the end here. It's going to be Yusung into the backline. Huiduck is trying to get out, but he's going to be locked down. Nunu claims the kill onto Rin, and Buriram United claims game 1.
Nunu is the guy that we want to talk about. Even made the fountain play with the Splendor as well. That was insult to injury.
Yes, there's nothing new about highlighting Nunu, right? Like, we highlighted him yesterday. We're highlighting him today. He is just the carry that they need. It's not saying that Lecky is a insufficient carry. It just shows that Nunu has the potential of being that secondary carry, being that main guy.
I like Nunu a lot more than I like anyone else.
More than me?
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, Vlad. I'm sorry that you had to know that this way. But
find it out on broadcast.
Nunu just since yesterday has been like the top player on that Lorien, just telling everyone, showing us how it's supposed to be played. So for all of us that it's like the first time that we see that hero out there just in the competition, this is the way that you're supposed to be playing it. It's a complete masterclass.
Yes, but that's the thing. It's easier said than done. He makes it look so simple. And when people try it in the games, I tried it yesterday. I got destroyed. Kill score, that's my death score. 7 deaths in a game, and you know what? Everyone's scolding me. But this is exactly what you need to do. And this was also the team play. Valdus, I love this because in most cases, if you're taking a look at a Nerza, you normally go for the Blood Rage as one of your final secondary items, right? But Valdus, he went for the full tank route. He wanted to go for setup instead, got the Frigid Charge, jump in, and this is aiding not just Nunu to get those really quick setups, but it's also for Yishong on the Guanyu. It's also for the Chicha as well on Licky. This was a big teamwork side from Buriram.
But if you look at the goal, man, it was just like all the way since the beginning, all the way until the minute 15, all of it was completely just for Buriram United Esports. It was just insane just how dominant they were in this game.
Yeah, it kind of looks like my heart rate if I was doing an incline on the machine in the gym, right? Like, that is probably unhealthy for me, but it's a healthy goal lead here for the side of Buriram United. And we're looking, obviously, at the damage dealt. I mean, to be honest, is that surprising there that Towers potentially has that 43%? Maybe a bit of a difference there, but I feel like maybe switched around here.
Yeah, it's definitely a switch around, right? There's simple issues, it's fine. I think it's more about number one, Nunu getting the damage in without having to take too much in return, right?
Yes.
But the most important part, I think the tipping point still comes back to our original starting point of the day when we opened the conversation about Flash, which is Julius. He's falling too early. He gave the first blood away. He couldn't fight against Valdus.
Right over there, look at that. It's this exactly the moment where Julius just being hunted down and then Nunu just takes that first blood. The first one into his account that he ended up with 8 all over the place.
Yeah, not looking good, bruv, for Julius there. That first blood was definitely a little bit too early to call for, but we have to kind of give highlight here to Towers as well, right? Yes. You obviously talk about the Frigid Charge, but it's all about those Unbridled Air Bursts. I feel like there was only one moment where he only hit one, and that was the game closing play where he landed onto Rin.
Yes, and you know what? besides Taos, I mean, yes, I will go back once again and talk about Yusong. They set the game up so easily. Yeah. There's no way, number one, that Nunu misses. Number two, nobody's paying attention to Licky. Licky, if you take a look at all Buriram games so far, Licky has been ignored because they are constantly focusing on Valdez or they're focusing on Taos. No one else.
I mean, you just watch the replay. This, I mean, you say it's a masterclass about the Lorien. I'm going to keep highlighting Taos because we don't see enough support for the support players here in terms of MVP, spotlighting them, setting up the plays. He is the enabler for Nunu.
Yes, I mean, he was a coach turned now into a player, and this is the kind of stuff he came up with. Like, why was he a coach in the first place? He should have been a player from day one.
It was like Uno reverse. It's like, you know what? I'm a coach. You know, tag me in. I can do a better job, and clearly showing here he can.
Sometimes just coaches just want to just be able to share a little bit of the experience, right? Like, and he just realized, you know what? I think it's just gonna be easier if I just go and show you and how it's supposed to be done. All right. Buriram United right now, it's just one more game away from the group stage. Let's go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna have that decisive game number 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KWC, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. Welcome back. Buriram United Esports is just one game away from the group stage and moving into the top 16 into our KWC 2026. Now, I really want to just highlight a little bit more. Like, we've been talking a lot about the mid lane. Let's just move into the farm lane, because both in there, like the matchup in there was a very interesting one to see as well.
It definitely was, right? And going up against a Chano is not an easy task. And I want to say this about Rin. I feel like Rin plays really well, but he was not allowed to play the game at all. This was a big brother giving a fake controller to the younger brother and say, here's the game to play. Because there was no chance. Everyone was going for Rin. And I mean, the byproduct of that was that everyone got picked off except for Rin, which was a bad cost.
Exactly. I mean, definitely he makes the plays, he can do the damage, but like onto the side of Buriram United, they have an enabler. They kind of have disablers, which is what you don't want. He's your carry. You should be really highlighting him. But it feels like maybe there's an identity crisis there. Like Julius is trying to carry, and then Rin's not getting the spotlight, you know?
Exactly, and they're pulling them in many different directions. This is the strength of Buriram, right? All they're doing in the first part of the game, besides the laning phase, is to look for a small advantage, ideally onto the jungler. Because so far, Valdez has shown us that if in the jungle department, he gets even half a level or 500 gold in advantage, you're going to start losing things from your jungle camps.
Yeah, I mean, color me impressed, right? Obviously, he picked up the Nerdso. We were worried that he weren't going to be able to have like that early to mid-game jungle. But the Nerdso was really, again, just another strong point of his. He got the clear advantage in XP, in gold, and then from that point on, he was kind of just like, again, Taos went in, then we obviously had Voldus go in, but then Usyong on the Guan Yu as well. Like you pointed out, it was like a... It's really weird to say that Guan Yu has a bit of a silent sort of like assassin playstyle within that draft there, but that's the scariest when that's when it's scariest, right? Is when Guan Yu is kind of silent. That's when you start to worry.
I think what's even scarier on the side of Buriram at this point is, look, Nunu has been consistently showing Lorion as a golden card, but I think, you know what? We see your bluff.
Yeah.
That is not your best hero. It's just one of your strong heroes. And that's the reason I believe Team Flash didn't ban the Lorion out. Someone else has an even scarier hero in their pool.
I mean, even if, like, say, for example, Influence Rage played the Lorion against Buriram United yesterday, and Nunu picked up the Xiao Xiao, and obviously me and Nora pointed out, like, those trick shots for the second skill. He was able to land those to a T, and that really changed the complete tide of Buriram United. This shows, like you were saying there, Lorion is maybe not is a great pick, but maybe not even his best pick yet.
Yes, that's the scary part, right? And this is where, you know, proficiency comes into play.
Yeah.
When you know a hero so well, you can perform really well in the hero. You also know the drawbacks. You also know what's a sucky situation for you as a Lorion player. And when you do that against Nunu, I think what BRU is looking for is, come on, Team Flash, pick up the Lorion. I'm going to show you what his weaknesses are.
Yeah, take it. I dare you. I've played it against it before. I'm not afraid. But if we look at obviously all the other mid lanes we've seen him play so far in KWC here, he's played the Hu Huan as well, obviously pairing that up with the likes of Dharma as well as the Zhang Fei as well, just kind of like opening up that more of a utility mid lane rather than trying to carry on that hero and just throwing over all the carry potential to the likes of Lecky on the Flowball Marksman.
Right, now I want to switch gears. I want to talk about Team Flash. We know how strong BRU is, right? Team Flash, I think they should change the style of jungling.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of the assassin jungles. Let's win this game first, get it to a tie, and then we can start exploring, okay, how do we play a snowball hero, right?
Yeah.
Because I think Ogren is one of the good picks that Team Flash can offer.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot more tanks available for them to try. Give it a try. You have to survive, because if you don't, this is the last chance. You're going home.
You got one more shot, right? Like, this is their moment. If they're going to try something new, it has to be here. Because if you don't try it new, you're going to just have that regret, right? Like, oh, what if we just changed up the formula just ever so slightly? We could have potentially had the win there.
And that, in life, is the most painful question. What if? There should be no more what ifs.
No.
Do it. Take the risk. Team Flash, you just need to win once. We can do the homework later. We can do the anxiety later.
Yep.
Win this game, come back into the series, and we'll figure out how do we get the uppercut onto the chin of BRU.
I reckon, like, coach for Team Flash should just go on stage and start doing the Shia LaBeouf, like, just do it! You know?
Do it!
Yesterday you said tomorrow, just do it. Make a change to the formula, make a change to the draft here. Because, I mean, Flash, we know obviously they've played against Solar Esports. Solar Esports have a lot of learning to do.
Yep.
I felt like that match was a lot closer than I expected when they went up against Soul Esports. So that's what made me kind of worry for Team Flash in this series, is the fact that Soul Esports kind of like, if anything, they either learned quickly overnight or they were kind of always at this level, but it was just the teams were just a little bit ahead of them.
Yeah, fully agree. I think that was a very scary moment for the side of Team Flash, for us as talents as well, right? Because technically it was meant to be their first international, and it is their first international, and they're pulling on the punches. Now for Team Flash, this roster, they need to figure out things really quickly, and they don't really have a lot of time, right? So BP is number one. You have to give yourself the best possible draft, and then it comes into composure and execution. So let's take a look at what they have in mind. They are going for a blue side. They get prio pick here.
Prior pick up to the blue side. I mean, obviously, I feel like if Lorien survives this picking phase here, ban phase for these two teams, then we potentially see it. Obviously, we did see the ban of the My Shiranui for the side of Burim United last game, then locked in the Lorien here. They ban out the pay here, so they can't give it over to Julius. Because Julius, again, there was glimmers of hope, weren't they, with the Nakamura replay. We want the carry into the jungle, but they're going to go once again with a more late game orientated carry for the side of Rin.
Okay. Rin did perform well on his long game, right? His outing game against S8UL Esports. So I feel like, okay, this might be a confidence booster. But at the same time, Buriram, I think they have purposefully left the Lorien open. I am 200% sure they want Team Flash to pick the Lorien. Look at the pick, Xiao Xiao. We've already seen it. You talked about it just now.
Yep, lane counter with the Ali, and then obviously mid lane counter as well. We've seen that Nunu can land the trick shots. What's he going to be waiting for is when we start to see the come down of the infinite vastness. You get the knock up and then flash in and get that burst damage through for Ali or whoever else is going to be on the team. But there we go. It's that same matchup we saw against Influence Rage here. Burim United go Xiao Xiao against the Lorien. Nunu the Master is looking to dismantle Huayduck in the mid lane.
Okay, so Nunu is going to help the team out now. He's going to pick up the Lapu Lapu. This is a pretty even matchup in the farm lane, right? Both tanks, they have high physical defense on the side of the Lapu Lapu for BRU because of the passive for Lapu Lapu. At the same time, you have the Leaping Savior. Extra shield power coming in from the Zhang Fei to help Rin survive a little bit more. But Tofu, the stats aren't looking too good for him. He had one game as a Zhang Fei, only 3 unbridled outbursts. He needs to be more active, and he did show us today against S8UL. But this is a newcomer team. This is BRU. They are champions of their region. You have to play better.
Yeah, I mean, for me though, like, we Zhang Fei, like, we've always seen it with, like, obviously Tao's there. They were playing ahead, so they had the kind of privilege when that rage was built up. They could just, right, okay, I've got my ultimate. Let's try and find something. Let's try and find a team fight. But like you were saying there, he's a little bit more conservative on the side of Team Flash. Tofu's kind of like, should I use it? Should I not use it? And I feel like that's all based on, are you ahead or behind in these games?
Yeah, and you know, at this point, to wrestle that gold advantage to your side, I feel like Fatih is definitely one of the considerations here. The Charlotte being banned out, the Guan Yu being banned out. You want to dive on the backline? Okay, you know what? Fatih's scary, but Dharma's even scary. It's an AoE catch with the Truth Mantra. Slam you against the wall, and for this game, the Truth is going to hurt because the Truth might be that you're going home.
Yeah, there's so much CC here on the side of Team Burim United. I don't think there's like any hero so far here that hasn't got one single bit of CC towards their kit. So you know for a fact Huayduck is going to be careful. A lot of that CC can be used to obviously enforce out the infinite vastness as well, and you've seen that already with multiple teams within KWC and other international tournaments so far. It's all about trying to get that infinite vastness off before you go for a team fight, before you go for a neutral objective.
Yes, and I feel like one of the best junglers to do that at this point could be the Ying as well. And we are going to have it. This is going to be the Lam and the Ata. So I like this. Lam instant access into the backlines. It can force out very unpredictable moments for the RD as well because you're in a frenzy. You need to get out in time. And you know what? It gets rid of the Xiao Xiao more or less, right? One there from below. Bye-bye. Shark bite.
Yeah, you've got to kind of make sure that you're not burning that flash before you know for the fact that Lamb's dead and there's not going to be any big play here from Julius. But I feel like maybe the Lamb's just to be like, okay, they can't pick the Gudo, right? Like if they go for the Gudo, it's kind of like, it's not really going to work here. It's going to be a lot harder for Valdez to switch this around. But it goes back to your point here. We wanted Flash to go for something like the Orgrin there, Julius to go for the Orgrin, but instead Valdez is like, all right, bet. We need a bit of a raid boss. We need somebody to lead the charge. Let me do that for you.
I'm actually pretty concerned for the Ata pick here coming in. I feel like it's a double-edged sword because Dharma relies on walls.
Yes.
The ghost ship is a wall.
Yeah.
So if you don't plan it right, you might be opening the key up for BRU to really just punish you. And Yishong has shown us that, you know what? It doesn't matter the angle. We can get the slide in. You will be slapped across the face.
Yeah. He's like, lads, I've caught 4 with a ghost ship. And then literally out of nowhere, Yusong comes through and just takes them all down. It's like, yeah, I've just kind of enabled the wrong person here. Speaking of enablers, the entire last of the game. But it is a scary draft. I feel like the Orgrim for me here, it's not as obviously globally present as the Nurtser, but it kind of has that same function. Voldus would always go in first. You have the path of passing to basically create any kind of engage you want to go for here.
So this first, you know what? I'm not even going to say first 4 minutes. I'm going to say first 60 seconds.
Yeah.
This is where I feel the game is going to be defined because the Orgrim is going to come in. The ball camp is definitely going to be the #1 prio. And if BRU are feeling greedy, it might not even be the ball camp. It might be the Zogolem.
Yeah. It could be anything at that point. And I mean, it also gives props over to Nunu once again. Obviously, using that first skill on Xiao Xiao, you're able to kind of poke from the lung brush to try and steal that neutral point away from the enemy team.
And you know what? If they don't protect the jungle, Julius, once again, he cannot let history repeat itself. Don't get the first blood. Don't give your camps. I know there's a lot of pressure, but hey, this is your last stand. This is potentially game set for the side of BRU.
Yeah, I feel like they should only make that play if they know they've got the actual chess pieces in place for him to either escape or for them to actually be like, right, okay, they're low health bars, we got to go in there. I feel like sometimes maybe that kind of a garden sprite aspect, the damage reduction if you go into the enemy jungle, is always understated from some of these teams.
Well, these are our opinions. We see your comments as well. These opinions, only one side will become a fact. Do they make it through Buriram, or does Flash get their comeback in this game #2?
You can already see here, obviously, top side of the map, Yusong's just going to like, let's make sure they're not going for the red buff. He sat behind there to see where they are. As soon as he got intel, he moves back to lane.
Yeah, and Valdez right away, right? We were talking about that board camp, and I like this rotation from Team Flash. They made a defensive arrangement, got it for themselves, and now he is ahead in terms of rotation speeds in the jungle.
He's ahead. Obviously, we have Orgrim not starting on a single buff yet. We now see Arthur trying to take away the Fire Beat camp as well. Maybe just trying to kind of bait them into here. You see the rotation from White Duck as well as Tofu. Just trying to be like, hey guys, we need to get these points that we were saying in these post games.
Yeah, and every trade is so essential in this game. Right now, Taos has managed to secure that camp away from the side of Team Flash, giving that EXP to Nunu as well. But Flash, this is one of the rare times against Buriram, they actually have control of the Primal Portal. This is a very important marker.
They're playing the early game pretty well. Like, they're kind of contesting, but they're not doing it too kind of ballsy, right? Like, it's not coming at the sacrifice of any of the members of Team Flash. They're playing for the reward. It's very risky, but they know where the line is blurred.
And I think we can speak from experience of Team Flash's series so far.
Yeah.
When it is important, Team Flash can show up. Maybe the pressure wasn't enough. They needed this to be like at death's door before they woke up.
They need the awakening, right? They need the reawakening per se from anything like that. Just like, hey, we need to make sure we got our heads into the game for this one. And sometimes, obviously, you get that kind of flash of light, right? Like, it is the tournament life flashes before the eyes of Team Flash here, and now they know what they need to do. But I feel like already that goal lead that they were already sort of surmising here has left their airport. We have obviously Buriram United at 6.4k right now. Nothing to shout home about here, but it could start to spell the motion and tempo going in the order of Team Red.
Yeah, this is the exact timing, right? They sent 4 people in the mid lane just to get their first blood in the previous game as well. Yep. This was where Julius gave that first blood away, and the game just fell apart from there. Team Flash, this time, they took that same risk, did not get the punishment similar to Game 1. So this is pretty good from their side for Team Flash.
Yeah, and I mean, Towers is already level 4, right? Obviously, Tofu, not quite just there. He gets in that moment of time. So now that he has that kind of disengage or even potential setup here for the side of Team Flash, I feel like this is where we're going to start to see those pickoffs.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the positioning on this side because you can see in the 1v1s, hang on, it's not looking good.
Oh, the re-engage there, the redirection. Oh my goodness. Julius falls, Huayduck falls, and it looks like that Azure Golem's going to be free.
It's patience and it is paid off. BRU, not only do they get Julius, they also get Huayduck as well. This is a 2-for-1 freebie, and BRU, they are so happy with this. Is this the start of the end?
2-for-1 freebie. They've just taken the whole buffet. They just knew, it's like, okay, what's closing? We've got unlimited rice. Let's take the camps here. You got, obviously, Azure Golem. You got the Lizard. You got the Spike Tail as well. Really already cementing that goal lead.
Yeah, it's so difficult at this point. Previously, it was a 1,000 goal lead. Now, it is a 2,000 goal lead in the first 4 minutes. 15 seconds to go. And we might see the start, the cracks showing for this side of Team Flash.
Yeah, blue buff for the side of Boom United goes over to Lecky as well, so he's not going to be scared of having that extra reduction in the cooldown as well as his mana. There's no issues there for him, only enhancing his lane advantage.
They have to find the angle here. Tofu does not have his heal, but he does have his Unbridled Albus. They need a perfect setup to get that.
Okay, they get out of all this, but there's no follow-up there. That is not what you want to be doing here, Flash. We gave you the green light. Go after into the back line here. Is You're going to be able to do anything? The smite goes over to Burium United. First neutral objective on the board. Nobody falls, but the rest could be scary here.
Yep, they take out another ball camp. Every camp matters at this point. And Team Flash, I mean, we talked about it. Tofu, he found the angle. Did he do it at the right time though? And how many people did he hit? He did not find the maximized value. Tao's on the other hand, he was low on health, but his Raging Sea saved that fight for Buriram Esports at this point. Yusong jumping in though.
Yep. Yusong is just trying to contest that point there, but I feel like we didn't give really much highlight to Lecky there, right? Obviously, he put so much pressure onto Rin, is that that's what they were really hoping for. Unbridled Outburst, burst damage onto Voldus, boom, gone. But it didn't happen. And it's all thanks to the key part here into the farm lane, Licky.
Yep, I mean, he's a big distraction, right?
Yes.
And at this point, he's a distraction that's worth noticing because it's still early game. You can take him down. But later on, Licky's not going to be as easy to catch anymore. And in fact, he might be the ones making the 1v5 plays.
And the scariest part is the fact you can see a clear XP advantage. So you know that gold advantage is just following behind as well, right? And obviously, we don't want to get that early game activation of the Ali just yet, because it's going to be burning down You're here into the clash lane already.
Yep, it forced out the ghost ship at this point, and they're looking for more. Oh no, 1v1. Licky forces out the infinite vastness. Team Flash, once again, we're not left with a lot of options. Nunu, if he gets this knockup, it's the end. I don't know whether Rin knows or not.
Oh, look at that clear goal lead into the jungle here as well. That's really going to make the difference. Voldus, Nunu are searching for a prey here. Lecky's like, guys, let me be the glowing light on that fish, on the angular fish here for the side of Buriram United. He gets the knockup. We were talking about it. Nunu with the trick shots. It's going to be Julius trying to keep Voldus away. They get the Unbridled Outburst onto Voldus, but can they get the follow-up here as well? He still is able to maintain his health, but Huayduck with the play takes down Lecky. Tao's here, missing that ultimate.
Okay, that was a good trade, right? You slow down Licky, but you have to get the life of Rin as well. And right now, the entirety of BRU is here. They're waiting for a bigger chance. They've gotten another reward. The Crimson Golem now goes into the hand of Valdez, and it's not ideal. Team Flash now trailing by 3,000 gold.
Yeah, this is not a position you want to be in, right? You don't want your T1 to fall. You don't want your red buff to be taken away from you. But that's exactly what Buriram United did. You may not want it, but they gave it to you.
Yeah, and right before that 10-minute mark, I want to take a look at the Overlord pit, right? I want to see the voting coming into support. And right now, Taos, he has managed to drag out 3 different members from the side of Team Flash. They want to put some pressure in this mid T1. Taos goes in again.
Oh, okay, there it is. There's the knockup. It obviously does catch a Huayduck into the backline there, but there's going to be a potential follow-up here. The Path of Passing does come through to kind of drive away the mid lane of Team Flash to have no follow-up here.
it's okay. It's just one turret coming in from the side of BRU, but this singular turret, because of that fog of war at the bottom side, there's a lot more fear going into the side of Team Flash. You don't know where everyone is at. This is why BRU, they're so strong. They're playing the vision game so well here.
Yeah, I mean, Ring can still go down there, right? But it's down to the viability. It's down to the clear exhaust and clear target that he paints on his own back. Because you know for a fact that if he focusing here, it's going to be the Unbridled Outburst. It does stun onto Yusung, but it's fine. He has the dashes. The Infinite Vastus is going to be used defensively here. Doesn't quite catch Taos with the ultimate, but Tofu, he goes out of beast mode and gets taken down.
Yeah, man, the prize was well worth it. A T1 for free at the top side. 4 kills in total against the one that Flash has. A gold deficit of now 4.5, close to 4,500 gold. And you know what? Once again, perfect timing from BRU. Here comes the next Tyrant.
Next Tyrant is going to be up here. It's going to just further enhance that push potentially happening into the mid lane here. Contest for the blue, but it does go over to Julius here. A bit of a saving grace for Team Flash at this moment in time, but maybe, just maybe, it's going to be Tyrant trying to get the lockdown here. Nunu almost gets deleted there, but he does have to flash out. Thanks to the aid of Yusung, he dies for his teammate. What a true honor here. Baldus is not going to fall.
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? As long as Valor stays alive, this guy has not taken a fall once in this game. Nunu as well, with the Splendor, with the Flash managing to make it out. And once again, it's all about the pooling of the strings.
Yes.
Team Flash, they don't have the map control. The jungle, Julius has to deal with the T2 defense at the top side. This could have been very well a potential for Team Flash to get a 4v5 fight.
It could have been, but now, like I said, obviously, it's a big ball line spot. Both sides of the maps, both buffs are a little bit more free to open up here for Buriram United, and from what we've seen in previous series, they're not afraid to go into the unknown because they know they'll get out. They draft that way here. Baldus just putting pressure more so onto Rin. Rin is still that XP behind Lecky.
Valdus, he needs to be very careful. There were 3 people looking for an opening. The T1 is very low. They can actually just bypass it and maybe get the kill. But thanks to his movement, now they have exposed a gap on the top side of the map. Taos might have just gotten vision onto Tofu as well. It looks like BRU. Here is where the structure comes in. One by one, each T1 will fall.
Yeah, oh, there it is. Yusung with the engage there. Clutches 2 onto the wall. Down goes White Duck, so a lot of damage already be taken off there. Goes over to Nunu. But we have to look at the mathematics behind that one. They literally gave over that whole thing down to the bot side just to get Nunu down. But Taos does fall as well. But you would trade your support for your carry in the mid lane any day.
And at this timing of the game, 10 minutes, Shadow variants of the Tyrant, they are already working on it. It should be in the hands of BRU soon. No, they got it.
Oh no, they get the lockdown onto Nunu. Is this going to be it? But the Infinite Vastness has to be used at a scarcity here. But can the damage come through? Can Lecky block those flaming palms? And the answer is yes.
Okay, well, they did take Nunu down, so that's like a consolation prize at this point, right? Keep him close in the kill score on the game, but it's still a 2,000 goal lead going to the side of BRU. And also, because they have the Tyrant buff, they can't go for a clean take on the Shadow Overlord for Team Flash.
They can't, but I feel like they've got to just mitigate any kind of potential of the takedown into the mid lane, right? Like, I feel like if Buriram United lose this, it's going to further push them into a shaky, uncertainty situation here.
Hey!
Oh no! Julius, he was trying to do it all on his own. A little bit too far away from his teammates, but I have to give props to Taos. He was the one locking in place.
Yeah, I mean, Rin also in danger, does not have his flash, does not have the infinite fastness as well. It's all looking really bad for the side of Team Flash. BRU, they have a good start. They had a good mid game as well. Licky adds more pain, takes the T2 down on the top side, and the map has gotten so much darker for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, the cones coming in, the area of effect is literally shrinking for the vision here of Team Flash. And I feel like the catalyst here is going to be that T1 into the mid lane. I feel like now the Buriram United are in a perfect position. Now the fact that they don't have the debuff into the jungle as well, they could really make a play here for the Overlord. But missing out that ultimate there from Huayduk could give them the green light going to this one. Yusung down to the bot side of the map here as well. He's looking for a way in.
they're not even looking for a fight, right? It's just really about pushing them away because right now they don't have the Primal Bond anymore. They can go for it with no damage reduction. And thank you once again for the votes. This is a Buriram pit and they will not allow any contest. Valdes secures it at 12 minutes and 30 seconds. This might be 90 seconds where BRU can end the game.
It's going to be a long 90 seconds, regardless, you know? Like, this is definitely going to be where the ultimate defense needs to be placed here. Obviously, bot side of the map has been cleared out there. Vanguard's going to come through. T2 falls down there as well. It's just shrinking at this moment in time. And if anything, the vision for the side of Buriram United is just getting stronger with this Clash laner here. He's always just waiting in the wings.
I mean, we'll see the powerful passing coming in from Valdes, right? One straight line, and then it's about...
Oh, the catch onto White Duck there. They're not going to quite get the kill, but it's going to scare him. Oh, okay. The takedown, he finds himself a little bit overstayed there into the enemy's jungle. Is it going to be enough here? Time to get that T1 into the mid lane. The Ghost Ship is going to stop them in their tracks there, but they could lose even more importancy. The top side of the map here, that T3 is looking mighty low, but it looks like the minions are about to do their job, do the Lord's work, and keep it safe.
With all that said and done, actually, Team Flash, that was a pretty beautiful defense as well, right? They did not have to lose anyone. Yes, a couple of turret damage coming in from the side of BRU, but nonetheless, they got rid of Yishong. They were waiting for this Dharma. Once you get rid of him, there is no secondary threat again. But take a look at the T3 at the bottom. BRU playing the map wonderfully. So, they have bought themselves a second life on the side of Team Flash. How long more can they hold?
Exactly, how much can you hold on for, right? Obviously, they were able to banish or punish the squatter's rights here from Yusung on the side of Buriram United. He was trying to look for the play, but I feel like Team Flash was anticipating that because he's done it time and time again, and it's not always been successful, right?
Yes, and you know what? Expectations are high. They know that Yusung is here. Julius wants to get the catch.
There he is. He's just trying to bring towers, trying to force out that ultimate. He does actually use the ultimate and lands onto Hyde, but there is no follow-up here just yet for Buriram United. They're able to get this Tyrant here without any contention. They are just playing to their strengths.
Yeah, they can't do it. Freeze coming in, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, the Unbridled Airburst does connect onto towers. They may lose their jungler here. There it is, the takedown once again. We see here, White is just trying to launch these orbs, trying to just bring down the health bars of Valdes and maybe even open up the T1 here into the mid lane. They get it ever so slightly. Is this the glimmer of hope, the flash of hope that they need?
Okay, I'm getting shivers right now. The winds of change may have arrived at this point. And you know, Buriram, yes, the Overlord's pit is theirs, but it's 15 minutes into the game. We might be getting one of the... Is this our first Tempest game ever?
No. We've had the Tempest game already.
Okay,
we've had one.
This is one critical Tempest game, because if you get the Tempest here, you might win. But Julius!
Oh no, Julius! He uses the death from below, but it's gonna be enough to escape here. He does get the rotation here from his teammates. Rin finally shining like the diamond we were saying in that pre-game and post-game of the last series.
And they're shaking it up. Flash looking a little bit more lively at this point. 15 minutes, closing in at 16. This might be the turnaround they've been waiting for. Goldie cut down to 1,000 gold to the side of BRU. As Tofu and Tao, they're picking up pillows to fight at this point. They just want to keep each other at bay. Yusong here cannot fall. Yu wants to look for an opening, right? And you know what? They're not taking the bait. Valdes was actually caught there.
Valdes is in pretty strange situation, right? Obviously, there's a big wall between him and Taos. They've got to be careful here. It looks like the Overlord maybe uses a bit of a bait, right? Because if they're able to bait this, get a team fight in their favor, they're already playing at a disadvantage. A 5v4 for the side of Team Flash. They get it down so low. They reset it again. It is a bait.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of the game, you can't give the Shadow Overlord away. This is the enhanced one. You can summon the Shadow Overlord to fight for you. And with the position that Flash are in now, if they get this, they can turn the game all around. In fact, they might be even the team to get the first T3 down.
Maybe so. T2 down to the mid lane does fall here, so the bait is clearly working in terms of the macro sense, but down goes one member to the side of Team Flash. They look to get the slow here onto Julius. It's going to be Julius into the back line, trying to focus onto Lecky, but there is too much damage here, too much denial, and there it is! The Grand Slam onto Julius is going to be the stopping force here of Flash, and this may be the glimmer of hope gone here. They have to clear these waves. They have to get priority.
Okay, they definitely need to, right? But they have a Band-Aid. The Band-Aid came in the form of Rin. He cleared the waves. He took a T2 in the mid against Buriram United Esports. Taos! Oh, he just missed it! Oh no, that could have been a winning moment for BRU. But never mind, it's okay. We keep calm because Valdez is working hard on this Shadow Overlord. This could be the one that changes it for them. They do secure it. Let's talk about this team fight. Julius, I thought he was going to make the biggest play of his life, but Nunu had already planned it. Even the frigid charge could not change the flow of the game. The only thing that was saving them was this split push by Rin.
I mean, how do you stop a shark? You get it to swim in frozen water, right? Like, he's going nowhere, especially now into this mid lane. Priority is now been given over to the side of Buriram United. They have the Shadow Overlord as well within their possession. It's just all waiting for that moment's notice, that golden little egg that they could have had. Towers was just on the pulse.
Yep, and take a look at the two highest damage dealers, right? Nunu and Licky. You know what that means? They've been given a lot of space. Valdez has been phenomenal in creating those aggressions to push back the side of Team Flash. And Yishong is the one that's been trying to punish them. But you talked about Taos all game, last game. Taos is still our conversation topic this game. He has been really landing the stuns so far with the Raging Sea.
Yeah, he's just waiting in the wings, right? He's coaching from the brush. He's like, guys, I've got this left wing here. Don't worry about it. I have been given vision for you. The blue buff is up here as well. The Zhur Golem's going to be taken here for the side of Buriram United. They are just helping themselves before the inevitable slay onto their base.
They just have to hang on for less than 90 seconds. If they can survive this onslaught, they have to take a couple of licks on their base. T3 on the top is taken down. But if they survive, they get one more chance in the Tempest Dragon.
They do, but I mean, is it going to be enough? They've got 55 seconds to hold on to, and in HOK, even a single second stun can be the end of your run. And here we are, we're seeing Ballers using the Path of Passing, just trying to create a fissure in that one and claims the T3 down to the bot side of the map.
Yep, the cracks are starting to show. Julius needs to find a play here. He needs to go on the backline and get them into the middle, into the heart of Team Flash, where they can put all the pain down with the help of Duck. But it's not looking like that's going to be the case. And you know what? It's going to be more pain because Licky just got the Crimson buff away, stolen from the side of Team Flash. With 20 seconds to go, he still has 70 seconds of this Crimson buff. It's going to be hard.
And Licky knows what's up, man. Like, he's not gone for that 5th final damage item. He's gone for the Ominous Premonition, right? He's looking for a little bit more shielding, the slowdown here, just to buy time for the correct CC to come through for his teammates. We have the Tempest Dragon onto the Gorge right now, presenting itself as the potential ending game mechanic here. Julius is already into the pit there. Towers gets the potential knockup, but it's going to be Tofu into the backline using the Unbridled Outburst. It's going to be you. He's trying to tank too much damage. A resurrection comes through for HOK, but you may live twice, but you're going to die just as many times as you live here. Rim being forced to the backline as well. They might not even need the Tempest.
Yeah, right now it's a standoff, right? They don't really have to take it. The minions will do the job for them. Buriram, this will be the perfect one.
Yes, Julius maybe getting caught out here again. It's Towers with a nice just sway away from that ultimate there, trying to force out. He has no infinite vastness. He gets the takedown onto Ya. It may be a double kill. It is a double kill here for Lecky. We have 3 men down. This is the perfect time for Buriram United to get this claim into the group stage. It is Tofu looking a bit crispy there. He's basically trying to hold on as the minion wave top side of the map is looking to end this one.
They don't care. They can chase. Your base might be gone. And right now, there is one line of defense. Duck manages to clear the way for the time being, but BRU says, clear all you want. I am going to take the Tempest Dragon. And if this thing goes their way, Yishong is going to get a double kill here. He's waiting in the wings.
Oh, there it is. He's able to get to the knockup, but it's going to take him enough time. Oh, no! It's not going to be enough there. He tries to make the decision maker there for the side of Team Flash, but it just isn't enough. Team Flash know now. They are a little bit deflated here. They have the potential to make that last defense. Can they do it?
I think it's going to be really difficult with the spike meal being used by Valdez as well. And take a look at it. This is the time where the spike meals, the Sage's Sanctuaries come out. 10 lives to play with for the side of BRU. Team Flash, you might have some firepower, but do you have enough to take down 10 members in total?
Time is the only great teller here for these ones. Julius into the back line, trying to put the pressure onto Lecky, but he has the Sage's Sanctuary. He's just baiting him here. He falls down thanks to Nunu with the double kill. Serving up the victory here for Buriram United. They have the vanguards here. It's just a matter of time. They are throwing everything at the wall. Team Flash will not be making it out here. It's gonna be Buriram United to go into the group stage.
Well done. We have our second AOV team marching into the group stages, and BRU, it is well deserved.
Very well deserved here from this team. I mean, it was so close. That was, like, I said it yesterday after the stream. These play-in matches aren't play-in matches. This is like group stage playoff material. It's so good.
Yes, I mean, this is high quality, right? From the teams that need to forge a way into the group stages. Yeah. If this is what we consider as simple games, then it's going to be exciting.
It is not only that is high quality, it's high energy. For everyone that is right there at home, you guys cannot hear how right now over here, all of the players from Buriram United Esports, how happy they were about this victory. This is literally just one of the most interesting games that they have had in a while. It puts them right now in the top 16 of our KWC 2026.
Yes, as a champion, when you lift that trophy at home, it feels great. But right now, they have gotten themselves another shot to try and lift a trophy internationally. And right here in Paris, that is a huge achievement. But of course, we take it one step at a time. You know, they beat their rivals here in Team Flash. They did it in such a brutal fashion. This was a Tempest Dragon win.
Of course, yesterday it was a 2-0. Today, another 2-0. It just shows that Buriram United Esports, they did their homework and they were completely ready to come and take on Team Flash.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, we were speaking about it just briefly. If this is the level of entry to get into the group stage, I'm so excited for this competition. I was already more excited, but let's break through this before we talk into that. It's such a close game. The kills were high, but only because the time just kept going and going.
Yep, the last part of the fight, if you take a look at the itemization before we, eventually change the screen, Team Flash, they were grasping at straws the entire game. Look at the goalie on the side of BRU. They were in total control. But this is what's impressive. Even with all the lead, all the fighting prowess that they had on the side of BRU, Team Flash held on. And they held on for a long time.
It was a really difficult game for them, right? But Julius in there just trying to do whatever that he could just to keep the light of hope alive for a little bit longer, just to keep their opportunity to move forward in there for a couple minutes more. But at the end of the day, he forced it all the way until the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you have to give props over to all these teams, right? Team Flash just have so much sportsmanship. It's like, even at 15 minutes, it's like, it's not over. We are going to try and get that goal lead, as you saw on that graph there. But looking at these highlights, you have to give it to them. They've been invited onto the gorge, and they fought with honor.
Yeah, but you know what? It's still the same story. They caught Julius early game, right? And from there, the lead never left their hands. Yes, we had some recovery moments coming in from the side of Team Flash, but every single member on the side of BRU made those impressive plays. Now, Taos, I want to highlight this. Taos is just running around at this point. He's soaking damage. Doesn't look like much. No, he's doing a lot of work for the side of BRU. He's eating all the skills, all of the damage, and when the fight actually comes out, BRU have way more in the tank compared to Team Flash.
When Team Flash just started just playing this whole game, and the whole problem in here was the Ogren. The Ogren just started building up so early into the game that at the end it was just a force that they could not fight against.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I have to give props over to Boulders, right? I thought he was a one-trick pony, right? It was just tempo jungle, and that's all he could do mid to early game. But he's really shown that he can be the driving force, the battering ram for Buriram United to get the victory.
Yes, V is for Valdez and for Vendetta. This guy, I mean, my goodness, this jungler. I mean, if he is what AOV has to offer, boy, do we have a tournament on our hands. Because this is the play-ins, right? And this is, by right, our lowest quality of teams. No, they're not. These are high-quality teams, high-quality gameplay. And when we step into the group stages, it's going to get a lot more exciting.
These are the champions of their regions, right?
Exactly.
And that's the idea, that to be a champion, to play against a different champion from a different region, you need to bring everything that you have in there. So I really hope that everyone took notes, because tomorrow on their group stage, when everything starts, I really hope to see BRU performing exactly the same. We've been talking a lot about Nunu, about how amazing he's been. Mara's got him right over there on stage. What about if we go to Mara and let's hear what Nunu has to say.
Here with me, Nunu from Buriram United Esports. You're heading to the group stage. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It seems like you guys have good synergy when we watched you. You guys were controlling the map effortlessly, especially in game number 1. But it makes me wonder, because half of the players are from AOV, half are from Honor of Kings. How long has the team been together, and how happy are you with the chemistry?
ก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะฮะที่กับสำหรับชัยชนะในวันนี้ด้วยนะฮะอยากสอบถามเกี่ยวกับระบบของทีมนิดนึงฮะเนื่องจากว่าทีมของเราเนี่ยเป็นลูกผสมระหว่าง HOK แล้วก็ AOV นะครับผมอยากถามว่าแบบเรารวมตัวใช้เวลากี่วันฮะในการรวมตัวขึ้นมาก็ประมาณ5วันครับ5วันก็ซ้อมครับแล้วก็แบบโดนอัดเป็นไก่เลยครับเล่นไม่เป็นแล้วก็ค่อยๆฝึกครับ So actually we have only like 5 days to play to practice together. Like the first few days like it completely like a mess. Like so we keep getting like it's a bloodbath we keep getting bloodbath by our opponent.
But you were keeping it together. So how are you making sure that the team would gel and get along even more to make sure that in the group stage you can dominate your opponents?
ก็ตอนนี้นะฮะอยากสอบถามว่าแบบว่าตอนนี้เรามีแผนอะไรต่อไปบ้างครับเนื่องจากว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเราเข้ารอบกรุ๊ปสเตจแล้วครับก็อยากเจอทีมโหดๆครับอยากรู้ว่าทีมไทยเราสู้พอจะสู้เขาได้ไหมครับ Yeah, actually right now we are looking forward to face like a very strong opponent so we can know like how far can we go in this tournament.
We also noticed that yesterday you used little boys in the clash lane, and today it was Yu Seong. What are the factors behind that decision? Is it because you wanted to get the players to play before the group stage?
ทีนี้เรามาคุยกันเรื่องไลน์อัพบ้างฮะเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อวานกับวันนี้เนี่ยมีการเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพนิดหน่อยนะฮะแต่ว่าถือว่ามันเป็นแผนอยู่แล้วไหมฮะหรือว่ามีอะไรยังไงบ้างครับก็ให้น้องๆเขาคุยกันครับว่าสลับลงอะไรอย่างนี้ Yeah, actually, like, it's a decision made by the players. Like, so if they want to play, just come up and enjoy the games.
Now you did a very good job today. When you go backstage, just to get the team together, what are you guys gonna do after to make sure that everyone will be celebrating in a high note in preparation for the group stage?
ก็ตอนนี้นะฮะหลังจากนี้เนี่ยเราจะกลับไป backstage แล้วนะฮะอยากถามว่าเราจะมีอะไรแบบว่าคุยกับเพื่อนๆบ้างครับผมหรือว่าแบบว่าจะฉลองชัยชนะในวันนี้ไหมฮะก็ดีใจครับที่ได้เข้าก็ไม่รู้ครับ Actually I have no idea what we're gonna do after this like but right now we are very happy and excited to qualify for the group stage.
Congratulations on qualifying to the group stage. Later on we're gonna have a draw and we're gonna see which teams you will match up with. Once again, job well done, and I hope you gel a little more for the next upcoming days in the competition. Now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara, and thank you very much, Nunu, who came in today and gave us a masterclass on how to play those heroes in there. I'm really happy to see BRU moving forward. They're going to be over there in the top 16. We have 15 teams already set, and we're waiting for one more. That one last ticket is going to be vital, and it's going to be the fight between Nongshim Red Force and it's going to be the fight against Blacklist International.
I can't wait for it. I'm glad I'm not on the broadcast desk because I want to sit and enjoy this match because this is like a matchup that's been brewing over history from last year to this year, and it's the Season 4 Invitational rematch once again. Is Nongshim going to defend and gatekeep the PKL, or is PKL finally going to rise above Nongshim Red Force?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's just so close. We have seen the gameplay, and it felt like, okay, it feels like to me, Joshi and the boys are just on a completely different level. But that's one side of the story. If you take a look at Nongshim Red Force, they went against DCG. They are also learning. So it's going to be a big battle here.
Let's wait and see. We have one more match today. It's going to be those two teams that we were talking about. Let's go to a break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the last game of the play-ins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. KWC, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
"15 names are in. We have spot for one more. Is it going to be Blacklist? Is it going to be Non-Ship? We don't know, and that's going to be our last match of these play-ins. We have had so many amazing games, and the one that we just had between Buriram United Esports and Team Flash was not the exception. Saggy Holler, from the green room, how did that feel like?
It felt like, what happened, dude? Did you just have a growth spurt in between? Okay, all right, back to normal. Here we go. But going into this one, I mean, if we're talking about that series, it was actually pretty electric, right?
I know.
I think going in, there was a lot of questions as of who would come out of Group A, and BRU, it looked like they were the top dog here.
Yeah, and going back into the specific game that we watched just now, Game 1, yes, it was a repeat of what happened in that upper brackets between Buriram United Esports and also Team Flash, but that final game coming in from Team Flash, AOG's representative, it stalled all the way to the Tempest Dragon, only for it to end in that way.
Yeah, actually very competitive game, right? I think even going in, there were like, you know, as Team Flash, you're thinking, they lost Game 1, would they able to bounce back? And they were like, okay, we're going to fight to the bitter end.
I am really looking forward just to see more and more about Team Flash, Buriram United Esports, as our ecosystem just keeps getting richer and richer and richer. I'm really looking forward to hear a lot more news about them, to see exactly how they're going to develop, how their future is going to look like.
I mean, specifically for me, right, it's a pretty good showing considering that compared to the original roster that has participated in the AOV, this is a rather new one. As in Buriram, you have more players from the original roster, so it's very different in terms of experience and also players itself.
Well, what about if we just move forward into our last match of the play-ins? Nongshim Red Force against Blacklist International. One of these two teams is going to head all the way to the Charles de Gaulle, and then they're gonna leave and go back all the way home. The other one is gonna stay here for the draw that we're gonna have right after this and see exactly what's gonna be their spot on the group stage.
I mean, the team that survives here has got to be counting their blessings. I think going into Group B, so many questions. Who would come out on top? These two, I mean, some are saying that they were the favorites going in, but now they're fighting for the final slot here.
I think a lot of the casters were saying that, oh, Blacklist OG, Blacklist Nongshim.
Yep.
Everybody counted DCG out, and DCG was the first team coming in from Group B to make it into the main stage of the group stage here, and then the final of this specific lower bracket here. What more can you ask for here? Nongshim Red Force, historically known to gatekeep Philippines from the main event, from the playoffs, and right now, once again, against them, Blacklist International, who have so much history in Honor of Kings.
Blacklist International, the PKO Spring, 3rd place, right? Like, they want to keep their story going after their performances today. We are really looking towards a very interesting match.
Yeah, very interesting. But my question here is that was a very emotional game, taking down OG.
Yeah.
2-1, it went to the wire, and the way that they did it, obviously that would have been great. But then all of a sudden you have a bit of a break in terms of the series, but now you have the final one, and you got to go up against a well-rested Nongshim Red Force. That is incredibly scary.
It is incredibly scary, right? Considering the fact that both teams has had their way going up against DCG. But if we were to refer it back to recency bias here, Nongshim won 0 games against the side of D-Cross Gaming. Blacklist International won game 1 very convincingly and almost got it in game 2 and game 3. So if you base it on that metric, does Blacklist have an edge over Nongshim?
I think we're going to have to find out. It's never that easy. I think that throughout history, Nongshim Red Force generally, okay, I think you're already making the call here. I'm actually going to go the other way. I'm going to go 2-1 Nongshim Blacklist. I think underside. I didn't actually write this down. I'm clearly not prepared for this. But I do think that Nongshim, I'm going to give them the edge, just based on the history of these two teams in the past.
Okay. I do not think that the match against DCG can actually be of some metric for us just to kind of just compare them, right? Like DCG just played really well against both of them, and they're completely different styles.
Yeah.
Like the way that Nongshim Red Force has been playing in these 2 days, it has always just been like, okay, let's just kind of just conserve, let's push. On the 10 minutes is the moment where they start actually just turning into the fight. But for Blacklist International, they just come in fighting immediately.
Yeah.
What is going to happen right over there? Is it going to be possible for Blacklist just to push Nongshim out of their balance, or is Nongshim going to be just strong enough just to be able to hold it until the right moment?
I like that point coming in off from Zizek, right? Because it makes total sense, especially when you're talking about Nongshim's playstyle and Blacklist International's playstyle. Very similar in going in towards those specific objectives here, but Nongshim takes it down a notch. Slows down the game pace, make sure that Rattel and also Siri in that clash and firmly get those item power spikes. But if you look over to the side of Blacklist International, yes, they play by the map, but they play really aggressively. Chami won Chaz on those double engages here, and Just always sturdy on those assassins. That's the exact playstyle that differs between these two teams.
Yeah, we know that history. I mean, we know that the playstyle of Blacklist, they've been stuck together for so long, right? Nongshim a little bit more of a newer roster with a couple new additions, but going into this one, I think that there's a lot of history, and who's going to come out on top?
And the history has always been just Nongshim Red Force just crushing the dreams of the PKLs, of the IKLs, right? So what is going to happen in there? Dreams have been crushed right over here. As you can see, the key. Nunu is going to hand it, and it's going to be the goodbye for Team Flash. Team Flash, they came in, they showed us what they got, but right now it's going to be BRU, the ones that are going to crush their key, crush their dreams with a smile on their face.
Dreams, hearts, so expectations crushed for Team Flash AOG and also AOG fans, man. That's going to be painful to actually digest if you are looking at that. And Just now, I remember during the recording, I think I heard the loud crushing sound all the way from here.
Yeah, exactly. It is loud, right? Like for everyone that is at home, it just looks like it is just slowly coming in. No, it just pops. Like immediately just explodes your dreams in there, no?
Yeah, I mean, but it's the other team's dreams, right? It's the one that you've taken away, and now you've kind of accumulated at least one of those broken medals on your shelf, if you will.
Yeah.
And now it's about continuing forward. I think both of these squads, Nongshim, Blacklist, right? I think it's a huge honor if you were able to dispose of the other team.
Yeah, as we talk about it, right? You want to be crowned by honor here specifically here. So we will be heading into the pick and ban shortly between Nongshim Red Force and Blacklist International here. So far, AOV heroes aren't the most favorite ones by these two teams, as they are more traditional into their clash name picks, the jungle assassins between these two teams.
Before we go into this draft, though, who do you think, if they were to lose and not even make it into groups, which team is going to be a bigger disappointment for that to happen to them?
Disappointment is a strong word here, Holler. I mean, well, if you were to put it in that way, I think maybe Blacklist International, because every single tournament, I feel like if you are a Filipino or PKL fan, you will always say that, oh, I trust in Blacklist. We want to see them make it far, like KIC last year, top 4. And also KC 2024, they made it far into the playoffs as well. And then nowadays, you see Asian Games qualifiers, Cebu team, Blacklist International, they lost to Team Indonesia. And then coming in towards the PKL Spring, they also were third place. So if they were to lose here, I think it's going to be heart crushing for PKL fans.
Yeah, but I think that what they've been consistently inconsistent. And I think that, as you rightly mentioned, with all of the latest results, it hasn't been the best. They haven't been coming out on top. And going into this one, I think that the same expectations will be there, but can they overcome against a beast that is Nongshim Red Force?
I don't think it's about, oh, can they? It's about they must as of this point. If they want to break the curse where Nongshim Red Force always wins against PKL or Philippine teams, this is their marker to do so here. As we kick off the pick and bans here, Nongshim Red Force will take over the blue side, and then for the Blacklist International, they default over to the red side here. Pei, Agudo, Chicha, and Lung will be locked away from both teams.
Yeah, those will be taken away. I think Lorien has, I mean, it's not the most picked, especially because your Zhangfei's and Lapu Lapu have been just prevalent throughout, but the Lorien has had so much impact. It seems like a lot of the teams have been gearing in on this AOV hero.
I feel so as well, right? It has been one of the star shining ones among the 3 AOV heroes here, and we always see Florentino being banned, and this time around, it's still up and available for both of these teams to see whether they want to dwindle into that specific pick here. But Lorien, as you mentioned here, I like this pick. It has been such a superstar pick where it always gets those big plays with that ultimate knockup into the backline specifically.
Yeah, and it actually sets it up quite a bit. I mean, the next two picks here, Ogren and the Guan Yu, you've got control for days from the Guan Yu, and then you have Ogren, who, again, you know when Haku has got it, this is the type where he just needs that farm, and Lorien creates that space.
Yeah, Lorien is something like we talk about.
Right.
Strong, poke early, wins 2v2, 3v3s, and who also does that in succession? Ogren. So this is already going to be shaping up a very strong mid-jungle synergy. If they can get like a strong roamer in that 4th or 5th pick, I would say the mid-roam jungle 3v3 is going to be looking so good for Nongshim.
It's looking very good. And I think that on the other side, you're thinking, okay, the Guan Yu is going to be there, but we're going to just kind of dominate the lane. We're going to have the Charlotte, which will be able to come online, could potentially deal even more damage to this Ogren, because once we slay that one, we've got enough. I mean, it's pretty much game over for Nongshim.
Good point, right? Charlotte, one of the key lane counters in towards the mid game here. Your splash gradation actually slows down the opponent, which Guan Yu relies on movement speed here, so if you can slow him down, that's the key marker that we are looking at for Chammy1 and Rattel's matchup on this Charlotte versus Guan Yu. Coming to the second phase here, more of these roamers will be removed from the pool. Lapu Lapu gone, Diadea gone, and then for the side of Nongshim Red Force, that's a lot of farm laners removed as well.
Yeah, taking them away. I mean, it's on both sides right now where they both need farm laners. It's like, okay, who's going to come out on top? It looks like Blacklist have that first pick in the second phase, so they'll probably look to prioritize one here.
I mean, here, probably Channel, I guess. Like, if you pick Channel here, Nongshim Red Force probably won't have a good matchup specifically into that Channel here. They might be forced to pick the Arlie or other heroes that are probably subpar into the laning phase against that Channel.
Yeah. I think that that's definitely a target that they're looking for at this point. But, I mean, with the next two picks, I mean, you don't have last. Oh, look, there you go. It's like they're going to go with the Arlie. This can open things up, I would say. All right, interesting of a pick, as you were just saying. Like, it's not the greatest here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of lane counters coming in from the side of Nongshim Red Force here. So perhaps the Aaron for Siri, the Channel for Siri, those are heavy and difficult matchups for Golden Kite to realistically fight on in that laning phase here. So interesting enough that Golden Kite and Blacklist International decide to go for that early here. So for Nongshim, they need that farm lane, they need that roamer pool. I'm thinking, are we going to get like something like a Shoya Mozi that could be spicing up that bottom lane with that two-shot combo? But Ho Yi and Lian Po, man.
Okay. We wanted something different. They're going to go with that. I mean, the potential, again, the Chano was available, Aaron as well, but it looks like they want to go for this like long-range style, plus the Lian Po, always very tanky, somebody to kind of, again, wombo combo with the Guan Yu.
And wombo combo, this is a good word, right? Yes. Guan Yu wants to come from the back, Lian Po wants to go in. But you remember, when you have a Ho Yi and you have a mid lane that isn't really capable of blocking crowd control, Ho Yi arrow goes in and then the Lorian ball goes towards the backline to lift you up for like what? Maybe a solid 5-6 second crowd control.
Yeah.
So this specific game, Golden Kite on the early, that Maple Dance, the skill that can remove projectiles, is gonna be so crucial. If he misuses it and gets hit by a Burning Sun arrow, it's going to be GG.
Yeah. Assuming he's able to hit that arrow, I mean, it should be right, funneled into exactly where you need it, right? That's the power of the Guan Yu, assuming Rattel is able to find that perfect angle. But again, it comes down to execution. If we're talking about this draft here, who are you giving the edge to?
Oh my, it's such a difficult question here. I think Nongshim Red Force thus far, I sort of had to give it to Nongshim, right? They have so much tools, so much early to late game power to actually overpower the draft coming in from the side of Blacklist International. Yes, Ho Yi may be an outbot and spams the Burning Sun arrow in the early game, but it's one of those late game farmlings that can actually counter out the early with that heavier DPS in towards the late game.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I kind of like that one going. It's so weird because you're like, Ho Yi, I'm like, okay, I'm going to give the edge to that one. But I think that with the composition, the synergy that's potentially available, you're talking about a pretty decent early start to kind of get to at least the mid game where you've got the Augurin, and then it's a matter of this Ho Yi, which can do some damage in the late game, can really close out a game.
Especially when, if you were to zoom out and go into the Blacklist International draft, you only potentially have the Zhang Fei and also the Charlotte in proactively diving in towards the backline here. So that's not the easiest of the tasks, considering there is multitude levels of crowd control coming in from Nongshim Red Force to potentially protect that Ho Yi pick that you talked about.
Yeah, protecting that Ho Yi, right? And now we go into the final series of the day, elimination game, to see who exactly will move on to the group stage. It's going to be Nongshim Red Force versus Blacklist International, Game 1.
Let's get towards it, Holler here. Simple early game clear coming in from the side of Haku to get that mid lane clear here. And bottom lane 2v2 looking to be slightly more favorable for the side of Nongshim Red Force here. So overall in this early game, more control has been relinquished over to the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and I like it how Nongshim are going to be aggressive. I mean, both of these two teams, obviously Revolver on Siri and Golden Kite, as kind of, accelerating their game and they have a lot of success between these two. But again, both of these guys could potentially carry this game.
They could, right? And we need to see how they farm towards those item power spikes here. Interesting rotation coming in from Just G here. Red start in towards the top side, gets the Space Sprite, and then potentially teleporting himself towards the bot side for that Azure Golem clear. Not what we used to see here for the jungle rotation.
Yeah, and Rattel here completely zoned out. The man advantage is a bit much. But at the same time, Haku is elsewhere. He's actually looking to farm onto the south side as well, so trying to extract as much value as possible.
Look at that wave freeze coming in from Siri here. This puts Golden Kite into much more peculiar position, right? Because when you hit the level 4 and you are deep in towards the lane by the Burning Sun arrow, you gotta wonder, how do you escape from that?
Yeah, that's not gonna be easy for sure. I mean, I love the positioning thus far of Nongshim here in ensuring that Siri gets that lane freeze right under the tower. It makes it very difficult to get any sort of farm.
Haku, path for passing, trying to steal the wild boar camp here from the side of Just G here. Just G really tanky here.
they do secure the wild board camp for the side of Haku with that smite.
Yeah, Illusion is going to be a bit of a problem. I mean, this hero isn't the most mobile of heroes, but the amount of damage, assuming his positioning is on par, those orbs are definitely going to hurt, especially since the rest of them are looking to herd the sheep, if you will.
The 2v2 has been great, right? The damage from Illusion's Lorien has been just hitting those marks. Even if you are with such a long range on Dragon on this Garuda, those Lorien balls left and right just shooting you, and that is a beautiful reaction time coming in from Golden Kite to remove that Burning Sun arrow here. If not, that could have been a dangerous situation.
Yeah, you instantly just trying to remove it, right? I think you'd want to just kind of avoid it. But
Rattel coming in with the Soaring Green Dragon here, but there won't be much of a continuation here. When you have a Floorborn tank, he can CC you for days, so Rattel, play with cautious.
Yeah, and at the same time, Rattel, he wants to be in the lane. Obviously, he's down about 300 gold at this point to Chammy1, who's gotten the better of him. But it seems like Blacklist putting a lot of that extra manpower, Justy, with the rotations in that top lane.
I think you definitely have to, because when you have a Guan Yu, you don't want a Guan Yu to be flanking towards the back line against Dragon, flanking towards Golden Kite. So locking him early, making sure that Chammy1 gets that 1v1 win, and make it a 4v4 elsewhere, that could benefit Blacklist International more in the long run in those big on full-up team fights.
Yeah, and Blacklist here doing a great job with this gold sharing. They're sticking together and ensuring that Joshi gets as much farm as possible. Haku has largely been solo, clearing that jungle of his own. So it's a little bit of a different story in that regard, because those are the small little wins that Blacklist now has about a 300 gold lead because of those things.
Yeah, it's okay. Not the biggest, but it puts a bit of confidence in towards Blacklist International's pocket here. As we pace ourselves into the 4th minute mark, the first Tyrant will be spawning soon, and based on the map rotation here, it seems to me that Nongshim Red Force does not want anything to do with this Tyrant.
Yeah, don't need to at this point. Plus you have Siri, who's going to be continuing to just hang into the bottom lane, throw out those Burning Sun arrows if they need to, but it looks like Blacklist may be looking to start this Tyrant here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem there's any contention here, as you can see the potential risks coming in for a team fight loss. So Rattel, Haku minding their own business here for the side of Blacklist International. It's about waves first, then objectives here. Chammy1 having to attempt towards that top side here, so we are at a timer difference in benefit of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, a lot of CC from Joshi in this one. But, I mean, you kind of saw that Nongshim were putting a little bit of the eyes and ears on the Tyrant. If they were looking to go, Rattel was in the top lane. He's like, okay, I'll put a little even more pressure on the top T1. But now they're looking to go.
Wings of Judgment here. We do see the Umbrella Alpha attacking on towards the back line. Rattel, where do you want to go? Tyrant secures Mike going over to the side of Justy here. Solo kill by Siri. Siri gets taken down by the isolation from Golden Kite's Arlie.
Yeah, Golden Kite with just too much damage. The Frenzy, he avoided most of that damage with that Parasol as well. And that just completely opened it up. Siri, like, the whole this is a bit of a problem. Like, you pick this into the Arlie looking for the other mid-game, like the Burning Sun Arrow Wombo combo style. But man, in that 1v1, you're not going to have a good time against Golden Kite's Arlie.
Like you mentioned, right, Holler, it just didn't show any form of success. I get the general idea that you want the Ho Yi from Siri to throw a Burning Sun arrow towards mid lane and then connect it with Illusion's Lorien's Ball Ultimate, where it just stacks CC for as long as 6 seconds for a single target. But so far, every single Burning Sun arrow has been successfully blocked by Golden Kite in that top side here. And talking about top side, Haku getting tagged by the Wings of Judgment here. Golden Kite coming in, tagging the auto attacks on towards Haku, getting a free and easy kill. Rattel comes in for the cavalry, finds the 3-man knockup, and then we do see the Burning Sun arrow landing on towards Jamie, just sending him in towards the Grave's chest, managing to limp away just so slightly, with Siri being forced out in a 1v1 situation here. Namu too low to even care about Dragon. A little bit more damage here. Namu managed to limp away.
Oh, Namu just barely hanging on this one. But it seemed like it was like a tale of two fights, if you will. Nongshim, they were like, once Haku had gone down, you're thinking, we got numbers. And Blacklist, we're under the tower. Nongshim goes for the counter. They do a decent amount of work, but then they overextend, and Blacklist makes them pay.
And Golden Kite has been so confident on this early pick here. Every single time Siri overextends himself, he managed to create those 1v1 circles that favors Arlie so well. Because Arlie, your skill 2 is the maple dance. You rock projectiles, and he managed to use that to actually win out that 1v1.
Yeah, and so this is the beginning. Haku gets blown up on that one, but then the nice little Razor Cavalry, he says, hey, where are you gonna go? They get a little bit of revenge. They have so many different ways to stun, plus that Burning Sun arrow and that orb, that wombo combo, but then again, a little bit of the overextension, Justy making them pay.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder here, so far the Siri Hou-Yi pick is not justified. But mid lane, the Burning Sun arrow lands over towards Justy here. Justy going in once again. Unbridled Outburst managed to disengage, but at what cost? The Burning Sun arrow that I just now managed to make it work instantly. I'm so sorry, Black.
Yeah, they're just looking to prove you wrong, Sagi. No one else at this point. I mean, that was on point, and that's kind of what this lineup is looking to do. Siri was able to hit that. He misses that. That might have been a different story. But stacking that with Illusion, this is again that 1-2 punch. Rattel and then Namu are there to help continue on and just stun lock people for days, but then the rest of them have to clean up, and they haven't been 100% successful, but they've gotten themselves at least back into this one.
Yeah, 6 seconds solid crowd control here. Namu forced to use the flash. Crimson Golem on Arlie. It's a devastating threat if you are an immobile frontline. So that's going to be a 2-minute price to pay for the Nongshim Roamer.
Yeah, and about 1.3k net worth lead in favor of Blacklist. It seems like they've been taking the fight, dictating the pace of, but they have been punished at times. Nongshim Red Force at the same time. They need to, again, just stick to their guns. They still have an Ogren at the end of the day.
Umbrella Outburst on towards Haku here. Haku gets tagged. Nice dodge coming in from Justy to dodge away the ultimate from Lorien here. A bit of a handshake here as both teams head back to their jungle camps.
Yeah, and it all came back to that Burning Sun arrow. It hits, they get some kills. Almost guaranteed. They miss, they have to disengage, they can't fight. So Blacklist understanding that, actually, this arrow could come at a moment's notice, it can come from any different angle. We need to ensure that we don't get caught out. Easier said than done, of course.
I feel like for Blacklist International, you should avoid that mid lane at all costs. Every time Justy appears in that mid lane and tries to wave clear first, he oftentimes gets tagged by a Burning Sun arrow into the Lorien ultimate, which may cause a lot of pick-up potential for Nongshim in making a comeback here. But nice rotation thus far coming from Blacklist International as we get a bot lane tier 2 for essentially free.
Yeah, and actually at the same time, Justy, this is what, okay, a little bit of action.
Oh, Chaz almost CC'd down, but he managed to release the Unbridled Outburst plus the redemption to escape towards safety here. But that's the potential, right? That's a long CC. And if Chaz didn't get the boost of resistance, maybe he would have been taken down there.
Yeah, that was actually too close for comfort, at least for me. But being able to barely get that off, but he's not going to have it in this Tyrant.
Yeah, Tyrant take here. Seems easy here. Chammy one coming in towards the back like your Siri has no flash. Splash gradation. Chammy one for days. Haku, where are you going here? Covered by 4. Papa passing towards safety, but he does manage to get it out. But still a 1-4-0 trade before the Shadow Tyrant at 10-minute mark.
I got so many questions, and all of them are revolving around this Siri pick, right? The Hou-Yi, just the value. Like, we understand, but why in a best of 3? You've already died 3 times. This is a terrible spot to be putting your team in at the 10-minute mark.
It goes back to our conversation every single day that we talk about the priority in the marksman pool, that you need to prioritize the strong 4 farm lanes. Chano, Chicha, and then Floorborn, and also Long. But those are all banned away. Burning Sun arrow lands on towards Dragon here. Haku goes for the path of passing here, pushes away. Haku gets the steal on the Shadow Tyrant here. Blacklist International with low health bars has to back off. But man, that was a good smite coming from Haku.
Oh my gosh, Haku, if he doesn't hit that smite, that steal, this game could just go out of control. Blacklist, unfortunately for them, it did seem like they had the stuns proper for Haku, and you let him kind of get too close. I mean, that 50-50 is never what you want when you're looking to take over this map.
I thought it just gave it over to the side of Haku, right? It's like, here you go, a free Shadow Tyrant when you are in a losing position here. So at the very least for Blacklist International, they need to hold their grounds before they can start this Shadow Overlord here. Mid-whip goes in. We do see Justy engaging on towards Haku here. Path of passing towards safety. Chammy 1 coming in. Splash gradation catching on towards Haku. Haku dangerously low. Uses the ultimate. Gets a bit of health back. Chammy 1 on towards the side link here. But Justy left in no man's land. In the back line here. Chaz gets taken down by Siri. Siri's still shooting here. And forces out the flash coming in from Dragon. But Rattel, that is too deep. You went too far in. And it resulted into a 1-for-1 trade back in favor of Blacklist International.
Oh, it was looking fine when Haku was a little bit low, baiting it all out. He was so tanky. He took a ton of damage, but the fact that he was able to survive was great. But then Rattel was like, oh, I did not get the memo. I need to disengage. And he continued to go on, got out of position, and he paid with his life.
The Siri pick on the Ho Yi, yes, we were judging on it in the first 8 minutes of the game, and now you see once he starts racking up those gold, those item power spikes, it's looking very good. But let me break it down on this specific play here.
I mean, this is that moment where Haku just barely stays alive. I mean, Rattel had a nice play, and they find Chaz. That should have ended it, but they continue. Look at how Rattel looking for his area, but he's so low. He tried to go for that 4-man Soaring Green Dragon, and it was like in the worst spot because the rest of Nongchim were not able to follow up on that.
I could understand if you get that 4-man Soaring Green Dragon into a skill 1 spin, maybe that's a quadra kill, and that will be your highlight of your career. We're talking about highlights here. Putting our focus back on this Shadow Overlord. Just G goes in for an aggressive engage, forcing Haku to back off. Shadow Overlord regains its health. Blacklist in a very, very dangerous position as in the backline here, Dragon gets tagged, Dragon gets isolated out. That will be the first kill, going over to the side of Nongshim Red Force. Chammy 1, diving the backline, 1v4, finding Siri among 4 members here, and they once again equalize the trade between the two teams.
Oh, it was looking bad once Dragon went down, but then you can never count out Chammy 1. Once he's on top of Siri, there's nothing he can do. Even if the Burning Sun Arrow, the stun is so little that it's really not too much value. He was able to dive deep.
And talking about diving deep, Nongshim Red Force diving deep all the way on towards the side of Just G here. But Just G managing to latch on towards Illusion, as Illusion was the one instead that's being traded off. Chammy using the Frostguard Embrace, and Red Force sticking on towards Namu. Namu has to flee. Golden Kite from the back here, flanking on towards Rattel. The Blood Rage coming in time, just saving Rattel from a massacre of an event.
Oh, that was clutch just to stay alive by Rattel, but that could have been disastrous. I mean, it's another thing where they're like, hey, why is Nongshim trying to continue on? It seems like they're just forcing the issue. A little too bloodthirsty for me, especially in a game 1 where you need to play very calculated.
I mean, both teams are just trading back and forth as of this point. Here you can see Chammy going in such an aggressive take here. He's feeling confident 100% and nonetheless as of this point.
Yeah, and I mean, Chammy 1 is confident. He is the most confident of this team in terms of being able to understand where he is in accordance to the other team members, right? And the fact that he knows that he's very strong, he's able to find them. If he's able to jump on top of Siri or Illusion, they will be deleted.
And after a 3 minutes Overlord dance, we finally see Blacklist International successfully securing the Overlord under the hands of Nongshim Red Force. Damage galore on towards the side of Haku here. Haku has to take the walk of shame back towards the base and in towards the fountain with 3 Overlord waves marching in. This is not looking good for Nongshim Red Force.
Not looking good at all, and it seems like Blacklist just have just too much damage. They're able to burn through all this armor.
Beautiful knockup coming in from Illusion on that ultimate here. First target to fall will be Blacklist International's mid lane, but in the backline once again, Chammy 1 and Just G removing the side of Siri from any sort of contention. Your Sage Sanctuary coming back up, but gets executed by the Siri State. But Just G doing a splendid job stealing away the final tier 3 in towards the mid lane.
I mean, they sacrificed everything for that T3 essentially there, right? And I think Blacklist are going to be happy with that trade overall, but they can't be making those trades that are slightly favoring Nongshim because you're giving more opportunities for them to come back in. This is going to be very close. It looks like Chaz was looking to solo that. Not going to happen, especially with Haku on this map.
And as the game progresses here, you can see these team fights, the beautiful Lauren ultimate just lifting Dragon into the CC chain, and then Rattel comes in, finds the perfect flank, and gets the assassination on towards Golden Kai. So what if you get Siri? He has already done his job, and he can land in peace. And going with Taurus alive, Just G is like, you stole the first one, let me steal back the second one. They are denying every single possible comeback from the side of Nongshim Red Force.
So this is something that you cannot do. Both teams have been making this a mistake. If you are going for that big objective, you need to ensure that you're on top of the other jungler, forcing him back, some sort of CC so that you can time your smite properly and get that kill. Unfortunately for both sides, they've made that mistake here.
The high ground push will be a very difficult one for the side of Blacklist International here. There is so much tools coming in from Nongshim Red Force to find a perfect engage.
Yeah, and now the siege is on. I mean, Nongshim right now have to somehow hold on. This mid lane is a huge issue for them. It's a gaping hole, for, if you will. But Haku now, like, we've seen him throughout this game, he's 4-1-3, but he's still not like Super Saiyan mode, if you will.
Yeah, that's the Auguran pick that you will, right? It starts to scale off slowly in towards the mid to late game. Bottom side, Blacklist, Just G, and also Chammy1 managing to take a free tier tree. As the minion waves are marching in, this is going to be the final tier tree in towards the top side.
Yeah, and now, like, Haku probably wants that side, but Jushi's like shutting that door. All that space, top T3 taken down. Golden Kite, he's got some serious damage, and they've opened this game up perfectly here.
Cleanly done by Blacklist International here. They are not going for the fight. They know what they're coming for. Pulling out all those tier trees, making it sure that there are always super minions marching in towards the base, and then take a look at the timer here. 10 more seconds into that Shadow Overlord here. Damage dealt by Illusion, 200,000. That's one of the highest that we've seen so far in this tournament.
Actually, top 3 were all Nongshim, but if you're looking at this map, they don't have any towers, right? Blacklist are like, actually, we don't care about doing the damage. All we want are your objectives. And taking that one, look at Jushi. You were saying, who's that 200,000 damage going on? It's been mainly Jushi here.
It's been mainly Just G, right? But Chammy1 is so far away from this specific objective here. Just G goes in, Just G takes a steal, and the fight breaks up. Papo passing towards the back line. Haku, you are in no man's land, Chaz. Pop the ultimate and in towards the back line here. We see Chammy1 finding the position on towards Siri, and that's Siri's first life. Siri coming in from Say Sanctuary does not have the destiny, gets taken down as it's already a triple kill. Going in from the side of Golden Kai as they are finding the last member of Nongshim Red Frost. They want to win this game number 1 and push it to match point for the qualifications to the group stage with their PKL friends.
And it looks like they're going to take game number 1 here. Blacklist International, just with that amazing team fight, understanding how to, dismantle Nongshim as they were throwing bodies at the situation, tried to even go to the back lines and to take down some of the cores, not able to do so here.
Amazing game coming in from both teams here. Multiple levels of steal between two teams, and in the end, Just G coming up with a very crucial steal on one Shadow Tyrant and one Shadow Overlord, leading to a game win. And let's not forget about Chammy1. He was in it in that game.
Yeah, absolutely in control, right? Chammy1 is the guy. At any moment, he's just like, okay, I need to show up for my team. He's going to be there, right? And he showed up in that game, almost taking it over here.
Blacklist International played really well. I'm actually very surprised of how Nongshim Red Force, through that BP, through the picks and the composition, allowed key elements to Blacklist just to take this game. Let's talk about the Hoi pick. Like, why are we going with this Hoi pick when you have so many people from the Blacklist International team that can actually jump in? You have the Charlotte, you have the Flowborn, you have the Arlie. Like, what is going on? Like, how do we get Siri in a good position?
My understanding is Siri's Hoi, yes, a very late game pick that you can actually do consistent DPS if you're given the room to do so. But the main idea of this specific Hoi pick is for the Hoi to throw the Burning Sun arrow and connect it with Illusion's ultimate on that Lorien for a solid 5 to 6 second crowd control during the mid lane 3v3. That's why in towards the mid game, where you can start to see Blacklist International, they are having control. But every time Just G goes towards the mid lane, it's an arrow into a Lorien ultimate, making sure that Nongshim Red Force manages to get a bit of a comeback in towards that goal lead.
So I like that idea, right? Like, just to use the Hoi's ulti just to initiate on the fight. What is the other option that they have to initiate, right? Like, it would be with Lianpo, right? They could actually use the Lianpo just to initiate right over there. If Lianpo jumps in to initiate, who's going to defend the Hoi?
Yeah,
no one. And that's exactly what happened in every single fight in this game.
It seemed like almost all of the fights, though, were dictated by Blacklist. They were the ones initiating. They were forcing it down. And that's a huge advantage because you know, okay, we're taking the fight. We're already together. We're able to take this one when we want to. On the other side, very reactive. They had to use the Burning Sun arrow, not as an initiator, but as more of like just to keep somebody alive potentially.
Correct. And I think from the Nongshim Red Force draft, it's good on paper, but when it comes down to execution, it was really difficult because you can start to see Golden Kite singling out Siri in back-to-back replays here.
Yeah, and I think, again, for me, it's a draft issue. And we're going to see most of the action here. The Burning Sun arrow actually saving parts of it. So this is where, like, the flashes of hope right? And that's the way that they were looking to go. But then just Blacklist, just being able to just take it down. Chammy1 is an absolute beast.
Absolutely every single team, but you see Chammy1 latching on towards the backline, finding Illusion, finding Siri, and these are the moments that makes it so great for this specific player here on this Charlotte. And this final steal, you can start to see Chammy1's position here. Golden Kite tags on towards Haku here. Chess does his job, lands a CC, Siri in towards the backline, has to stage Sanctuary, and then Chammy1 just comes in, pops the Pure Sky, and lays down all the crowd control on towards the team. And Siri has no destiny in that team fight as well.
This is very frustrating if you're a Nongshim, because Haku was trying to go on the Golden Kite. He's definitely priority number one. Siri was trying to get there as well, but Chammy1, Justy, were stun locking him and focusing on down to Siri. Once he goes down, you saw the cookie crumbles.
It crumbled indeed. There was just no consistent DPS coming in from the side of Nongshim Red Force if Siri falls. But that's the interesting part. If Siri falls, no damage, but your composition doesn't really build around that whole Yi.
Definitely not.
Right now, it is crumbling apart for Nongshim Red Force after this Game 1 loss. Right now, Blacklist International, they have half a ticket into the group stage in their hands. They want to cash out the second half of that ticket and be the last team into our top 16. Let's hope for a break, and then when we come back, it's going to be our game number 2 of our last match of play-ins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Blacklist International is one game away from top 16 in this KWC 2026. I'm Isaac Peña, and we're gonna bring you the action of this last match of the play-ins. If Blacklist International wins, then that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the end of our play-ins, and it's gonna be sending Nongshim Red Force back home. Lads, it is coming to the last of it. What are we gonna have to be looking forward in this game number 2?
Well, I mean, if history says anything, basically we know that Blacklist will always win game 1, but game 2 is a bit of a Wait, hang on. I don't like the fact that you're looking down on me, Saki. What is going on here?
I can't hear you. I'm too high. I'm too high up here. Wait, who's talking? I'm sorry. Let me meet you at eye level.
Here we go. He just got the buff of the win, man. Like the prediction buff.
I mean, but going into this one, I would think that Nongshim would be able to bounce back, right? They always usually find ways to come back, and especially a longer series, Nongshim tend to be a better team.
Yes.
But again, Blacklist, I mean, they are terrible in game 2s throughout series.
I mean, it has been proven, right?
Yeah.
We saw the Deep Cross Gaming series. They won convincingly in game 1. And game 2, game 3, they start to shake things up, and it didn't really favor them in the first place here. But that is a very small sample size, maybe coming in towards this game number 2 against a team like Nongshim Red Force. They will want to take it immediately because history between these two teams, we talked about it. How many PKL teams has Nongshim Red Force defeated in KIS 3, in KIS 4, and in multiple levels of tournament?
Yeah, and I think the every Filipino I know hates Nongshim because of that, right? They take down some of these teams, and you know, it's also, I mean, obviously, it's when you're trying to win a tournament, you're going to take down whoever, and it just happens to be unlucky for the PKL squads.
Exactly right. And I think a very important part coming in for Nongshim Red Force, you can start to see draft matters a lot. I understand that you want to pull off interesting combos like the Lorien and Ho Yi, but in a BO3 that decides your fate, whether you're going back home on a plane, sadly crying, or are you going back into the group stage happily, it matters a lot.
I think that Blacklist International just found the key just in taking the fight to them, right? Like when Blacklist International just came in and they did not let Nongshim Red Force just to find their ground, like they really looked a lot superior. So if they can completely keep riding that wave, they might have the key to just really just succeed in this game.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking that like if Ho Yi was replaced by any other, you know, laner, the farm laner, like like I think you would have just had a much better chance.
I agree.
I think that you're putting your team in a worse off position because of this draft here.
Well, that's all in the past right now. And in the present here, we once again see Nongshim Red Force in the blue side banning Ukkyo Tachibana and also the Lorien, with the side of Blacklist International locking away picks like the Zhang Fei and also the Pei.
And going into this one, I think that, you know, like how you bounce back from that. I think that the Loom, you gotta let Siri get his heroes. It looks like they're gonna prioritize it here. They're gonna pick the Aoyan or the Loom here.
There are several counters, right? You can always go for like a Byron and Chano, Byron and a tank roam. As long as you have 2 tanks going up against the Long, he probably has a pretty tough time because we know for a fact that, okay, Long has amazing laning phase, amazing burst damage, he has the ultimate getaway button, but when it comes down to burning down tanks, Long sort of suffers pretty hard.
True. And it looks like they're going to go the other way. Blacklist, understanding the power of this Haya. I think the Haya has completely just like changed the meta, especially since whenever she's like been released, she's had so much of an impact really controlling some of the team fights because again, that isolation is key.
It is indeed key, right? You just want to use Dragon on this specific Haya pick, force out that 1v1, and then gather up both teams to go for that full-on fleshed out 5v5. And interestingly enough, we see a Mozi plus a Garuda. Very long-range setup here coming in from Nongshim Red Force. So once again, going back to the 3v3 control in that mid lane is what Nongshim Red Force specifically wants for their gameplay.
So one thing I don't like is the fact that, like, I mean, they're ranged. Obviously, they have a team composition in mind, but this is all very incredibly squishy. Like, the next two obviously have to be some sort of frontliners to protect those guys, but you got some glaring weaknesses on your team, and you need to shore them up very quickly.
Now, if we go through the available pool of tank junglers in this patch, Ogren is used by the side of Nongshim Red Force. So you have things like the Floorborn tank, you have the Yangjian semi-tank bruiser, Nurta is available, Ying is also okay, but you're in the second phase panic stage and immediately, right off the bat, Floorborn tank removed. This allows Just Chi to actually go in for more of those aggressive jungle assassin picks.
Yeah, right now it seems like, and we kind of like the red side, obviously you get to counter, right? You're kind of second and third, so they have a little bit of an edge because you've got that information. But going into this one, it seems like thus far, I would give the edge to Blacklist just based on these 3 picks alone.
I fully agree with you. Strong laning phase, strong control, and then you have a lot of the active presets where you have to lay and pull, have to hire to go for those big full-on engages here. But Nongshim Red Force in that mid 2v2 control still looks pretty good in the sense where you have the Garuda and Mozi, where anytime someone appears in that mid lane, that 3v3 oftentimes favors the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the Angela Moats pick, right?
Yes.
With the Cannon Blast, you got the Stun Lock and the Wings of Judgment to potentially just take them down, but you don't have the Chaos Cinder. So it's like, it looks good on paper. If they're able to put it off, that would be amazing. But still, there are definitely some weaknesses in this 1-2 combination that they got.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't guarantee you a kill, but it guarantees you a lot of health bar coming in from your opponents here. But as long as you get the health bar, you can potentially win out the map because they're too low to actually respond to you in specific plays. And judging from the bans, we might see another Yang Jian coming in from the side of Just Chi in that jungle, and we may see a Florentino as well coming from Chami.
Has that potential, right? And I think that, I mean, just kind of want to talk about the fact that, yes, the Nongshim side definitely have some weaknesses, but they're all ranged. They're all trying to stay away from this Haya as much as possible. But this Jing pick gets to the back line. It doesn't care how it's going to get there. It's going to get there.
Oh, I love the Jing pick coming in from the side of Just G here. Although we don't see him play this specific pick in competitive a lot, but he's known to be one of the better Jing players coming in from PKL alongside with Boom's Carl. And you got to wonder here, Nongshim Red Force, what kind of jungle pick is there left? You still have the Luna, you have the Ying, which we have seen Haku favor a lot back in KME and also KML days.
And also, if you're looking at this one, the fact that the Jing is there, the Cannon Blast, not easy to hit, right? So they need to find a way to lock this guy down somehow. Plus, you have the Wolves that could potentially block that as well. It seems like going into this one, it looks like they're going to try with the Charlotte and the Dune on this Haku. You're talking about a tank jungler. Well, there you go.
I'm feeling Florentino. I'm 100% guaranteed I'm feeling Florentino right here, right now. For Chami 1, or at the very least Davara. I feel like those two picks work really well. I'll at the very least go for a Fatih pick that could be pretty beneficial for their composition here. But we have to wait what is the exact selection coming in from that boy wonder in the Clash League. And it's the Florentino, man. The third of our tournament here. Almost 100% pick and ban in every single tournament, and we are getting it from Chami 1 this game.
Finally, we get to see exactly how the Florentino, I mean, it hasn't had the greatest of successes thus far. I believe it's 0-2 with Ehans on that one. The other teams haven't been exploring on it.
Question to you, Holler.
Yeah.
Since Florentino is heavily banned, but it's 0-2, is it a Ehans problem or is it a Florentino problem?
I'm not going to answer that one because I feel, well, okay, I will. I think that's
nice.
If we're going into the actual drive, it didn't seem like Ehans was 100% comfortable on it, right?
Agreed.
I mean, shots fired or whatever, the data was where it was. It didn't seem like we saw the greatest of impacts. Not to disrespect Ehans, I just felt like it wasn't really ready for the stage.
I feel like it's a forced pick coming in from the side of OG Esports in their previous few series here. Yes, it's known to be a very strong pick, but it also depends whether the player is actually ready for it, because it's a very individualistic pick where it pushes you to have a lot more control in your game. And this time around, Chami 1 out of that game 1 performance, he's coming in hot. He locked into Florentino in red side last pick, and this will be Nongshim Red Force fighting for survival to equalize this series, and Blacklist International wanting to take revenge for KIS3 and KIS4.
Yeah, I kind of look at this draft, I mean, from both sides, right? The Nongshim side, 6 months ago, this is a very traditional Nongshim style level of play. They have a lot of balance. Nothing is too crazy. They all kind of cover each other's weaknesses. But the other side, this is the latest wrinkle. When you're talking about new heroes like the Florentino here, and now you've got the Jing and the Haya that can potentially isolate. You have a lot of potential burst, aggressiveness that can kind of just jump to the back line. It's a basically, is it the old or the new here?
And it's already an early game invade against the Dune. Jing picks up the red buff here, leaving Haku without a red buff for the remainder of his clear. This is already a beautiful start coming in from Blacklist International, especially in the jungle department.
A very good start. And again, we're talking about aggression. We want to be invading the enemy jungle. Blacklists are doing that. Now, Nongshim on the other side, okay, they've lost a couple things. It's still very early. It's not even 2 minutes into this game. But again, they need to find ways to just, again, get a little micro win here and there.
That's a micro win. Forcing a flash out of Siri in that laning phase here, getting that fire beak, and then heading back towards your own quadrant, picking up this specific small jungle camp and you are securing Golden Kite, your late game carry, some sufficient and easy goal to actually scale into here. Haku, Unruly Blades in, has the passive still, he's pretty tanky here, so there won't be much of a follow-up coming in from both sides.
Yeah, a great rotation by Dragon though. The way that they were able to take that, just almost pulling out the flash from Siri, but taking the Firehawk. That's a win. Assuming that, I mean, they didn't get a kill, that would have been best case scenario, but this is still good enough. That's created space where you see more rotation from Nongshim. Even Haku, he's wasting time. He's not even taking that Spike Tail away.
That's the thing, right? You have the Dun, it's so early to mid-game centric. You have to get those leads, but getting your Crimson Golem stolen away, not the greatest of the occurrence here for the Nongshim Red Force jungle, and especially Blacks International. They have the timer here on that bottom side, so they can choose again whether they want to invade this or not. Take a look at Dragon. Slowly pacing this top side, potentially forcing a fight against Rattel.
Yeah, and at the same time, I'm kind of not liking how Nongshim are playing. They're playing within their own map, on their side of the river, if you will. They know that the Jing is there. Jushi's going to be a problem. Why don't you try to steal one of his buffs? The blue buff would be amazing, but the red buff is just as good. But you're, again, being aggressive, forcing him to fight instead of just farm.
Mirror Domain pops onto his Rattel here. The Moonscape Mirage 1v1 drags Rattel into the Spirit Realm to duke it out 1v1. Rattel still has the flash. He's taken down extremely low. Coming it back, he is taken down for that first blood here. Blacks International once again getting that lead. In towards that bottom side, Golden Kite has to exhaust the flash, but he neutralizes that dive potential in a 1v3 situation.
Oh, Dragon, such a champion there. I mean, the Moonscape Mirage, he knew he was so low, and they were coming out, they were giving the kill to Joshi for that rotation, that first blood gold, injecting it, understanding that Joshi Jing, once he comes online, he's going to just dominate this game.
And it's a very smart change of jungle pacing. Normally, you'll be like, oh, Just is probably doing Crimson Golem after his Azure Golem, but what he did was like, hey, let's catch this timing. Let's skip the Crimson Golem and immediately go for that gank, and that's how they got Rattel. Setting up Jammy 1, setting up Just for more leads going on for their respective lane. Look at the goal lead here. Chammy winning 600. Just winning 400 here. That's the entirety of the goal lead for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah. Almost all of them have gone in their favor, right? And I think that Blacklist, their decision-making, the way that they're rotating has been on point. They look like a well-oiled machine at this stage of the game.
Tyrant starting off by the side of Noxious Red Force here. Tremor Smash towards the backline, finds Illusion. Illusion pop to reduce the flash. But they do hand over the Tyrant over to the side of Noxious Red Force here, so it's flash for flash exchange. But winning in terms of the side of the common spell, I would say, Chad, they got pretty much of a flash. 2 flashes.
Yeah, 2 flashes on this one, but I mean, they lost the Tyrant, which is the biggest takeaway from that one. I think Nongshim, if they lose that Tyrant to start things off, it would have been disastrous for them. Oh my god,
He got a steal! That's the power of the Jing, right? The double smite mechanic that actually allows you to outsmite your opponent here. Just G right now, just doing an exceptional job in making sure that Haku doesn't get to play the game in the jungle department.
Yeah, this is why I'm not a jungler myself, right? It's having somebody steal my buff from me right in front of me. I would have been like, oh my god, Smite Battle won or lost for me. I'm going to give him full props, but I'm going to feel so bad.
Towards the mid lane here, Dragon brings Haku in towards that 1v1, but Dragon very behind on gold here, so it's just an abduction to save himself towards safety here. A Unruly Blade towards the backline here to disengage towards safety, and at the top side, Free Tower goes into Blacklist International without any answer from the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I like it how you said abduction. I mean, Haku right there felt like he got a little probed on this one. Dragon just testing it out, but they were looking to potentially jump in. There was no follow-up, and plus, Dune, probably the hardest target to take down in this game.
I agree, especially when you're talking about Dragon. He's on more of a contribution side. Yes, Blacklist is winning, but check out Dragon's gold here. He's giving it so much over to the side of Chammy, giving it over to the side of Just G, making sure that these carries get more farm for their respective self.
And to be honest, I kind of liked it if Dragon were to get some of the farm himself, especially in that Mirage, and he's able to potentially solo someone. But again, it's all about setup. Just G, Golden Kite, and Chammy one, they all need farm, which could be a little bit of an issue because too many mouths to feed.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, right? Like, yes, high up with gold, amazing, but if you can allow that gold to fall into other people's pocket, that is amazing. And you can start to see the slow choke coming in for Nongshim here. Top turret down, bottom turret down. So far, no answer whatsoever for the remaining play. Good damage on towards Golden Kite, but what's next? Tower has already been taken down. There is no follow-up here. A Unruly Blade going toward the backline here. Just G just using the mirror to swap himself towards safety.
Yeah, we'll get on back. I mean, it's so hard to lock him down. If you're looking at the rest of Nongshim, they have to be lucky with like an errant cannon blast or like a wind slash that he just happened to not dodge. It's really up to Joshi. He's able to outplay them. And this is why this Jing pick is so good, because Nongshim don't really have that hard lockdown to really kind of blow up this glass cannon.
And that's only the Jing pick. When you pan over to the side of Chammy on the Florentino, he's left unattended here. And as of this point, you have to bring a whole team of 2 to 3 people to actually catch him in that side lane push. So far, Rattel is always on the reactive end, and he's really difficult in making sure that he gets the priority here. And towards the bottom side here, Just forces out Infinite Vastus here, making Siri rather uncomfortable for the next 60 seconds.
That's going to be very uncomfortable indeed. I mean, without that dragon, now you see that Joshi, he's just like on another level at this point. If we're talking about the gold diff, he's up about 1.3 over Haku, right? And Siri is also far behind as well. Joshi is starting to get out of control. He's going to do some serious damage to these squishies in the backline.
And if we were to tune back a few minutes, right, Siri had so much help coming in from the side of his own team to win out the laning phase 1v4 against Golden Kite, but Golden Kite held his ground so well, and he's only trailing about 200 gold behind Siri under so much pressure here. So, yes, it's only 0-0-0 for Golden Kite, but his mastery over his lane, his ability to take on the pressure and play weak side is just amazing for this player.
Yeah, we've been talking about almost everybody else, and I like that you address the fact that Golden Kite is still on the map. He's been quiet, hasn't died. He's slowly farming so that you know that, hey, oh, Joshi's a problem. Dragon with these Moonscape Mirages. But at the end of the day, Golden Kite will get them the finish in this one.
Yeah, Rattel going dangerously low. Just finding a bit of a poke. He does take his Pure Sky. So that's going to be 90 seconds of cooldown removed from the pool coming in from Rattel for that fateful fight later on in the 10th minute mark.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a Nongshim fan, you got to start being a little bit worried. This is the moment where you're kind of like, okay, where are we in this game? Are we able to come back? Because Blacklist right now are coming out with the edge in terms of all of the team fights as well as that big neutral there.
That's my primary worry here, Holler. Nongshim Red Force, their late game is not as strong compared to Blacklist International here. Good damage coming from Winds of Judgment here, but it doesn't really follow up with any sort of jungle invasion or objective pick. As we look into the specific draft, the only late game marker is Charlotte that could potentially go for the backline here. Other than that, Series long went for the Bruiser build. That doesn't really do too well into multi-tank or Bruiser lineups like Chammy 1 or Chaz. So it's going to be rather difficult for the Nongshim to catch them up in the late game.
Yeah, definitely Rattel, right, on the Charlotte, assuming he's able to go.
Beautiful dive coming in from the side of Just G, catching Illusion, disallowing him for any sort of reaction in that play. Still has Flash, but that Mirror Domain just crystal clear with his target.
Like, how do you even react to that? Justy was on top of you so quickly there. No real chance to even react to that one.
And they also get on a 0 golem here, so even if it's 2-0, even there is no kills happening across the gorge, they're just winning in every single small exchange, and that's another one going in. Siri, very low. He held onto the Infinite Vastus for a long time. And in towards the backline here, Chammy forced to use the ultimate to escape towards safety here. Has the CC immunity. How did he approach this specific Tyrant here? Just G still has no smite, but Haku, he needs to make a play. He needs to find something under the nose of Blacklist International.
I mean, they're going to try to go for this Tyrant here. Siri, though, hanging on an Infinite Vastus, but now they're going in.
They are going in indeed. Siri finding the 3 flames on towards Dragon here. Dragon pulling into a 1v1. In towards the black line here. Chaz taken down. Overdive. Illusion. Flash to reposition. Chammy using the Blossom. Resetting for his life. But Rattel snipes the backline. Finds Golden Kite. And through a losing position, it's Nongshim Red Force coming up at the crucial 10th minute mark.
So Blacklist was trying to get on top of Siri, right? And they were actually doing a good job with just Chaz, but the rest of them were not in position to follow up with that. Siri was able to just dodge his way around. He was never really in danger, and he turned that fight around. Once Siri's dies, though, they got a chance, and Blacklist really botched that one in that.
And Golden Kite, he was farming, he has the gold, but when Just and Golden Kite simultaneously falls, all the gold goes in vain.
Yeah, so it's Chaz in the bottom, right? Gets the perfect Tremor Smash, but with that Infinite Vastus, he's up. The rest of Blacklist are now coming in. Justy gets killed because they were able to focus him down. He's very squishy, and then pretty much the wheels fall off on that one with Golden Kite going down for the first time.
It's such an important fight for Nongshim Red Force to win. We talk about how reliant they are in this mid lane segment, and when the item power spikes are up, They go for the aggressive fight. Rattel holding on to its grounds, finding Golden Kite, and right now, with this Shadow Tyrant, they are back to equal grounds.
Yeah, and they've just got themselves back in this game. I mean, the net worth is still in favor of Blacklist, but opening up the game with that mid T1, it looks like this is the way Nongshim like to play. They're fine from this position, and finding Siri really hitting his footing with these team fights has put them in a great spot.
Haku goes in with the Unruly Blade, gets abducted into the 1v1. Meanwhile, in towards the bottom side, we do see Illusion being exploded by the multitudes level of CC. Siri coming down from his infinite fast is forced to back away. Dragon, meanwhile, looking at Haku dead in the eye. But this is what I like about Dragon here. He removes the tanks, makes it easy here. Unruly Blade goes in. Golden Kite in a heck of a danger, doesn't have the flash. But this is 4, 5 members you are going up against Haku, and he pays with his life.
Okay, so if there's anything that I've noticed from Nongshim over the years of watching him is that Haku likes to do stuff like that, right? He thinks that Golden Kite is low, he goes all in, and it happens to be into 5 members of Blacklist. It ends up being a bad spot. Now they are further behind. Nongshim cannot be making plays like that.
And let's take a look at the replay here. This abduction coming in from the side of Dragon and making sure that the only tank coming in from the side of Nongshim gets removed from the pool. And unfortunately, Haku does not find the pick coming back towards live. Rattel already being taken down by Chammy, one towards the backside here. Escapes from 2 towers, and Namu is forced to fall as well. They do get Dragon, but the damage has already been done. Siri soaring up towards the sky. Where does he land? Does he go for an aggressive one? He finds Joshi and forces him away.
Forcing him away, but Siri is very low himself. But they lose the mid T2. The bottom T3 was down as well, but Golden Kite still standing. This is a problem for Nongshim. Yeah, you have Haku. Yeah, he's tanky, but he's got that armor-piercing shot, and Golden Kite will take you down at this stage.
Wow. And the late game from Blacklist is currently active right now. Nongshim Red Force, yes, amazing draft that you can actually play the early to mid, but the early to mid, due to the smart jungle rotation coming in from Just penalizing Rattel, just makes them so fierce in the late game with these item power spikes.
And this is why Just is so scary. He's not afraid to just dive in, go for the burst, and get himself on out. He's been able to survive, and that's the huge difference between a good jungler and a great one. It's one thing to know the opportunity and to go in at the right time, but to stay alive.
And to your point, Chammy1 also dived towards the backline here, getting the isolation kill on towards Rattel, and then backing away from the range of 2 towers here. Shadow Tyrant started off by the side of Nongshim Red Force here. They're positioned in towards the L bush, in towards the bottom side. Immediate flash engage towards the backline here by the side of Chaz. He's Just stole away the Shadow Tyrant. That's immediately crucial here. 2 already fall for the side of Blacklist International. The hope is diminishing from the side of the boys in red. They fall down. They are currently 3-man down, and you know what's down as well? Their potential crystal that Blacklist International is eyeing as they are looking to break the curse of Nongshim Red Force.
I mean, right now it's all Blacklist as they're marching down this mid lane looking to end.
The curse. The curse has been broken by the side of PKL's third seed. The nightmare that has haunted them for 2 full years at the biggest stage in Paris, France. They take down Nongshim Red Force with 2-0. They send them home, and they advance to the group stage.
Blacklist right now are like, okay, we'll play every single team in the EWC right now because they are on fire. They are taking down every single team. This is they are like the momentum is completely in their favor, and yes, they exercise the demons, finally taking down Nongshim Red Force.
What a storyline coming in for the side of Blacklist International here. They fall to the lower bracket. They had to go through IKL, which is their rivals of OG Esports, and then coming into the final slot in towards the group stage, they beat their nightmare. And this is Blacklist International, the boys coming in from PKL 3rd seed, securing the final slot.
There were some questions going in. They answered every single one. They say, hey, we might have been 3rd place in the PKL, but we're going to make our way through the play-ins. We're going to grow up. We're going to level up, if you will, and we will make sure that we're in the group stage. Really well played by Blacklist International.
Congratulations to Blacklist International sealing that last spot into our group stage. With that, the 16 names in the group stage are all written down, and we're gonna be moving into the next moments of our tournament. Let's look at the game just really quickly. First time that Florentino takes the dub in this whole 2 days of play-ins, right?
Yeah, it took us a while to get there, but we finally got there, and Cammy 1 proves to be, hey, this is how you play Florentino here, as he was 3-0-5.
I'm telling you, when I was looking at drafts, like, that Dune and Charlotte pretty weak in the laning phase. Dune is a pretty big tank that this specific Florentino pick can actually cut down. Then I was like, whoa, isn't this the perfect Florentino angle for Cammy 1?
Yeah.
Boom, they lock it in, and he had a fantastic performance. But top jungle, beautifully played. They won Ratzel. But Golden Kite, despite being left alone all the way in towards that bottom side, he came out clutch with a 7-1-1 score.
Yeah, I think Golden Kite right now is like, Ismore what? You know, because he was like showing up. He's like, never again will I be subbed out.
I am not gonna let anyone just put my name on the dirt no more. So, well, I think that Holler just mentioned something very interesting while we were in the middle of the game, right? It was just the way that non-stream Red Force was playing instead of the way that Blacklist was just answered back. Blacklist International was very aggressive, and non-stream Red Force, instead of trying to gamble and try to be a little bit more aggressive, you take my red buff, I'm gonna go and try to steal yours. I think that non-stream Red Force was a little bit too careful in that area.
Too passive. You cannot do that, right? You're giving so much space to Justy, too much mobility, too much damage. He's going to out-farm you, and you see exactly why, because Justy was able to dive onto the back line. It's like, yeah, you've got your Dragon Series, but how many times can you go on before I eventually take you down?
I think careful is one word, but also being not ready.
Yeah.
Because in terms of game plan, we did see that, yes, Haku started mid lane before he started the buff. So that gave information to the side of Black International. It's like, okay, he's probably going to have to either one of his buffs. So the moment he does that, he's going to use Smite, and we're going to immediately invade his buff. So even, let's say, they go for the counter invade, it's going to look really bad because you don't have Smite on Haku.
Don't have Smite. I mean, it seemed like, again, going back to this draft with this Dune, it was like the old school Nongshim. We've seen this time and time again. It hasn't had, like, you need to evolve. I think that the heroes now are proving that we're much faster. We need to kind of constantly have different things. And the Haya, the Florentino, all of these heroes have really changed things up where Nongshim, it seemed, again, they were like in the past, if you will.
I think that the Jing had an amazing performance today, right? Like, I think that the Jing just being that assassin, just moving around, the mobility, the damage that it can deal, it was one of the factors that allowed Blacklist International to take this victory. Joshi over there on stage with Mara are going to share a little bit of their thoughts on this game. Mara, take.
And now we're here with Joshi from Blacklist International. Joshi, congratulations, you've made it to the group stage.
Thank you, madam.
And you know, earlier when we interviewed Cammy 1, he said that he predicts it's going to be a close game, but it didn't seem like that with us. In fact, you showed a different side of you today. You were so serious. It was evident that you knew the limitations of the heroes of your opponent, even the timing, the distance, your precision was remarkable today. What was the main drive for that, not only with going to the groups?
Siguro din, madam. Like, natalo kasi kami kahapon eh. Tapos siguro yun yung mas nagpagising sa amin na, mas nagpagigil sa amin na gusto namin manalo, mas maging seryoso, ganun. Tapos mas focus, ayun.
It was yesterday's loss that made him so driven that he wanted to be more focused and hungry for that win. And it seems like you might need to lose a game for you guys to wake up because today was so incredible. In fact, we saw that Joshi and Cammy 1 combo was so remarkable. What makes this partnership work so well?
Ayun, madam. Kasi lahat ng ginagawa namin ni Cammy, sabay kami. Kaya yun. Tapos matagal na rin kami magkakilala. So, nabuild na namin yung chemistry namin.
He says it's because they do everything together and they've known each other for a long time. That's why they were able to build that chemistry. So basically, you know exactly what each other is going to do without saying anything in the comms?
Yeah, yes.
Precisely. Now, for sure, a lot of people back home in the Philippines are very happy that you've made it to the group stage, which is different from last time. What would you like to say to everybody back home and invite them to support you for the next round?
Ayun guys, thank you sa pag-support sa amin and hopefully supportahan nyo pa kami sa mga upcoming games namin. And ayun, gagawin namin lagi yung best namin.
And what's a promise that you're gonna guarantee your team from here on out?
Ano ba? Safa?
To your team.
Wala.
I asked him what his promises to his team. Doesn't promise anything because he's very confident. In fact, he's thanking everybody back home who's supporting them. And he'd like you to keep watching their games because he needs your support for the next matchup. Josh G, you were incredible once again. Congratulations. And now we're going to head back to the casters to talk about that a little bit more. Cast, lead the gorge.
I like the fact that Joshi did not have any promises right over there, right? I do believe that words count for nothing. You need to show with your actions. And Joshi today, the way that he played demonstrates that Blacklist International is not going to be an easy team to face in our group stage.
Yeah, for me, my takeaway was the fact that, Chammy and Joshi was like, how do they build that synergy? They do everything together. Sagi, I think you and I will start doing everything together from here on out. But as you called it, no, you did not. You said 2-1.
Boy, you said 2-1. Why you're changing right now? That's cheating. That is cheating.
I mean, at the end of the day, Blacklist International, they did slay their demons, and in the end, they made it to the group stage. That's going to be 3 PKL teams coming into the group stage.
3 PKL teams are going to make it into the group stage. So what about if we just analyze, like after 2 days of play-ins, like the 4 teams that came in through and they were able to make it into the next group stage, into the top 16. Influence Rage.
Yes.
Right? So there are going to be 2 Chalk BR teams into the top 16. This is actually really nice because they came, they were very aggressive. It was really interesting to watch them play. So I'm actually very happy that they actually made it forward.
Yeah, and just like let's check up on some of these highlights here, but the way that they were able to kind of, dismantle Nongshim, they wanted to fight, but the way that, again, the Blacklist squad were just isolating, taking people down, that was what made Blacklist so good in this game throughout.
The only good part about this specific fight was Blacklist International giving over the Shadow Tyrant, but after that, it was just the Blacklist show. Every single play, every single fight. Look at Chammy 1 here, going for the aggressive dive on towards Rattel in towards the backline here. CC immunity, dancing with the Blossom, and then backing away. He went like, what, 2,000 range in the span of 5 seconds?
Like the initiations were flawless by Blacklist. When they go in, everybody's in sync with one another. And like the way that they were able to jump, this was pretty much the end at this point. Once Haku went down, you have the Moonscape Mirage. Let's clean up anybody that tries to stick around. And they were not able to do it. He gets on his dragon, but he's so low. And Blacklist, again, taking them all down. Golden Kite was an absolute beast when you needed to.
And it goes back to Isaac's question, right? How do you evaluate the 4 teams that goes into the main event of our group stage here? Influence Rage, Buriram United Esports, Deep Cross Gaming, and finally, Blacklist International here. 2 AOV teams, respectively, coming in from the side of RPL Thailand and also the side of GCS. And finally, we have Influence Rage from Chalk PR 2nd seed and Blacklist International 3rd seed. How do you evaluate this?
I think it kind of threw everybody off. In terms of predictions going in, there was a lot of questions as of who would actually come out of this group of death, which was Group B, and it looks like Blacklist hit that next level. This is what we wanted to have seen throughout the PKL, but it's showing up at the right time now.
A lot of people had Nongshim, Red Force, and OG Esports in the group stage.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm completely sure that when people were doing their homework, they were preparing a lot of that. But look at that, Blacklist International came in and they were able just to seal that ticket into the top 16. I'm actually very happy that we have a variety of teams coming in. The 2 AOB teams that we're going to have in the top 16, they're going to make this tournament a lot more richer.
Yeah, and actually that's what makes it fun, right? We have a representation from almost all the regions, all the different times, and this is that moment. Now we're talking about the group stage. The stakes are much higher. The teams, the level of play you're going to see is much higher as well. Everything, it just levels up. Can these teams, though, overcome and finally hit that mark as well?
Well, what about if we talk a little bit about the play-ins? We've had 2 days of play-ins, right? Like we had the Group A, we had the Group B. Which were the moments like that you guys believe have been the highlights of these 2 days here in Paris, France?
Oh, I gotta think about this. I think maybe not the highlights, but the team that surprised me the most was Deep Cross Gaming.
Okay.
I think Deep Cross Gaming, from what I heard and from what I've seen, they definitely grew really, really rapid. And if we were to see Deep Cross Gaming being drawn to Pool 4 and go in against some of these Pool 3, Pool 2 teams, they could be a potential dark horse in disrupting the entire tournament flow.
Yeah, that's definitely a good one. I think that we were all kind of surprised as of like how they would fit in with everything, but it looks like they've shown up. But for me, it was Blacklist International because I had a lot of questions going in. How would they be on the international stage? Again, are they going to be consistent enough to overcome some of the adversity that they were able to face? They showed up all day today.
All right, so Blacklist International, Deep Cross Gaming. I sincerely really like Deep Cross Gaming.
I do.
I sincerely believe that the composition that they had, the way that they just went out there, just found the players that they needed exactly for this roster, that is going to make a very difficult team in the group stage.
True.
So I believe that Deep Cross Gaming might be the factor that creates a group of death that for sure we're going to have.
Yeah, actually that could be the biggest surprise, right? I think the group draw is going to be super exciting to see where these teams end up placing because that could be win or lose depending on where you end up being placed.
I mean, if we're willing to look into like a teaser, a bit of the group stage draw, like format and everything, you have Pool 1, Pool 2, Pool 3, Pool 4. Pool 1 is already locked with teams like AGAL, Aurora, Kuaishou Gaming, and also GK Esports, right? And then Pool 2 is the region's first placers. Now, Pool 3 is the other teams. Pool 4 is the teams that freshly came out of play-ins here. And you can say like maybe for the side of influence rate, they don't look that good. But you take a look at DCG and Blacklist in Pool 4, and they could potentially join into a group with ROC, another team, and then a KPL team, and then Blacklist with DCG. Oh, that's going to be a dangerous group, my friend.
I'm telling you, man, since it's going to be a double elimination format, the teams are going to have an opportunity to, if you get to lose one game, you can always just come back, right? Yes. Remember that the two teams that are going to be at the top of their group are going to move directly into the playoffs over there in the main stage.
So even more pressure. The pressure never ends. Let's be very honest. More best of threes ahead of you. So again, we're going to see a lot of the style that we saw, which is much faster.
Yes.
A lot in terms of like not looking to pick some of those deeper hero pools, but just to pull out the W, if you will.
I think right now, right, the main goal for these teams, okay, we made it to the play-ins. Now it's time to make it to the playoffs. Top 16 to top 8 is a long road. You need to eliminate 8 more teams from all the respective groups. And back to Isaac's topic, format still doesn't change. Still BO3, still double elimination. Every game counts. You make one mistake, you wake up a wrong day on the wrong side of the bed, it really diminishes your win rate in that specific BO3.
I am really looking forward for the group stage, man. I know that we're going to have the 4 teams that are already seeded over there in the groups A, B, C, and D, which are like top of the top right out there.
Yeah.
And I really hope to see them coming in and jumping into our competition.
Now, we are moving to the group stage, but before we do that, one final thing about play-ins that I want to ask you fine gentlemen. Who do you think is the best player out of the play-ins?
Out of the play-ins?
Yes.
Whew. I think everybody has their time to shine. For me, I'm gonna go like Deep Cross Gaming. I just loved Sun's play.
Okay.
Because going into this one, there were a lot of questions in terms of like how he would kind of respond on this new team. Would he gel with one another? But I think that he showed up when he needed to, and he's been as consistent of a farm laner as almost any other farm laner could be.
Now, for me, I think it's always going to be my boy Chammy 1. He's been performing really well. And you can start to see Group A influence Rage, first team advancing towards the group stage, and for Buriram United Esports advancing towards the group stage as well as a representative coming in from Group A.
Yeah, and I actually going into Group A, this is one where, again, a lot of questions. How would they do, right? Buriram United, it looks like they've got Team Flash's number, and that's what kind of springboarded them into that second slot. But on the other side, Influence Rage showed up when they needed to, right? They were able to take down BRU as well as SAUL Esports here.
I think as we're talking a little bit about favorite players, right?
Yes.
I would say Nunu was the biggest surprise for me. In the whole 2 days. Nunu, the way that he played right over there in the mid lane. I would dare to say, for me, my favorite in these 2 days. I don't know if he's going to continue being my favorite after, depending on the group that he's going to be seated in, though.
Yeah, I think that's too early to say, right? Like, sometimes it's not about you doing bad, it's about your opponent being maybe too good for you. And talking about too good, Group B ends up in something with not what we expected. In my predictions, I put Blacklist International and Nongshim Breakfast making it out. So that's a 50% error rate coming in from me, as Deep Cross Gaming definitely defied all expectations I had.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, T-Cross, just like totally impressed.
Yes.
I think that is a team, even the other guys that are like, in their ivory tower, if you will, are looking down upon and they're like, actually, kind of scary. We need to be a little bit careful. We need more intel because it seems like they're shocking some of the teams as well.
We started with 20 teams and we're down to 16. Sadly, 4 teams were already gone, and we need to go and check how that last one, Nonshin Red Force, how their key was crushed in that last minute. As we were just talking right over here, look at that. The Nonshin Red Force key being given by Joshi and being crushed, sealing their ticket back home.
It's a very interesting storyline. Like how we always put Nongshim Red Force being the gatekeeper of Philippines in the majority of these tournaments. KIS3 back to back, and now coming in towards the side of KWC, it's Blacklist International, the team that has the most international appearances for the side of Philippines, crushing their Nightmares key.
Yeah, and actually this is like that one part where you're like, okay, finally overcame. How much further can they go? Because they've exercised that one demon that was gatekeeping them quite a bit, and now they have that moment.
Well, lads, we're coming to the end of the play-ins. What final thoughts over here for these 2 days? What do you think was the best thing in these last 2 days?
Honor of Kings.
Honor of Kings?
For me, I love the format. The way that the teams were able to just like we had it so competitive even to the very end where every game really mattered.
I do believe that the best thing for me was just the quality of the games, that there were never just games that were complete stomps. I do believe that every single team that came here fought till the end just to be crowned by honor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. We're going to bring you the live draw, the group stage draw coming in a little bit, but by now you can go and have a little rest. Thank you very much for being here. This was day 2 of the play-ins.
Slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Blue team killing spree. Blue team has slain an enemy. Dark Tyrant has been defeated. Cut through the sky! Blue team rampage. Blue team double kill. First blood. First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has Red team has slain an enemy. Has destroyed a tower. Red team killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Red team killing spree. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team Blue team rampage. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain. First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team triple kill. Blue team rampage. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Red team what with my reflection. First blood. Pirates have spawned. Ballistae have spawned. Blue team has flight. What with my reflection. First blood. Overlord and pirates have spawned. Ballistae have spawned. Blue team has First blood. Pirates have spawned. Ballistae have spawned. Blue team has Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Red team has slain an enemy. killing spree. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team killing spree. Has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team triple kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team triple kill. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team First blood. Red team has slain an enemy.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue. Welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup here at EWC. My name is Mara Aquino.
I am Isaac Peña, and welcome to the group stage draw, where the top 16 teams of our tournament are going to be seated into 4 different groups to see exactly where it's going to go this KWC 2026.
We're live here in Paris, France. This is the 3rd year for KWC. This time, we're located in the 2nd host city, bringing the world's best players in Honor of Kings in one of the most iconic cities in the world, Isaac.
Oh no, it's been iconic. Not only the city, but the performances of these teams in these 2 days of play-ins. We've had around 30 games, and each one of them has been electrifying, and the top 16 teams have already sealed their ticket into this draw today.
Since you've been talking about what's happened in the past couple of days, how about let's take them back to the journey to see how we got here with the play-ins bracket, just to show everybody what has happened so far and exactly how they got to this moment with the play-ins bracket. So we're going to be showing them the groups and exactly what has happened and the story behind it. So it's been an amazing couple of days, and in just a little bit, the play-ins bracket will show up on the screen.
No, of course, and I'm telling you that as Group A started and Group B, we had Influence Rage, Deep Cross Gaming moving in forward, Buriram United Esports, Blacklist International moving in from Group B. But as you can see in there, that's the group stage teams and its respective pools.
And these are the pools. In Pool 1, there's AGAL, Kuaishou Gaming, Aurora Gaming, GK Esports. In Pool 2, there's Boom Esports, ROC Esports, Vitality, Virtus Pro. In Pool 3, there's Titan Esports Club, Team Nemesis, MIBR Lost, Revenant X Spark. And in Pool 4, those are the play-ins team with Deep Cross Gaming, Influence Rage, Buriram United Esports, and finally, there's Blacklist International.
These are going to be the top 16 teams that they're going to be set over there in Pool 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, remember that Pool 1 teams are already seated as the heads of their respective groups. We're going to have AGAL in Group A, Aurora Gaming in Group B, KSG on Group C, and GK Esports is going to be the head of Group D.
And now, how about we have a recap of what has happened so far in KWC. So we've had the past 2 days for the play-ins. It's been an incredible play-ins. We've seen some teams crush their opponents' keys. And we had to say goodbye to them. And the better ones, well, they got to move forward.
It is part of the tournament, right? Like, we come here, everyone comes here with dreams, but only one team can become the champion. Only one team is going to be able to go home with $600,000 US. So some keys need to be crushed. At the end, 20 of them, only one team is going to go home with the trophy, with the key, and with the bag.
You know what? We're ready for the draw. How about let's go behind here?
Please.
And let's everybody know what this is about. So we have 4 groups.
Yes.
And in each group, they will get a team from each pool.
Of course. So as you can see right over here on stage, we've got Pool 2, Pool 3, and Pool 4. This is going to be very, very, very simple. We're going to start with Pool 2. We're going to take one team at a time. The first team is going to be right over there in Group A. Then the next team is going to be in Group B, the next one is going to be in Group C, and the last one is going to be in Group D. Clearly, the positioning of where they're going to be in their groups is going to be vital just for us to know exactly who's going to be their matchup. This is going to be a double elimination format where the 2 teams that are going to end up in the first and second place will go into the playoffs, and the bottom 2 teams are going to head back home.
Now, Isaac, that we know how it's going to work, how about let's invite our experts in to assist us with the draw. We have our game experts. Kai, please come on up.
Thank you very much. You're going to be helping us out to seal the destiny of these teams. You're going to first just take one ball from here. That's going to be the team. Right after that, we're going to invite our friends right over here to tell us the positioning. So we're going to bring one more positioning fishbowl in order to know exactly what's going to be the matchup.
So first, we're going to be starting off with Pool 2.
Pool 2?
Go
Let's
ahead. He is reaching in. And this is the first team to be drawn for today. And the first team is...
The first team is going to be Team Vitality.
Team Vitality from Indonesia, the champion of IKL Spring 2026. And now we're gonna get another full, that bull for Group A. Go ahead. And this is gonna be for the positions.
Let us explain exactly what's going on right now, right? Team Vitality is going to be in Group A. Now, their positioning in there could be position 2, 3, or 4. Now, let's wait and see what's going to be that. That's going to be Team Vitality is going to be in position 2. Position 2. Team Vitality, Group A, position 2.
And now we'll proceed once again to Pool 2. So we're going to finish everything on Pool 2. We have 3 more teams.
Mara, this is going to be for the Group B. This is going to be for Group B. And in Group B, we're going to have HOK Esports.
HOK Esports. From Malaysia. They are 3rd in MKL Spring 2026. And now we'll have the position for Group B.
Group B, HOK Esports is going to be in Group B. What's going to be their positioning? Their seeding is going to define their matchup. We're going to have position 3.
Position 3.
HOK Esports is going to be in Group B, position 3. HOK Esports, Group B, position 3.
We'll proceed once again to Pool 2. There's 2 more left.
There is still Virtus Pro and Boom Esports right over here in Pool 2. This is going to go to Group C. Group C, Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, the champion of Kings Major League Spring 2026. And now we're going to get the ball for Group C for the positions.
All right, for Group C, Virtus Pro is going to be in which position? Is it going to be 2, 3, or 4? That's going to be position 3. Position 3. Virtus Pro is going to go into Group C, position 3.
And finally, the last team that we're going to draw in Pool 2. We already know this one.
Yep.
There's only 4, but we're going to do this for formality.
I think it's going to be from PKL.
It's going to be Boom Esports, the champions from the Philippine Kings League.
Boom Esports is going to go into Group D.
And here we go for the positions for Group D.
All right, let's see the position for Group D. Boom Esports right over there in Group D, position 3. Position 3 for Boom Esports, our last team from pool number 2.
We've been getting the position 3 now, but now we're gonna go to Pool 3.
Awesome.
Go ahead to
Pool 3 has Titan Esports Club, Team Nemesis, MIBR Loss, and Revenant X Spark.
From Pool 3, it will be MIBR Loss.
Los Grandes, MIBR Loss, the Chuck BR Fall, first place is going to be in Group A.
And now we're drawing the position for Group A. Position for Group A. Here we go.
Position 3.
Position 3.
Position 3 for MIBR Loss is going to be position 3 in Group A. Group A, position 3, MIBR Loss.
We're gonna head back to Pool 3. So there's 3 more left. Here we go, let's check out this one. The positionings, they really help the team. They see a lot. Titan Esports Club. Titan Esports Club from the Philippines. The runner-ups for PKL Spring 2026. And here we go for the position for Group B.
Let's see which position is going to be in Group B. This is going to define the first matchup over here in the group stages.
It's very tight, this ball.
It is a hard decision. It is a tough,
There you go.
chance.
And it is position
2. Position 2. It is going to be Titan Esports is going to be in position 2 in Group B.
There's 2 more for Pool 3. And here we go.
Let's see this one. This is going to be Revenant X Spark. Revenant X Spark from Kings Arise, India, first place.
And this is the first time that India will be participating in KWC. And now let's check out what position they will be in Group C.
Let's see which position they're going to be in Group C. They're going to be in position 2.
Position 2 for Revenant X Spark.
Revenant X Spark are going to make their debut in the KWC 2026 in Group C. And this is going to be our last team from Pool 3. It's going to go straight into Group D.
And that will be Team Nemesis from Indonesia, the runner-ups for IKL Spring 2026.
Team Nemesis is going to go directly into Group D. Let's see the positioning for Team Nemesis, the IKL Spring second place. Their positioning is going to be
Position 4.
Position 4. They're going to go into Group D, Position 4.
And it's great to hear the reactions from the players. The players are here right now. And some of them are cheering. You can hear it from the crowd. And now finally, we're going to be pulling from the last pool, Pool 4.
This is going to be Pool 4. It is filled in with Influence Rage, Deep Cross Gaming, Buriram United Esports, and Blacklist International. The teams that gained their ticket through the play-ins.
And they won twice today, Blacklist International.
Blacklist International is going to go to Group A. Group A, Blacklist International. Let's see their positioning. This is going to be the last option over there in Group A. And Blacklist International is going to be seated as Position 4.
Position 4 for this PKL team.
So Group A, it's all done right over there. Let's move into Group B. This is going to be the last team that is going to go into Group B.
And everybody on Pool 4 are the ones that survived the play-ins. And up next, it's going to be Influence Rage.
Influence Rage! Look at the crowd. They're loving that pick. They love to be in Group B. Influence Rage, the second place from Chok BR 4. And they go into Group B. Let's see their positioning. It is going to be Position 4.
Position 4 for Influence Rage. We have 2 more on the last pool, Pool 4. And let's see who's going to be the third one drawn.
This is going to be our Group C. Group C and Group D, both of them are going to have the 2 AOV teams that they have qualified to our top 16. Into Group C, it goes
Buriram United Esports.
Buriram United Esports, the RPL Summer, first place.
There's one last number for Group C. If you have a great memory, you'll remember this one.
Yes, exactly. If they have a great memory, that's amazing because I am all over the place. Group C, Buriram Esports is going to go into Position 4.
Position 4 for Buriram United Esports. And this is going to be the very last one drawn. One final team in Pool 4. We're going to be drawing this for formality.
Let's see.
It's going to be, starts with a D, Deep Cross Gaming.
Deep Cross Gaming, GCS Spring first place. And I do believe that for a lot of people, the strongest team, the strongest performances in these 2 days of play-ins.
And the last number will be Position
2. Position 2. So we're going to have Deep Cross Gaming going into Group D, Position 2.
Once again, thank you, Kai, our game expert, for helping us draw. Now,
thanks, Kai.
Isaac, we've seen all the groups, all the positions, all the pools, and it's now time to take a look at each one of them.
All right, we have right over there Group B, Group C, and they're going to be showing us Group D. So I hope that everyone at home are just taking screenshots real quickly so you know exactly what are going to be the crossings in here. From what I can see, this is going to be a really, really interesting group stage.
Yeah, we want to also know what people think about the draw. Leave a comment down below because we want to see what you think about each group. And how about with that, let's take a look at the bracket showing each group. And I want to know your thoughts on this one.
My thoughts? All right, let's go.
Because people normally discuss about the group of death, or if there's any group that you feel, well, you know what, this team will have an easy time with that one.
Okay, so I do believe that Deep Cross Gaming, for their performances in these 2 days, they're going to be the strongest team from Pool 4. So whoever that is going to be taking on that is going to be in there for a surprise. So I do believe that Group D, right now, in my instinct, it might be like the strongest group.
And now we're going to be taking a look at the Group A bracket. These are the teams that will be competing. It'll be AGAL, Team Vitality, and MIBR lost with Blacklist International. And again, whoever wins that one will get to move on to the next round. How about let's check out Group B?
Remember that this is going to be a double elimination format. So even if you lose your first game and you move down, you still have a chance to move forward.
For Group B, it'll be Aurora Gaming, Titan Esports Club, ROC Esports, and Influence Rage. What do you think about this group, Isaac?
I like the levels in this one. Every single team in here is very leveled. Group B, I can see any of these teams moving forward.
And now let's take a look at Group C.
All right, Group C is going to have Kwaisho Gaming against Revenant X Spark. And then the second match is going to be Virtus Pro against Buriram United Esports.
What are you thinking? What are your thoughts about this group?
I see KSG taking in there on the upper bracket. But on the second side, Virtus Pro, from what I have seen in the past, they are contenders to take that second spot.
Now, finally, let's take a look at Group C. Group D. With Group D, we have GK Esports, Deep Cross Gaming, Boom Esports, and Team Nemesis.
I'm telling you, this is the group of death. This is the group of death. Deep Cross Gaming against GK Esports. That's going to be the best game in that group stage. GK Esports and Deep Cross Gaming, both of them very strong. And I do believe that based on their performances right now, DCG could actually be the surprise.
You know what's actually surprising as well? We've seen the AOV and HOK teams with the players, and they're actually merging really well. I mean, their synergy is really amazing. Now, we also want to know what the people online think. Leave us a comment down below. Are you happy with the groups? What do you guys think? Which one is the group of death for you? Which one do you think will be the easier one?
I do believe that everyone right now wants the group stage matches to start immediately. If we could just have a time machine and they just start moving forward in time, I know that everyone is ready to have the best of the KWC 2026.
Now that we've seen the road ahead and what teams the players are matched up with, we expect you to support your favorite teams, and also you can vote in the in-game app. It's gonna be an exciting group stage and I can't wait for that, Isaac.
I'm telling you, Mara, we're up there for amazing performances coming in for all of the teams. So everyone at home, I hope that everyone's going to be online. I am going to be talking to the casters. I'm going to be talking to the predictions. And then we're going to try to break down all of the action of this KWC 2026 live from Paris, France.
From everybody here, merci beaucoup. We thank you a lot and we expect to see you tomorrow for the start of the group stage. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.